Everybody. Today we've got the Department of Natural Resources, Agriculture, Labor, and Public Safety. And as you can see by your stack of budget books, we've got another long day ahead of us. So we're going to go ahead and jump right in. The folks from DNR will come forward. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Drew Bunton, the Director of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. I'm pleased to be here with you today to present DNR's budget. Joining me today are DNR's Deputy Directors, Hannah Humphrey and Mike Sutherland, as well as our Legislative Liaison, TJ Graven. We also have two administratively attached entities, the Environmental Improvement and Energy Resources Authority, or EIERA, and the Petroleum Storage Tank Insurance Fund. These budgets will also be presented today. Our agency's philosophy is that we manage our natural resources to promote a healthy environment and support a prospering economy. You will see our continued commitment to fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability in this budget request. Our goal is to be a trusted partner in this process. We continue to evaluate our budgetary needs and commitments, and we remain committed to finding efficiencies. In our governor-recommended fiscal year 23 budget proposal, DNR has voluntarily reduced $2.6 million in excess operating and pass-through authority. Since fiscal year 2019, we have voluntarily reduced more than $170 million in appropriations authority and more than 46 FTE. My vision for the agency is a continued focus on improving the quality of life for Missourians. This includes continuing to implement compliance assistance as the most productive way to approach our regulatory efforts. Finding the most efficient and effective ways of targeting DNR's pass-through funding, which is approximately $504 million a year, so that we're best helping Missouri communities thrive. Improving and maintaining infrastructure at Missouri's 92 state parks and historic sites, building partnerships and developing new approaches to flood protection and our infrastructure in that regard, and maintaining open communication with our external partners. The progress we've made is a team effort, and our partnership with you as members of the General Assembly is a critical factor in our success. If you'll turn to the overview tab at the beginning of your books, which is Roman numeral page 1, you'll see that these pages include an overview of DNR's mission with a brief description of our divisions. The remaining tabs in there, tab 2, Roman numeral 2, will cover some of the environmental highlights. And then if you turn to Roman numeral 5, there are charts showing our governor recommended budget by fund source and expenditure type. The general revenue, you'll see, represents only about 5% or $33 million of our total budget. The department also receives federal funding, which makes up almost 12% of our budget. The remaining 83% of the budget is comprised of other funds such as permit fees, parks and soils, and water sales tax, to name a few. Approximately 79% of the department's budget, or the $504 million that I referenced earlier, represents our authority to pass through funds to communities and businesses across Missouri, such as the soil and water conservation efforts for soil and water conservation practices, energy efficiency loans to schools and communities, and financing wastewater treatment or drinking water facility improvements. Our operating authority, which covers personal services and expense and equipment, consists of about 18% or $113 million of our total budget. The remaining 3% consists of general revenue transfers. That's $21.4 million, which includes the multipurpose water resource projects or the source water development projects, the reservoir projects, and the projects in Southwest Missouri, as well as our Superfund state match obligations. The governor's recommended budget includes 18 new decision items, which our division directors will address during their presentations. The budget for DNR's operations begins on page 1. Our core budget is approximately $5.2 million and 74.71 FTE. Department operations consists of the director's office, communications, our Office of Legal Counsel, our administrative support services, which include human resources, accounting, budget, internal audit, and general services. On page 17 is the governor's recommended 73,886 new decision item for operational excellence coordinator from other funds. There are no FTE that is requested with this. It will come from our current core. This coordinator, like in other agencies, will be dedicated to continuously improving the department and looking to create improvements to our service to our customers, and constantly looking at our processes to determine how we can remove things that are not necessary, how we can create efficiencies so we're best serving our customers. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions on the general department overview.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've kind of gotten more and more curious about this excellence coordinator and how you can have this position with no FTE. Does this mean you're going to be, will there be a dedicated employee to
There
this
will be a
position?
representative. We have, in our case, and I can't speak for the other agencies, but in our case, we have an FTE that has recently become vacant with somebody who left for another opportunity, and so we have identified that FTE as the one we will use for this purpose.
So, but this will be their only responsibility. Will
Correct.
Be as the excellence.
Yes, and we have been undertaking operational excellence for a number of years now within DNR. But the person that's focused on that right now also is our IT coordinator. So this will allow that person to exclusively focus on coordinating our operational excellence efforts. And for us, as an example of one of the things that we've focused on is, I talked about the pass-through funding that we have for water and wastewater projects. We have spent a lot of time looking at the process for those loans and grants that we issue there, and really streamlining that process as much as we possibly can so that it's an attractive financing option for the communities for those critically needed water infrastructure projects. So we have a lot of that in the department that we really need to be looking at our processes and making them as efficient, looking at every step in the process to determine, is it required? Is it adding value to the process? Is it serving our customer? And looking at things from the perspective of our customers and trying to make...
I understand. I think I like the concept. I do. It's the transparency piece that's throwing me off. If this moves into your core, will there be will that FTE then be identified as that's the person who does this job? This is the position that does this job. Right now, we're going to see that reflected as an IT coordinator. Is that?
No. What I was saying is, currently, before this this item, before this addition, the person that's coordinating our operational excellence efforts is also coordinating our IT projects. With this new decision item this year, as well as when it folds over into core, that person will remain exclusively coordinating the operational excellence efforts, and they won't have those other responsibilities.
And so will we see then the one FTE for that in the core when it gets to core? Okay,
yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Director, and we can proceed.
All right. I'll now turn it over and introduce Kira Moore, who's the director of our Division of Environmental Quality, and she'll present the core for that division and the petroleum-related activities.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Director Button said, my name is Kira Moore, Director of the Division of Environmental Quality. And our budget, the Division of Environmental Quality works with Missouri businesses, communities, and farmers to promote safe drinking water, clean air, clean water, sound waste management, and soil conservation. We also oversee cleanups of contamination and respond to environmental emergencies. Our division's budget begins on page 21, and it goes through page 274, so we're here for a little bit. The chart on page 21 shows an overview of
Sorry to interrupt you. We have a question.
I'm sorry? Yes.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for inquiry.
Yeah, so you were getting to it, but I just want to hit this one real quick. And I think I remember a little bit of the similar question last year, but you're asking to retain the 25% flex on the funds part of it and 10% in the PS, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. But if you could tell us briefly the need for the 25%, I think I know the answer, but I just want you to tell me that.
The flexibility, I think our budget people may be better served for that, or?
I'm Mike Sutherland, Deputy Director of the Department of Natural Resources. On the flexibility, just to making sure that on the funds, because there is some of the funding is used for kind of situations that you can't always predict how much authority you're going to need, emergency situations, those kinds of things, dealing with the different programs. So that 25% flexibility allows us to move if we have to. That rarely if ever gets used actually, but it just because of the fact that there is some unpredictability in the situations that we'll sometimes have to deal with.
So the ARPA funds would fit in the category we're talking about using the flex on? No.
I don't. That's I think being separate, and this is for our operational budget and flexibility within our operational budget.
Okay.
If there
Okay.
is any flexibility requested within the ARPA funds, that would be within that budget.
Okay.
and language.
My apologies for that.
Representative, as you're aware, we have a number of different funding sources, fee funds, everything from solid waste to hazardous waste to drinking water to wastewater. So this flexibility in the event of, some catastrophic event or emergency, it just gives us the flexibility, given those many funding sources, to be able to have some ability to move dollars to where they need to go to address priorities. We try and minimize the amount for transparency reasons that we would use that, but it is nice to have it in there just because of the many different funding sources that our fee fund structure kind of necessitates us having.
My concern is that if we dedicate funds to one category or another, that we end up with more applications for funds in this one particular category and not very many in the other one. So we have funds that sit idle, and in the case of ARPA, they would expire. But I know we're not talking about that.
Yeah, the ARPA would be in the separate ARPA budget bills.
So you're going to maintain. I don't think you need to maintain flexibility in there. I think that's just a general appropriation, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if you turn to page 21, it details the 8 different areas of our division, which I will step through it as I get to each of those sections. We consist of 6 environmental programs, regional offices that are located throughout the state, and a small administration unit. As you can see on page 21, our division, the governor's recommended budget for the division is approximately $699 million and 758 FTE. This includes 3 new decision items, which I will step through with each corresponding core item. It also includes approximately $234 million of encumbrance appropriation authority. As I mentioned, I will step through each core item, but in summary, 94% of our division's budget, about the appropriation in $654 million, is passed through for infrastructure improvements and environmental improvements to communities and local governments. And of the division's core operating budget of approximately $45 million, general revenue makes up about 10%. Fees and federal make up about 90% of the operating budget, the $45 million, and 99% of the total budget. The FY23 budget reflects a voluntary core reduction of $230,000. As Director Bunton mentioned previously, the department is continually looking at efficiencies, and in the last several years, the Division of Environmental Quality has reduced approximately $163 million and 35 FTE. This includes a general revenue reduction of approximately $1 million. So if you turn to page 25, I will begin the first core budget area, which is our water protection program. The water program promotes clean water and safe drinking water. The recommended operating core budget is approximately $10.7 million, federal, other funds, and general revenue, with 165 FTE. And we are seeking to reduce this core by $25,000 E&E. And the next section is on page 35.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday we heard from DHSS. They also have a water protection. Do you work together on this, or is this?
We coordinate regularly with the Department of Health on a variety of issues. I'm not familiar with which particular budget item it is, but we do coordinate with them on several things. For example, the wastewater testing, the COVID samples, we coordinate with the Department of Health on that. And there's a variety of things we coordinate with them on throughout our division.
Okay. If you could get me more on that, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative John Black, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking between your pages 21 and your page 35, your page 21 says $696 million, $570 million in the water protection program. The number's a little bit different. I mean, 21 million, what's a million here and a million there, right? On page 35, is one update or something, or? Or perhaps there's another page I just haven't found. You see what I'm talking about?
So are you looking at the 570 on page 21?
Right, and then
This is
the
the
total
five.
from page 35 for water protection program is 559.9. Little bit of difference there. I'm just curious on that one. That's not really my question. I'm just curious why I'm getting my question.
Yeah.
So Representative, I think it's the difference between the operations part of the program and the other items, but we'd be happy to follow up
I
with
think
you
you're
to
exactly right.
reconcile.
The previous page.
Right.
You're right. Thank you. To follow up on, this is my real question, to follow up on Representative Mayhew's question with regard to the ARPA funds, a lot of us have small communities or larger communities that are struggling with the EPA requirements on wastewater, particularly. And so I realize most of this is pass-through money, but I also realize that this amount of pass-through money is not going to do a whole lot compared to the need out there. So how do you all coordinate? What's your role with regard to helping get these ARPA funds out to where they're needed for our communities?
Well, so again, Representative, the things in this budget are not the ARPA dollars. These are our regular pass-through dollars as it relates to the state revolving loan fund.
Right.
But to your point, with the ARPA dollars, you're correct in that the amount that we put out in a given year relative to the need, which is roughly, when you consider drinking water, deferred need, and wastewater deferred need, it's roughly $20 billion. So even with the significant amount of funding that we're putting out a year, and it's not just DNR, through the Department of Economic Development also has some funding programs for this infrastructure, and then the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Rural Development also. But even with all three of those, we're still barely chipping away at the need that really exists out there. So what we have been doing as it relates to preparing for the potential of ARPA dollars for this purpose is we put out essentially a call for projects for communities. We received an overwhelming response of 900 and some odd projects, totaling, I think, roughly $3 billion. So what we're trying to do is develop a scoring criteria that looks at a variety of things, such as regulatory obligations, what are the existing sewer rates, water rates in that community, what's the population base, what's the median household income, so that we're really focusing those dollars on the neediest communities. Because what we have the ability to do with the ARPA dollars that we don't with our existing state revolving loan fund is we are limited in the amount of the SRF funds that we can put out in grant. And we have used the maximum amount of flexibility to push as much out in grants, grants combined with loans in many cases. But what we have the ability to do with the ARPA funding is to put it out in 100% grants for those communities to really remove some of those obligations to put them in a best position to compete in the future. And so that is what we're trying to create, the criteria to really target those drinking water and wastewater funds to our communities to best effect, to the neediest communities. And then what we'll be talking to you about in future sessions is some of the increases in the state revolving loan fund dollars that will be coming in subsequent years because of the infrastructure bill that passed. So, but the ARPA dollars will hopefully give us an opportunity to really help some of those disadvantaged communities to take that obligation away from them and be able to help them not have that as a factor in the future.
So all this money that's going through your agency, through AG, through EcoDevo, that scoring mechanism that you're developing, does that apply to all of those funds?
No, that would just apply to the ARPA dollars that you all will be considering appropriations for DNR's budget. So those are the ARPA dollars for the 100% drinking water and wastewater grants that would flow through DNR's budget.
Are you involved in the decision making for the other departments? Are they consulting with you, or?
We have ongoing conversations and have for many years with all of those agencies where we're trying to look at a community's needs and figure out whose funding sources can best help that community. And so we do have regular conversations with them, and we are sharing with them kind of our thinking in designing our ARPA proposal. But obviously, I mean, they're the ones that are going to have to determine how any programs that they have are going to be designed, or any opportunities that they may have with additional federal funding. We're trying to focus on what we have the ability to determine in terms of designing the program, but we're certainly sharing that with USDA and with DED as well.
And do you know off the top of your head the rough breakdown of the money in those three pots?
In a typical year?
No. This non-typical year, AG, EcoDevo, and you all. How many millions or billions are we talking about?
I don't believe that there are any additional ARPA dollars proposed in those categories for those agencies. I think the water infrastructure dollars proposed in the governor's budget for ARPA dollars are fairly well exclusively in DNR's budget.
And how much is that?
$411 million. We've got a detailed booklet that outlines the whole approach that we're taking here that we can provide.
So all the ARPA money is yours?
All of the I wouldn't say that, Representative. No, that would be very presumptuous.
All the ARPA money on these projects is yours.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Shields, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, and you can answer this if you just come visit me in my office, but I'll just leave it at that. I have some questions, and I'm not going to waste the committee's time for me.
Happy
Thank you.
to, Representative.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
In the meantime, that did allow me to do a little math to confirm that the 10.7 million on page 24 and the 560 million on page 35 do total up to the 570. So that's where the math is good. So on page 35, the recommended pass-through budget is approximately 560 million. This is federal and other funds. These are for infrastructure grants and loans, water quality studies, and drinking water analyses. The State Revolving Fund Program, or SRF, provides loans at 30% of the market rate, and Missouri does offer one of the most heavily subsidized interest rates compared to other state SRFs. In the last 25 to 30 years, Missouri's SRF has made over $3.7 billion in binding commitments to communities, including over $160 million in grants. And then next, on page 69, is the Soil and Water Conservation Program Operations Core. This program helps farmers conserve soil through soil and water district commissions and the 114 local soil and water district offices throughout the state. In addition, they also utilize federal dollars to reduce non-point source pollution. The recommended core budget is 1.7 million, other funds and federal with no general revenue and 28.86 FTE. And then next on page 75 is the Soil and Water Program Core. This is the recommended pass-through. Budget for this item is $56.5 million. Federal and other funds. These funds provide funding to landowners to conserve soil and reduce non-point source pollution. Moving on to page 89 is our Air Pollution Control Program Operating Core. The AIR program works with Missouri businesses and communities to promote clean air. The recommended operating core budget is $5.3 million. Federal and other funds, no general revenue, and 95.98 FTE. On page 97 is the AIR program grants and contracts PSD core. And the recommended pass-through budget for this item is $14.6 million, federal and other funds. The bulk of this, $13.6 million, is for the Volkswagen Environmental Trust. On page 113 is our Environmental Remediation Program Operating Core. This program addresses contamination from releases of hazardous substances. The recommended operating core is $4.8 million. Federal and other funds, no general revenue, and 88.23 FTE. And as a continuation of our fiscal year 20 reorganization, we are requesting to reallocate $42,773 in personal services and 1 FTE to our waste management program, which I'll cover in a few pages.
Representative McGaugh, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you. Right here.
Oh, right in front of me.
Like Representative Shields, I need information. I hate to go backwards. I need information about that Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund for my area. If you get back with me,
Sure,
Representative
absolutely.
McGaugh. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. 121, thank you. On page 121 is our hazardous sites PSD core. The recommended pass-through budget for this item is $3.9 million, federal and other funds, no general revenue. This funds a variety of activities such as cleanup of leaking underground storage tanks and hazardous substances.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just this is kind of a general thing I've been noticing as we go through. There's quite a few unexpended funds. And I just am curious, is that because they're not needed, or is that because you don't have the staff to do what could be done if to
Right.
use those funds?
We review our budget every year, and we do have to kind of plan for contingencies. So we do try and trim it when it's unneeded. So I would say we do recommend remaining all these funds. Yes, over the last several years, we've had some challenges that staffing and some of the pass-through funds too, or multi-year projects like Volkswagen, for example. We estimated we would be able to pay out $13.6 million every year. With COVID and the way this project cycle, we haven't been able to move that money in the method, but we still need to eventually move that money. So that's why we still need the preparation in those certain circumstances and the pass-through. And for staffing, yes, if we're able to get fully staffed, we would need that appropriation.
So the answer is yes, both?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'd say we need all the appropriation that's in here. We do scrutinize it every year, and going through the budget book, I did ask some questions of some of our programs. For example, the air program has $1 million that's not Volkswagen. And I said, do we still need that? I refreshed my memory. And we are anticipating some federal dollars in Diesel Emission Reduction Act funds that would pass through that appropriation. So even though we didn't expend any last year, we do anticipate those funds and needing that appropriation.
Okay.
So did I
Thank you.
answer your question? Okay.
Representative Sander, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the Superfund sites, I was looking at the list of the 9 locations that are active for remediation.
Yes.
The money, I guess there, and then it said page 137 is obligations, and then 143 is NDI for obligations. What's the difference between the current cost on that and then the new cost?
So the Superfund transfer on the general revenue and the new decision item, they kind of go hand in hand. We are asking for, as you mentioned on page 137, the 660. Those are projects that we owe EPA that 10%, and they kind of go together, even though they're separate. This is money that is obligated to EPA for our 10% share of that cleanup cost.
Is the increase the NDI like to accelerate the cleanup, or is it just increased costs?
Representative, every year we hear from EPA like the new costs that we're aware of existing Superfund sites or new Superfund sites that we have entered into agreements on with them. And so the new decision item is for the additional 10% on a subset of sites where, these are evolving in terms of the cleanup. And so when we know the numbers, we include it in a new decision item that includes the state's 10%.
And the listing of 9 places on page 138 is the same as the listing on the new items, 144. I mean, looking back and forth, I mean.
Yeah, on, if you look on page 144, it adds up to the 1.2, which if you take the core of 660 with the NDI of 619 is what adds up to.
Okay.
Cover
I guess
those.
what I was getting at, on the listing, I don't see Westlake Landfill in Bridgeton, Missouri. Grew up near there, and it still needs to be remediation there. And then like Weldon Springs Superfund site, I don't know if there's, that's been, it looks totally different. That one is a pile of rocks about 1,000 feet high, and then the one in Bridgeton's not, so.
Yeah, and Representative, we can follow up with you after on the specifics of those sites. Weldon Spring, the remediation has largely been completed there, so it's more in an ongoing operations and maintenance status. Yeah, so we can follow up with the specifics of individual sites
Okay.
with you.
We can follow up. Thanks.
Representative Cups, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You briefly mentioned you're looking at potentially getting $1 million from the feds for diesel emissions fund. Like what would that be used for by the department?
The EPA has what they call DERA, the Diesel Emission Reduction Act funding. Every year, it comes with specifics on what we can spend that money for. EPA kind of lays out the criteria of that. In the past, for example, we've been able to use those funds to replace school buses, certain trucks, government trucks and non-government trucks. So it really depends. I think over the years we've replaced a tugboat or two. And also it's finding the projects and finding people to apply for the projects. It's closely tied with similar projects in the Volkswagen Trust. But DERA has been around a lot longer and will probably continue a lot longer than the Volkswagen.
Okay, but there is an application process for that through
yes,
you.
yeah,
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. All right. As we've talked about on page 137 is the Superfund general revenue transfer, and it's closely tied to the new decision item on page 143. The amounts of the general revenue transfer, as mentioned, are $660,000, and the additional is $619,000. This addresses two things, as we've talked about. First is the balance of the state's 10% cost share obligations to EPA for EPA remedial action expenditures at the 9 Superfund sites. And the second is for operation and maintenance costs associated with 8 cleanup sites. And then we've already looked at the details on those pages, so hopefully that will cover that. And then on page 155 is our agency-wide core for the petroleum-related activities. And this item is to implement regulations to prevent releases from underground storage tanks and cleanup of releases from underground and above-ground storage tanks. The recommended core budget is approximately $1.15 million. Other funds with no general revenue and 21.2 FTE. On page 169 is our Waste Management Program Operations Core. This program assists businesses with safely handling and disposing of solid waste and hazardous waste. The recommended operating budget is approximately $4.3 million, federal and other funds, no general revenue, and 75.95 FTE. And as mentioned previously, as part of our FY20 reorganization, we are requesting to reallocate that $42,001 FTE from our environmental remediation program to the waste management program. And we do have recommended core reductions of $50,000 in personal service federal funds and $10,000 E&E. And moving on to page 179 is our solid waste management PSD core. The recommended pass-through budget for this item is $14.9 million, other funds. This core funds the solid waste management districts, scrap tire cleanups, and solid waste landfill closure and post-closure activities.
Representative Unsicker, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. You're talking about a lot of pass-through funds. What guardrails do you have on these funds to ensure that they're spent properly?
Each individual fund, depending on if it's federal or if it's loan proceeds, we do have criteria that can be spent. My knowledge is in the AIR program, so I will use the Volkswagen as an example again. That trust came with pretty strict guardrails on how to spend that money. We could only spend it in certain categories, government trucks, non-government trucks, school buses, electric vehicle charging stations. And every pass-through fund has similar guardrails on that. We do have application processes, and the department and the division set that criteria up front, so everyone knows what the application process is for those funds, and how it's going to evolve. In many opportunities, when we do have some flexibility, we do ask for stakeholder input. On the Volkswagen funds, for example, we had stakeholder meetings to decide how to provide that flexibility that we had within the trust area.
And Representative, we also, just given the nature and the amount of pass-through funding we have either through contract auditing, or we have our own internal auditors that go and look and review. In the case of solid waste management districts or our soil and water districts, we do look at those expenditures and make sure that they're in accordance with what we're authorized to spend those dollars on, and that they're functioning appropriately.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then on page 203 and 209, they go together. It's our solid waste management forfeitures, general revenue transfer, and the new decision item. So on page 203 is the governor's recommended transfer of $997,000. This consists of forfeited solid waste landfill financial assurance instruments, FAIs, to the solid waste forfeitures post-closure fund. The corresponding new decision item on page 209 is to increase this post-closure fund expenditure appropriation by the same amount. These actions will allow the department to use these forfeiture funds for their intended purpose in a timelier and more cost-effective manner. Forfeited funds are used by the department to correct solid waste disposal or processing facilities, public health and safety issues when the owner is unwilling or unable to properly address these issues. Examples of work include controlling gas migrations, establishing and repairing caps, controlling discharges, and general maintenance. And then on page 221, this is our regional office operations core. Our division's regional office team members conduct technical and compliance assistance activities for communications and businesses, for air, water, and waste regulatory activities. They also investigate environmental concerns. We have team members located in St. Louis, Kansas City, Macon, Springfield, Poplar Bluff, and Jefferson City that perform these activities. The recommended operating core budget is $10.8 million, approximately, federal and other and general revenue funds with 196.15 FTE. We are requesting to reduce this core by $95,000 E&E.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious, are these like matching federal dollars, or is this our kind of, this is what you need, the GR portion is what you need to make up?
Representative, they're not matching in the same way when we're talking about like Superfund. There's a required match. There is a combination of federal funds, fee funds. Typically, when we're talking with the fee payers, they're very interested in their fee funds paying for the things that provide them services. So the things like the processing, what does it take to process their permits? But obviously, when you look at responding to concerns that are expressed to us by residents that we need to go out and follow up on, or our inspection obligations, there are a certain amount of core responsibilities in maintaining the state implemented federal program that we have, and that is what the general revenue funds are, those kind of core state responsibilities to just maintain our delegated or authorized programs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
On page 235 is our Environmental Services Program operating core. This program maintains a 24-hour environmental emergency response spill line responds to environmental emergencies, operates a state environmental lab, operates the statewide ambient air monitoring network, and conducts environmental field services. The recommended operating core budget is $5.8 million, federal, other, and general revenue with 88 FTE. And on page 245 is our hazardous substances analysis and emergency response PSD core. The recommended pass-through budget for this item is $450,000 federal and other funds for hazardous substance cleanups and emergency response activities. We are seeking to reduce this core by $50,000. And on 257 is our Division of Environmental Quality Administration Operations Core. The DEQ administration provides direction, coordination, and management for our Division's 6 environmental programs and our regional offices. The recommended operating core is approximately $1.4 million, federal and other funds, no general revenue, and 20 FTE. And last but not least, for me anyway, on page 263 is the Technical Assistance Grants PSD core.
Representative Lewis, you're recognized for inquiry.
I'm going to pull you back a ways just briefly.
No problem.
On page 149, 150, with your lead cleanup sites, you had some graphs in there that when did they start with the EPA cleanup in those locations? Was it 2002 and 2003 by the look of the graphs?
Representative, some of them, yes. Some of them were happening even before that. I mean, we have roughly 200 years of kind of legacy of lead mining in the state, and so it's going to be a different answer depending on what specific site. You know, they're all defined a bit differently. There are a number of them in what's called the Tri-State Mining District in southwest Missouri. There are a number that are in the old lead belt by Burnham Trend area. And we can get you more information on the specific cleanups and when they started in those different areas, but it's going to vary a little bit depending on which of those sites we're talking about.
I mean, there's 7, eight, I guess, here, six, I guess. But it looks like they're all, I mean, by 2020, you know, that the percentages at these sites are people reporting are getting down there to, pretty acceptable levels, I guess. I mean, I don't know, these are just levels of concern. They're not necessarily, 15 ppb or whatever, but they're levels of concern. So, is there stuff still ongoing? It says cleanup ongoing on all these all the way till, is there still cleanup ongoing at all those locations?
Yes.
Okay. I'd be interested in a little more information on that. Thank you.
Sure, we'll get that for you. So on page 263, the Technical Assistance Grant Core, this recommended pass-through budget item is $700,000 federal and other funds with no general revenue. This provides for technical assistance activities. And that concludes my division's presentation. And I would introduce Joe Gilman for the director of the Missouri Geological Survey Division.
Thank you.
Morning. Can you hear me okay?
You want to make sure your mic is turned on, that little green light there at the bottom.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
I just
Thank
need to
you.
be a little closer. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Joe Gilman, Director of the Missouri Geological Survey. Our office is charged with bringing applied earth science to bear in support of challenges facing our state in water resources, energy resources, public safety, environmental protection, and economic development. The Geological Survey core is found on page 275. This includes 7.85 million and 116 FTE from general revenue, federal and other funds for division operations. The core includes a voluntary core reduction of 50,000 expense and equipment and a core reduction of 1,100 one-time authority from last year's 2022 budget. The PSD core is found on page 291. This includes 39.7 million from general revenue, federal, and other funds for program-specific distribution. The FY23 core includes pass-through appropriation for the Multipurpose Water Resource Program, for the State Water Plan, for the Oil and Gas Remedial Fund, and for the Land Reclamation Program. We have 4 new decision items in this budget. The first new decision item found on page 317 is the critical minerals mapping and infrastructure to support core operations. This request is for $134,000 in general revenue. This new decision item will leverage federal funds to conduct detailed geologic mapping and geochemical analyses in areas of Missouri with the potential for undiscovered mineral reserves. The second item, a governor's new decision item, is found on page 327. This is for the Missouri River Flood Risk and Resiliency for $328,000 from general revenue. This request continues the cooperative work between the states of Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, and Nebraska, along with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to provide strategies and design solutions that create better systemic flood protection and resiliency for Missouri River communities. The next core item, found on page...
It appears we've got a question. Stop you right there. Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Before we get too far, I am curious about the geological survey and the geomapping. How is that done?
So, more specifically, how is the actual mapping done? Okay. So we participate in a program with United States Geological Survey, and it's known as the National Cooperative Geologic Mapping Program. The idea is that we want to map the United States at a scale that is usable to the common person. And so that means that requires both a research component of that, what information is available that we currently have, whether that be a rock sample, whether that be a geochemical sample, or whether that be just information that is available. Then we take that and we apply that to ground truthing. So we actually physically have boots on the ground, geologists who traverse the landscape, make observations, take samples, construct maps, and then bring that all together into an integrated 3-dimensional framework of the geology of a particular region that we're interested in.
So the idea is that we have a sense of what the composition is of our geography.
So yes, this is the idea is that we have a geologic map tells a story, and it tells us a story about the rocks that are beneath our feet and what the materials above those rocks look like. That informs a great deal of decisions related to where do we have potential minerals that might be of use to society, but also it informs information about water resources, both surface water resources, aquifers related to groundwater resources. It also informs information about geologic hazards, such that is the public exposed to things such as landslides, sinkholes, earthquakes, those types of things. And then as we look at economic development and infrastructure, it tells us information about, is this area a good spot for infrastructure related to what we know about the geology?
Who accesses this information primarily?
This is primarily accessed by the public. We typically...
I don't. I'm in the public, so who would be of most interest? Had the most interest in accessing that?
It varies across the spectrum of our stakeholders. These types of maps and this types of information are routinely used by people in the environmental remediation business. They're typically used by people in the construction business. They're also used by exploration and development companies in energy business, in mineral business, but they're also used by communities who need information about where to drill their next water supply well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cups, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. They're very regularly used by people in the agricultural industry in certain parts of the state. I know that when we divide the state up, some parts of the state don't have a lot of agricultural interests in comparison to other parts of the state, but you get to western part of the state and seemingly the folks that I've worked with that use this data the most are involved in the agriculture industry. And we start talking about groundwater irrigation wells, things of that nature, it kind of becomes pretty invaluable. So Missouri's kind of led the way on a lot of this in the past, and it's something that I was kind of trying to sort through this NDI, and if we flip back here, it says that of the 35 minerals that are considered like of economic importance, 7 are found in Missouri and include cobalt, barite, rare earth elements, manganese, gallium, germanium, indium. Do we have any kind of data as to the economic impact that those are currently providing? Is it something, I know it says that 7 of those are currently found in Missouri, but are we, I know some of those are used for battery production, some of them are used for advancements in technology in that sector. Like, is that something that we currently have like actual production, or is that something that is more we're looking to the future?
Good question, and the answer is both. And so Missouri, as you well know and alluded to, we have a long history of minerals production in this state, and that ranges from everything from lead and zinc to limestone commodities.
Well, I mean, a lot of the state was settled because of its mineral production, and you look at some of the names of like Galena,
right?
We kind of owe our history to mineral production.
We do so through information that we have through past efforts in this arena and through past mining. There have been attempts to mine some of this in the past, and most notably is the current attempts to look at cobalt and nickel in southeast Missouri. That has been mined historically in southeast Missouri, and there are efforts now going forward to try to look at how we might do that again. Looking to the future, one of the things that we're working with USGS on very closely is this concept of an Earth Mapping Resources Initiative, and this is really designed both through executive order by previous administration and the current administration at the federal level to solve the nation's critical mineral supply chain issues. And so what we're doing is we're putting forth a very directed and significant effort to try to better understand the framework in Missouri about where these minerals might exist. And if those minerals exist, then what would be their economic potential for development? And so that's an effort that's going on nationwide. There's clearly a focus in Missouri because of our history and the occurrence of some of these mineral resources. But the other thing is, and you mentioned the western side of the state, as we look at the areas around the old Tri-State Mining District around Joplin, we're having conversations now with USGS about going back and looking at some of those old mine tailings and mine spoils about materials.
You beat me to it.
Yeah.
I was going to, and I know a lot of western Missouri was strip mined with southwest Missouri, but then you even look at communities and there's piles of chat everywhere. And so I didn't know if that was an emphasis in this to potentially see if, because I know a lot of that's still scheduled for remediation or kind of slowly scheduled, if you will. And so it might be something that could all mesh together if we were able to do something of that nature.
Agreed. And that is one thing that we are currently working with USGS on a proposal, and they are going to allow this type of concept as that is going. And for example, with indium that we mentioned in here occurs very commonly with lead and zinc deposits, which is what we were mining in southwest Missouri. So what we want to do is go back and take a look at some of those spoils and see, have we overlooked a material that was not valuable then but is now valuable today?
And pay for the cleanup with the goodies that were in some of these areas, with the goodies that we're getting out of it in the process of cleaning up, then that's seemingly a a win-win. So, thank you, appreciate that.
Okay, I think that takes us to the dam transfer on 333.
Correct. Thank you. Page 333, this is the next core item. This is the Clarence Cannon Dam transfer for $477,000 in general revenue. The next core item found on page 339 is the Clarence Cannon Dam payment for $477,000 in other funds. The third new decision item found on page 347 is for the Clarence Cannon Dam transfer for $190,000 from general revenue. And based upon the Corps of Engineers 2021 final bill amount to the state, this one-time additional transfer authority is being requested for state fiscal year 23. In addition, the state of Missouri and the Clarence Cannon Wholesale Water Commission and the St. Louis Corps are renegotiating their contracts, and we do believe that in the future, our future payments to this obligation are going to start going down. And then finally, our last new decision item, page 353, is the Clarence Cannon Dam payment for $190,000 from other. And this provides the additional appropriation authority to make that payment from the increased funding from the governor's transfer in DI. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you for being with us. Any questions for this division? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Craig Redmond, who will be presenting the Division of Energy's budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Craig Redmond, the Director of the Division of Energy, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this morning. The Division of Energy advances the efficient use of a diverse energy resource through financial and technical assistance and education. We promote affordability, security, and development of energy sources essential to supporting Missouri's economy. The Energy Operations Core Budget request is found on page 359. It includes $2.7 million and 36 FTE. There are no general revenue dollars recommended in the operations budget. This core provides operational funding for the Division of Energy and includes federal, state energy program, and weatherization funds, which aid the division in planning for Missouri's future energy needs. The Energy Efficiency Service Core Budget request is found on page 367. It includes federal and other sourced E&E and PSD appropriations totaling $47 million. This amount includes $18 million of encumbrance-only appropriation, $50 million of general revenue appropriation authority for the Municipal Utility Emergency Loan Program, and $2 million of Federal CARES Act Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, funding, and they are reduced from last year's budget. This core allows the division to implement and maintain a number of programs that continue to provide communities, industries, families, agriculture, and other energy users throughout the state with opportunities to use energy more efficiently and effectively. The division is requesting 3 new decision items. On page 391, the division is requesting $2 million of additional appropriation authority to utilize other funds to fully fund the Energy Missouri Small Agriculture Grant Program and the Energy Audit Reimbursement Program. On page...
Mr. Redmond, I'll stop you right there. I think we've got a question. Representative Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
You know, the municipal utility relief fund from, you know, for the Winter Storm Uri incident. How many different municipal utilities were able to access that and use that?
54.
54. Right, and then they're supposed to pay that back by, well, within 5 years.
5 years
And
with
are they gonna
zero
be-
interest.
Great.
It's a great program. You guys did a great job. Really helped out a lot of communities.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to check.
You bet.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. The Division of Energy is requesting 3 new decision items. On page 391, the division is requesting $2 million of additional appropriation authority to utilize other funds to fully fund the Engage Missouri Small Agriculture Program and the Energy Audit Reimbursement Program. On page 397, the division is requesting $10 million of additional appropriation authority to utilize the 10% portion of the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA, LIHEAP funds for providing supplemental weatherization services. These funds would be passed through to local agencies, and none would be retained by the division. On page 403, the division is requesting $21 million of appropriation authority to transfer funds remaining from Municipal Utility Emergency Program Initiative and corresponding principal payments from those loans for FY22 and FY23 back to the General Revenue Fund. Appropriated tax credit information is found on page 407. The governor's recommendation includes $740,000 of wood energy tax credits. The wood energy tax credit is an appropriated tax credit used to encourage the utilization of Missouri forestry waste to keep in check contaminations of streams and rivers. Products made from the wood waste include charcoal, wood pellets, and wood flour. This concludes my testimony for the Division of Energy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Any questions on the Division of Energy? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. I think that takes us to Book 2.
All right, thank you for your time, and I'd like to introduce David Kelly, the Director of the State Parks Division.
Good morning. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is David Kelly, Director of Missouri State Parks, testifying in support of the Department of Natural Resources FY23 budget. Missouri State Parks and State Historic Sites have helped families and individuals experience Missouri's outstanding, significant natural and cultural sites for more than 100 years. With Missouri's 92 state parks and historic sites attracting more than 22 million visitors last year, it's clear Missourians continue to appreciate and seek benefits of getting outdoors and recreating in state parks. Our team continues to provide exceptional stewardship and interpretation of Missouri's most outstanding natural and cultural landscapes and provide great recreational opportunities. Our focus is on excellent customer service and expanding outreach to underserved populations and ensuring we're always doing our part to keep our staff and guests safe. This budget will allow us to further accomplish our mission and continue to focus on maintenance for repair needs throughout the state park system. In FY22, we prioritized approximately $750,000 in our operating budget to small maintenance and repair projects throughout the state park system. We've also established a central asset management program and have examined every one of our more than 2,000 structures throughout the park system. This information will be available to make data-driven decisions about annual maintenance and repair needs, as well as capital improvement investments. Please turn to Missouri State Parks pass-through appropriation on page 429. Actually, I'm missing a sheet. Hang on. Excuse me just a second. The majority of this budget is funded by category federal funds and with a portion coming from the State Park Earnings Fund, which is shown as other funds. The governor's recommendation for our pass-through appropriation is $28.7 million with 1.78 full-time equivalents. This core funding allows for the administration of pass-through federal grant programs and constitutionally mandated obligations, provides authority to spend donations and awarded grants and conduct resale operations in state parks. A new decision item on page 447 for pass-through funding is a request to increase funding authority for the department's Land and Water Conservation Fund and Recreation Trail Program grants. The department is requesting $9.6 million in additional encumbrance due to increased available federal funds. Missouri State Parks apportionment has more than doubled since FY 2017. The majority of these grants are used to provide funding for local communities for outdoor recreation facilities and trail development.
Stop you right there. This new decision item in 447, this would increase the core on 429. Do I have that right? The 28.7 million. Is that what you're describing?
Yes.
So, and it appears you, this particular grant, you think it's going to increase, or a particular grant,
right,
as a result for reason for the NDI, but on 430, looks like, you know, in FY19 it was 23 million, 29 million, FY21 28 million, and been lapsing, you know, over $20 million every year in unexpended funds. So
right.
What's the, I mean, is there really a need for an additional $9.6 million?
Yeah, the 20 million, there's about $20 million in grants that are out there that for the $20 million covers. So the National Park Service had delayed some of the awards of some of those grants, and then we have additional funds coming in through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, almost $5 million coming in from that fund. I think about $5 million coming in from Recreational Trails Program. Page 453. Kind of shows you the chart of the new projected funds coming in and kind of where we were before. And the additional appropriation we have now lapses every year.
I guess my question is, and with the NDI, which would put you to, what would that be? Something over, approaching $40 million at that point. Would, I mean, what would you anticipate lapsing in FY23 in authority?
Page 448 kind of shows there's $20 million out there right now in grants for previous years that have been appropriated that are in the works right now. And that's what that current appropriation authority covers. And then we've got another potential $9-10 million coming in next year.
What's pending here, though? Do you anticipate all of this to come through in 23?
I don't know if they'll all come in. Again, these have to be approved by the National Park Service, so we're a little bit. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, Mike Sutherland again from Department Deputy Director. One of the things that's confusing, we get this question on this portion of the funds and on the grant funds each year, but because of how the Land Water Conservation Fund work and RTP to a lesser extent, but certainly the Land Conservation Fund, the National Park Service requires us to have the authority to encumber the grant funds so that we can then pass through them to the communities. And so what it ends up looking like is that there's the encumbrance authority, and then added to that, it's kind of a double, and it's just the way they administer this. It ends up being a little bit double, and then there's the authority to actually get it out to the communities. And so that's why, if you look back through our budgets for really as long as you look back, in this particular line item, there is always what appears to be a lapse of authority, but in order to encumber those funds, and a lot of times these are projects that take 2 or 3 years, and that we work with communities, and then as they're spending the money to do the projects, then we're paying out those funds. So that's one of the, and we can get you more information in detail on how that all works, but that is something that we get that question every year because it does have that appearance of this authority that's not used, but it actually, we have to have that and able to encumber with the National Park Service to have it available to put out to the communities.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And on 450, there's a chart that speaks to that encumbrance authority.
Yeah.
It, I think, explains or illuminates some of what you were explaining there. I'd just ask if you can, and that's helpful, thank you, Mike, for that, if you can provide the federal regulation or rule or requirement as it pertains to these grants that the authority exists. That's what I would ask for. Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I thought we started back going through the book. I didn't realize you were still in your inquiry. So I tried to jump on it because I noticed we went back to page 429. And I just wanted you to explain to me what's the Bruce R. Watkins Strategic Planning Program and that is the core reduction to?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Bruce Watkins Center is a facility that we own in Kansas City, and it's managed by the Kansas City Parks and Rec Recreation Department, and we've partnered with them for many years. We own the facility. We have a $100,000 core amount for Bruce Watkins. Last year, there was an additional $150,000 put in the budget to do a strategic plan and planning kind of moving forward with Kansas City Parks and Rec. And we've met with Kansas City, had our first meeting, and we'll be working on that, but that was a one-time appropriation for that project.
In that project?
Core amount, the $100,000 remains.
In that project's already in motion that
Yeah,
basically expended.
I'm kind of new in my role since September. All I've been in was state parks a long time, and the Kansas City Parks Director's new, and so we have met to talk about that and start that process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sander, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I was going to ask some questions about the historic preservation with the battlefields, and I guess I saw a fiscal note that had general revenue, but I'm looking through the budgets here for the next 10 tabs or so, but there's very little general revenue in the State Historic Site Office of Historic Preservation. Where would the funding be for battlefields, Civil War battlefields?
We don't, on the state park division operations side, we don't have any general revenue for state park operations. There is on the historic preservation program, there's some, and I'll get to that in just a second. But our Civil War sites that are part of the state park system are funded, through the state park budget, which is the park sales tax and our state park earnings fund.
Can you list the state parks that are Civil War battlefields?
Can I list them?
Yeah, I think there's like 3 maybe. Or
We've
5.
got about 6, actually. Battle of Athens, Battle of Lexington, Battle of Carthage, Battle of Pilot Knob,
Newtonia, maybe?
Battle of Island Mound, and Confederate Memorial State Historic Site.
Okay. And
Okay.
I guess there's federal grants available for more because there's been more identified.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
There's still federal funding available for adding additional ones, or?
There's a federal Civil War battlefield program that the communities can apply for grants, but I'm not don't know about other programs right now, but we can look into that and get back with you.
And Representative Mike Sutherland again, you might be referring to the bill that you have and on the fiscal note. And on the fiscal note, I think they contemplated that if there was in that fiscal note that the funding might come from general revenue for that. That was just what was contemplated in the fiscal note. For Missouri State Parks, the state parks operations are funded by about 3/4 by the Parks and Soil Sales Tax and about 1/4 by earnings. And then as David said, as far as operations, no general revenue is used.
Has the general revenue ever been used to acquire a state park? Because I don't see it in the budget currently. That's just
I would say that it is not typical, although in the last few years, and I think, and I don't know any history past the last few years, that's how long I've been with the Department of Natural Resources. Occasionally, there may be a line item that has been put in, typically it's been in the CI budget, but that has been put in by a policymaker, legislator, or senator that is GR, but as far as our operations budget, it is always, in the recent years, come from park soils tax and earnings.
Okay, I just wanted to thank you.
Representative John Black, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think of parks down in southwestern Missouri like Roaring River and Bed and Springs and large areas, and the fish hatcheries there and all the fishing that's involved in those parks. Who operates the fishery? Is that you or is that conservation? So you coordinate with conservation on some of your parks, and which parks have how many parks do you have with large acreages like Roaring River and Bend and Springs? Like I don't know how big those places are. They got to be 1,000 acres or more. I don't know.
Yeah, we can get you an acreage list of all those parks. We have, I think, 50. We have state parks and the state historic sites, so we have both. So I think we have 37 state historic sites, 55 state parks, and those parks range, up to our largest is like the Ozark State Park at 17,000 acres.
Yeah,
but that's really big. And then we have several that fall into the 8,000 acre range. And then I was just at Weston Bend State Park; it's 1,100 acres. So it kind of varies, but
do you coordinate with conservation in addition to the fishing opportunities that I'm aware of, maybe others, with hunting opportunities as well?
Yeah, we don't allow hunting in state parks. We do have special hunts, like managed deer hunts, but statewide we don't allow hunting in state parks.
In any state parks, even the large ones?
Right.
What's the rationale behind that?
It's just it's a different mission than we have in the Department of Conservation. We're into preserving our natural cultural resources and providing recreational opportunities. There's a lot of other public land available for hunting, and it's just something we've never done in state parks.
Is that by statute, or is that by the determination of the department? Do you know?
I don't know. Good.
Not by statute, Representative. Just given the mission of hiking, bird watching, so it's not necessarily always compatible uses. We do try and we do work with the Department of Conservation to be able to manage deer in those larger parks when it gets to that point. And in fact, we've been partnering with the Veterans Commission for veteran hero hunts at some of our parks to give veterans the opportunity to experience that. But it's more of the mission of the Department of Natural Resources in preserving and protecting those resources as opposed to managing those in the way that the Department of Conservation does.
Yeah, I think your efforts on the veterans are a good idea, those kinds of things. Thank you for your answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and with that, I think we're ready to move to 455.
Yep. On December 14th, 2021, the Department of Natural Resources accepted a donation of the Rock Island Corridor. We plan to develop the 144-mile corridor, which stretches from Windsor to Beaufort, into a public recreational trail. On page 455, a new decision item in the operating budget requesting $1 million in authority from the Rock Island Endowment Fund for initial fencing, maintenance, and security of the Rock Island Corridor. The timeline for development of the trail is dependent upon the department's FY23 ARPA NDI request, as well as other potential funding and partnerships.
Representative Riggs, you're recognized for an inquiry.
I'm over here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask, as far as Rock Island Trail, what types of fiber do you have installed on that trail? How many miles? And what are plans basically to accelerate the process where folks have access to that?
Yeah, there is and when we acquired the corridor, there's a fiber line that runs along the entire corridor. The 47 miles we currently own, and of course the 144 we just acquired. And that was done prior to us. And I think that's through fiber. We don't know a lot about it. When we construct, we have to, work with the company that operates it. We are looking into the Rock Island and the Katy as potential, Katy Trail, the corridor we own, as potential corridors for fiber moving forward, but there's no immediate plans for that right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this. I think a lot of people are. And some of my questions probably should wait for the ARPA book, I think. But so I understand correctly, this $1 million NDI would be an ongoing cost for maintenance, at least for the near term. Is that right?
Right.
Um,
Well, Representative, some of it would be for the initial, so the other funds that we're talking about are the funds that have been raised by the State Parks Foundation, and and those would be deposited in the endowment fund that was created by the General Assembly last year or year before, I can't remember. But those, so yes, the security costs, additional rangers, those would be ongoing
Basic
expenses.
maintenance.
The fencing expenses, we're going to want to make sure that we're being good neighbors and that we're providing the fencing materials for any of the adjacent landowners that are interested in that. You can expect that those would be front-end loaded expenses, and eventually, other than the ongoing maintenance, for replacing once those
Gotcha.
fences, to comply with the statutory requirements we have on providing the fencing materials. Those would be front-loaded costs, but the security costs would be ongoing.
Okay, are you anticipating at any point this using GR, or is this entirely privately funded, plus maybe ARPA money for the major development cost?
You're correct. We do not anticipate requesting general revenue dollars. We've tried to move this proposal forward in a way that relies on identifying new funding sources as opposed to identifying existing parks and soils or earnings funds, so that we're not developing this opportunity at the expense of our existing state parks and historic sites.
Okay.
So we're identifying both through private fundraising and public-private partnerships, but also the potential for the ARPA funds that are included in the governor's request would allow us to move forward with development. We also anticipate the potential for additional federal funding sources, such as the Economic Development Authority grant that the Department of Economic Development awarded to us for this project as well.
Great, okay. Timing-wise, when do you anticipate this actually being open to the public? How long, assuming the funds are approved, all that?
I think the answer to that is going to vary depending upon the areas of the trail. There are some that have more infrastructure that is going to need to be addressed. There are sections of it that are going to be easier to move forward on. The governor's ARPA request would allow us to focus on some of the areas that have the most development needs to be able to open. So I think the answer is going to vary depending on the different areas and kind of the complexity of the development of the trail.
Gotcha, that makes sense. I mean, rough ballpark when things start opening and to when completed?
Well, I think the answer to that is going to depend upon what the General Assembly decides to appropriate. But I think that there are areas that could potentially be opening, in the coming year to coming 2-year period.
Okay. And then this isn't the kind of thing where it's ever intended to be admission-based or something like that. No one's got to pay a fare to ride this train.
Correct,
right?
Representative. That's one of the great benefits that we have in the state of Missouri is the existence of the Parks and Soils sales tax, and also our existing system of concessionaires that allow us to derive our revenue based on the Parks and Soils sales tax and our earnings for lodging and other things within the state park system.
Great.
We do not.
This is basically like a long state park is the goal, right?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. I love it. Thanks.
Representative Cups, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through attempting to research this a little better, it's my understanding that I guess the part we're going to start with is the easiest part to develop naturally.
Hardest part. Actually, in the governor's proposal, we would be focusing on the areas with the bridges and tunnels and...
Excuse me, the most feasible part, because I guess it's also my understanding that, let me regress a second. it'd be the neatest part, in my opinion, but seemingly that area is the most feasible. On the western side, there's some bridges that were removed by MoDOT. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so that at current time is not feasible. And so the question, I guess, is that something that is it your plan or your intent for you to pay for the reconstruction of those bridges and infrastructure that was taken out to make that re-feasible, or is that something that you have a partnership with MoDOT on, or what's the discussion that's been had?
On the two bridges that you're referring to, it's the latter. The commitments that exist when those bridges were removed was that MoDOT would pay for those, and we have started to discuss with them funding sources available to them that are not able to be used for roads that are for non-motorized transportation. So we're trying to work with them in partnership to identify funding sources to get those bridges replaced. But those would be not coming out of the amount that we're talking about in this budget bill, nor necessarily the ARPA funds.
Not coming out of the amount you've requested, not coming out of the ARPA funds, but also potentially not coming out of the road fund?
That's right.
Also?
That's right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Will you please follow up with me offline about that? Because
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of curious as to what those
Yeah,
funds
similar
are.
to what I'm talking about with trying to figure out a way to do this that's bringing new money in and not coming at the expense of existing obligations is
Correct.
what we're going to be doing.
Okay. While I've got the mic, I know there's some concerns with some of the folks I've talked to. Inflation, like fencing supplies doubled. Some of the construction costs doubled. Like it's not this fake 5.5% or 7.3% or 8.1% that we hear on the news. Like a lot of that stuff literally has doubled. And so I know that there is some concern that the cost analysis is probably not accurate in comparison to what it's going to cost, and not just with that going forward. I don't think, if we're going to see that continue, I don't think some of that stuff's going to come down. And so is that something that you all have been working on? I know we've got
Absolutely.
some awful fancy books, but the awful fancy books don't.
We're monitoring all of that, and the first thing we're committed to is being good neighbors and making sure that on things like the provision of fencing, that is absolutely going to be the first priority. But we have been happy to come and talk to you about the specifics of what went into all of our cost estimates. But absolutely, we're looking at those things. We're going to continue to monitor those things. And it's not unique to only this area. When we talk about the water and wastewater projects, same thing. I mean, we're wanting to look at our capacity to administer and oversee the increased grant funding, but also thinking about the supply chain issues and all of the things that we may need to be dealing with as all of these projects move forward. Absolutely something that we're actively thinking about every day.
Okay. Last thing. Concern, this isn't relayed to you. It gets relayed to me. I'm happy to listen to anyone that calls to discuss this. There is rhetoric that, hey, if I have family and some bikes and we want to go ride on a trail, that we have one of those in central Missouri, the Katy Trail. If I'm in southwest Missouri or south central Missouri or the far northeast corner of the state, seemingly I have to drive 4.5 hours to the Katy Trail. Is there any discussion as to potentially projects similar to that, maybe smaller? I don't think that maybe we'll ever see another one of this scope, but is there discussion by the department for similar type things, but not in this bureaucrat bubble in the central part of the state?
Well, so referring back to one of the previous NDIs for the additional pass-through funding for the recreational trails program and the Land and Water Conservation Fund program, that is what that additional funding could go to. We have many communities across the state that are interested in availing themselves of those pass-through funding to develop their own regional trail systems.
Correct.
And so those funding, that's what the recreational trail funding and some of the pass-through funding for community park development, a good portion of that I would anticipate would go to that very thing.
Okay. I'd love to get some more data offline about that as well.
Yeah,
So thank you.
absolutely, and we'd be happy to also get you information on the recreational trail grant process so that if any of the communities in your district are interested in that, they're aware of that opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Riggs, we've got just a couple minutes. Is that enough time for you before we have to break for session? Or
Absolutely.
you're recognized. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Chair. Just to address that point, yes, Northeast is actually working on it, and want to thank you guys for coming up and helping out with that. It's designed basically to link up with the Katy Trail, which links up with the Rock Island Trail, which links up with everybody. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wyndham, brief. You're recognized. We've got 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I learned my lesson from being the first person to go to come back. So I don't think we got to it yet. It would probably be under historic preservation, but can you give me a list of all the historic sites? Because what historic sites, not necessarily, well, historic sites and prominent National Registry of Historic Places sites that have to do with Black culture.
Okay.
I'll just leave it there, and we can talk about it more offline. But I like a list of those places.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we are going to have to break to go up to the floor for session, and we will be returning. So look for an announcement on the floor from the chairman, and we'll come back and finish up with the Department of Natural Resources, and then move on to the other departments for which we have noticed up for today. So with that, we will stand in recess.
House Budget Committee will come back to order. We will resume our testimony from the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for hanging in there with us. I'm not sure exactly where we left off in the book, but if you'll tell us where to pick it up again, we'll do that and proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. David Kelly, with Director of State Parks. The last section I have is historic preservation. Yeah. Oops, wrong page here. Yep, page 463. All right, this core item is funded by the federal and other funds. In this case, the category other funds includes Historic Preservation Revolving Fund and the Economic Development Advancement Fund. The State Historic Preservation core totals $846,825 and 17.25 FTE. This authority allows the division to coordinate federal Historic Preservation Fund grant, coordinate efforts under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and coordinate nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. Please turn to the Historic Preservation Program specific distribution on page 471.
Okay, sir, we do have a question. Representative Sander, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a question here on the fiscal note from yesterday. It says like general revenue for the battlefield thing. I was looking at this while we were on break, but now the historic preservation budget on that page, you just said 463. It says unexpended funds, and there's like 155,000, 110,000, 121,000. And then in the fiscal note, it would say stuff like National Register, 15,000, 100,000. Why would that not come out of the federal or the other? Why would it be coming out of general revenue? Everything on a fiscal note to preserve a battlefield? I don't know.
Hello, Mike Sutherland again. I think as they put together the fiscal note, which is different than the budget process, but that when they put together the fiscal note, they just used general revenue as the fund that they used as the example. It could have come from a different fund, but in showing the amount, they used general revenue as the fund. They could have used perhaps a different fund to pull the money from, for the example of the fiscal note, but that's what was used for that fiscal note.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's just one time, but I asked earlier if like general revenue money is used by the Department of Natural Resources, and I don't think there's a time when it was, so why would it be in a fiscal note?
Not generally, although it could, I guess it could be that someone could put, during the budget process, somebody could put general revenue into there's nothing that keeps general revenue from being used for state parks. In fact, it used to be the sales and use tax, general revenue was regularly used for the state parks funding. But once that passed, then I think gradually over time, it got to where no general revenue was used. It's not a requirement that none is used. We just haven't requested any because voters have provided us the sales and use tax and earnings.
Right, and that sales and use tax, like on page 418, it says 5.5 million unexpended. Every page here I'm seeing so far has unexpended money, so why would you, I don't know, maybe it's, I'm not saying you or anybody, but the department, why would the...
we could have, I think that if there was a revised fiscal note, it could show the same $1.3 million or $1.1 million coming from a different fund. It could have said the sales and use tax fund,
right.
Or the parks and soils fund.
I guess there's a lot of federal money tied to preservation here, and I could think of 5 different places that need that type of preservation, but maybe the fiscal note saying it's coming from general revenue is why it's not getting done after 160 years after the Civil War. But can we revise some of these to get it to where it's reflected using unexpended funds? I don't know.
I think, and I'd be glad to talk about your bill with you separately, and I think that there's a process that you can ask for a revised fiscal note if you choose to, and so there's a process for that. So you,
okay.
I think so. I'm not trying to.
I don't know. I
I'm
just
trying
want to
to
get
answer
it
your
done.
question best I
so
can.
maybe I'll amend it to have more than just the one. I don't think it should be in general revenue. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, page 471, this core item is funded by the federal and other funds. In this case, other funds includes Historic Preservation Revolving Fund. This $1.6 million authority allows the division management and oversight of historic preservation grants pass-through program and provides the authority to distribute historic preservation revolving funds. Please turn to Historic Preservation Transfer, page 481. This is a core to continue transfer of the non-resident athlete entertainer tax. The core item allows for $1,006,859 general revenue transfer of funds. These funds are collected from non-resident athlete and entertainer tax and transferred to the Historic Preservation Revolving Fund. The transfer is authorized under Chapter 143.183.9 of Missouri statutes. The purpose of the fund is to make available assistance to local governments to protect and preserve historic properties. A new decision item based on the governor's recommended budget is reflected on page 487. This new decision item would increase the entertainer tax for historic preservation by $325,000. A corresponding new decision item can be found on page 491, is requesting the increased authority for the pass-through program for the historic preservation grants. The expanded GR transfer would in turn expand this grant program to preserve, protect, and restore historic county courthouses or historic county courthouse grounds.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I'm sure you expected me to inquire on this one, but I just want to walk through again. This would get us to the proportionate share of 10% of overall funds. That's what the additional amount added is. What does this get us to if we approve all of this as the total?
About 40%.
40% of what it is of what the statute says it should be.
Right.
Okay, so the total dollar amount though would be 1.9. Would it be like 2 million?
I think 10% would be right at 3.2, Mike, I think.
The dollar amount would be 1.3 million.
That's the total we'd be at after all of this? It's the 1 million plus the 325?
Yeah, which And I think just a couple years ago, we were at 200,000. So this is a significant
Yeah.
increase from just a couple years
I,
ago.
I recall that going up. Looks like fiscal year 22 was the first with that bump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and with fiscal year 22, since you did get a significant increase, are you finding yourselves able to get that money to folks that need it? Like, are you investing in projects that you're happy with, or is there more money than demand?
I think it's making us able to and get the program sort of back up to speed in offering grants. And this funding not only passes through for grants, but it also acts as part of our match to our National Park Service grant that allows our operation. And then also the department has a couple properties in the Historic Preservation Revolving Fund that are under our care, and it can help us, allow us to maintain those properties as well. So so we're making good use of the money.
Is this going to grants, or is it going
It
more
is
to
going to
operating
grants.
the things that are
It is
within the
going.
state?
It's going to grants. A big portion of it is going to grants that are passed through grants to communities.
Do you know how much? What share of it's going to grants?
I'll have to get the majority of it.
Because you've got a lot of things within your own office that you're trying to run for the state too, right? That's what it sounds like.
But the majority of it's going to the grants. But
Okay.
I'll have to get the exact numbers on that.
Okay, and so this request would get you to 1.3. Have you been to that at that level before? Many years ago.
Long time, yeah.
It's been
Many years ago. But then the statute would put you at 3.2 million, roughly. Is that right? Because you're supposed to be 10% of it. Is that right?
10%, yeah.
And so
Yeah, I don't
that
have
3.2 number the governor used to come up with the additional amount would also be the number that you should be getting as a total, 3.2 million, right?
Yeah, we'll have to.
I'll have to check.
Okay. Do you think that you would have capacity and need to spend more than this request? Should it be available to you?
I think that immediately, I don't know that we would,
Okay.
because there's kind of a process of kind of ramping up towards that. I think that we are happy with the governor's recommendation and the increase, and that we'll build that capacity. And if we meet that capacity, I would hope that we might come back with another request. But I think that it might be premature because you have to build up to that capacity. Although I think that with the right timing and amount of time, that there could be projects, obviously, that could be requested that we could use that. But I think that if in the immediate year, that might be a challenge because you have to ramp up the
Okay.
program.
Could you possibly get us a breakdown of what grants have been approved for this
Yeah,
past year
yeah, for sure.
and where you're at with spending, so I can just see how you're
Yep.
how you're doing, and if there were other applications that you're not able to approve because of not enough money, I'd be curious to know that too.
Okay. Yep. We can get that for you.
Thanks.
Okay, please proceed.
All right. This concludes the presentation of the Missouri State Parks budget. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry, I was supposed to introduce Jennifer Eddy, the head of our Division of Administrative Support.
I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. We do have a question. Representative Cups, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that it's been something that was discussed in the past and is then with COVID and kind of got put on the back burner, but it's been re-brought to my attention recently that the federal government, the Corps of Engineers, and also through the USDA, the Forestry Service, has certain properties within the state that they are, for lack of a better term, abandoning. And I didn't know if the department was actively in conversations with any of those entities currently. I know that it has been discussed to potentially have the state take over that. I know that's not the right terminology, but to help with that transition, because in certain communities, certain areas, especially when we start looking at the southern part of the state where a lot of it may be federally owned,
national forest, and then you'll have these areas that were recreational use areas that were maintained by the federal government, and now, for whatever reason, the federal government has said, we are no longer going to allow this. And it's been 4 or 5 years ago, I think there was some pretty heavy discussion about potentially the state taking over those operations, maybe in an area where the state already had a presence nearby, to kind of group those together. I didn't know if that was, like, do you guys talk to the feds about that? Is that something that
we have been approached on things like that. I would say, Representative, my inclination is going to be very circumspect about taking on additional responsibilities and additional properties in the state park system. I mean, we already talked to you about and presented.
I mean, as is mine, but we're getting ready to take on maybe one of the largest, from a dollar standpoint,
that's what I was
project that
going
the
to
state
say,
has
and so
ever
that's-
taken on. So it's hard for some of us to go back to our communities and say, the state is choosing not to maintain a picnic area where half the community uses the picnic area because we don't want to take on a new property. But, oh, by the way, we're getting ready to drop what in the next, 15 years is probably going to cost $150 million.
That's what I was going to say. We just presented to you on Rock Island and the additional opportunity that is, but also it comes at an additional cost. So we obviously can't continue to expand beyond and take everything. So we have to look at, how does it align with our existing facilities? How does it align with the mission of the state park system? Does it provide additional opportunities that warrant bringing it into the system? And so that's all I'm saying.
I get that,
is
because I'm the first person to say we don't need to expand, because I've always said that's part of the reason we're in this boat in the first place, is infrastructure without maintenance is substantially worse than no infrastructure at all. That's kind of infrastructure 101. And so to commit to maintaining or taking on and maintaining these, then we have that ongoing cost and everything that comes with that. But do you understand where it's hard for us to go back to our communities and say, no, the state parks has a philosophy. That's the word I'll use. They have a philosophy that we are not going to expand the reach of the state parks properties, while we're also at the highest level that the state has ever done, expanding the reach of the state's properties.
What I would say is, we are not interested in expanding for the sake of expanding. It needs to add something to the system. The state parks exist to interpret and protect the best examples of Missouri's natural history, cultural history, things like that. And so I'm not saying to you that there is no opportunity, obviously, because we're I think with the Rock Island, it allows us to enhance a strength that we already have. With the Katy Trail, we already have more rail trail miles than any other state. And so when you have the opportunity to add 144 miles to that, it has an opportunity to create, even cement our status as a destination for folks that are trail users. And so to me, it has an opportunity to bring economic development, additional quality of life opportunities for the communities along that trail. And so I'm only suggesting to you that we need to be careful about additional opportunities for expansion, because there are limits to what we can do. And like I said, with the Rock Island Trail, we've been trying to do that with bringing additional revenue sources that are not not only taxing our existing revenue sources. So whether that be the governor's request on ARPA funding, or whether that be the private sector fundraising that the Parks Foundation has engaged in, or whether that be in some of the federal grant opportunities, we're trying to be very good stewards of our responsibility to implement the state park and historic site system, with balancing the desire to expand, which I understand absolutely. The answer to your question is yes, I understand that if those are federal properties that your constituents have become accustomed to using. Already publicly owned, but that obviously comes at a cost of adding to the system.
It's my understanding, I don't want to waste the committee's time, but it's my understanding that in certain instances, and by no means do I mean all, but the federal government has at least entertained the idea of gifting those properties to the state if the situation was right. I mean, the commitment I want from you is that as long as that continues to be the philosophy, once again, neither here nor there on expanding state parks, but if that is going to be the continued philosophy by the Department of Natural Resources Division of State Parks, then I need a commitment to have someone that will go with me to these communities when we're doing this Rock Island project and be the ones that tell these communities, no, we have a federal government that's willing to potentially gift this park or this CCC area or this, the Corps of Engineers, this access area to the state, and you look them in the eye and tell them, no, we don't want to take this on because we don't want any more land under the purview of state parks while we're spending.
So, Representative, that's not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think we have to look, and I'm happy to work with you and any of the other members in any of these cases, but I think we need to look at where is that property. Where is it in proximity to existing facilities that we have? What are the facilities that are there? What is it going to cost to maintain those facilities? Does it have infrastructure we're going to have to maintain? So happy to look at those cases, but all I'm saying is my perspective is I'm going to be very circumspect on making sure that if we're adding those at the request of representatives and the local communities, that we're really doing our due diligence to understand what are we obligating the future leaders of the state park system to maintaining and implementing. And does it make sense given its proximity to our existing operations? And all I'm trying to communicate is we're trying to think those things through as we're looking at any expansion of the system and not expanding for the sake of expanding.
I assume the Rock Island has checked all those boxes you just...
In my mind, absolutely has.
Thank you.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I won't be long. I just, there's an item in here that I would like someone from your office to come and visit with me about when you have it at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. As stated, my name is Jennifer Eddy, and I'm the Director of the Division of Administrative Support. The first agency-wide item is on page 497. This new decision item is the cost to continue the FY22 pay plan, which totals approximately $770,000. Next, on page 523, is the new decision item for the governor's recommended FY23 cost to continue pay plan, which totals approximately $5 million. On page 551 is the Environmental Restoration Corps at approximately $4.4 million in other funds. On page 563 is the Natural Resources Revolving Services Corps for $2.4 million. This program's specific appropriation allows internal and external customers to efficiently pay for services. The next agency-wide item is on page 571. The $600,000 new decision item allows vehicle fleet obligations to be paid. It temporarily increases the Natural Resources Revolving Services core. The next agency-wide core item is on page 577. The refunds core from federal and other funds allows us to efficiently process refunds owed to citizens and organizations. The next agency-wide core item is on page 585, which is the sales tax reimbursement to General Revenue Corps for $31,000. This item allows us to remit taxes collected by the department from retail sales. The next agency-wide core item is on page 593. This core includes the Cost Allocation Fund, or CAF, transfer and the OA ITSD federal fund transfer totaling $17.7 million for administrative staff costs, leasing, and OA ITSD. The final agency-wide core item is on page 617. This is the $1 legal expense fund transfer from the department's core budget to the state legal expense fund for the payment of claims, premiums, and expenses. This concludes the agency-wide section of our budget and the department's testimony. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Director Bunton.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the department's presentation of the governor's recommended budget. We appreciate your time and the opportunity to present our budget. I would now turn it over to Joe Boland, who will present the budget for the EIERA.
Thank you, Mr. Director, and to the department for being here with us today. We do have one question before you go. Representative Cups, you're recognized for inquiry.
I'm going to go back quite a ways, and please just give me the 5,000-foot overview. I know we've talked a lot about the proposed legislation concerning the anhydrous ammonia, the relocation of the anhydrous ammonia regulation from the Department of Ag to the Department of Natural Resources, also the $1.25 fee per ton that would be assessed. That would go into a newly created fund that is controlled by the Air Commission. What's the name of the commission?
The Air Conservation Commission.
Air Conservation Commission. Okay. I understand there's some vacancies on that commission currently. And we'll need to talk a little bit about that offline. The question I have is, there's been conflicting rhetoric as to what you currently do in the regulatory process of that industry. Do you currently have someone in a truck that drives around and inspects those particular anhydrous locations, storage locations? Most of the time they're at agricultural retailers and co-ops. You currently do not have someone that inspects those.
Division of Environmental Quality. That particular regulation is currently covered by the Environmental Protection Agency right now. So we do not have staff that do that. So the bill would transfer that delegation of authority of that piece to the Department of Natural Resources.
Correct. It would transfer the delegation of that piece from the Department of Agriculture of the state of Missouri to the Department of Natural Resources, and then the rhetoric is that then the EPA would not be involved because you all are involved?
Right. The intention of the bill, and stakeholders came to us for that piece of the bill, is that we, as the agency, would request delegation from the Environmental Protection Agency for that piece of the ammonia regulation. And we've checked with EPA, and they're like, fine, you can do it.
Because the EPA doesn't have somebody in a truck that drives around and does it right now either.
Right.
I've checked on that, and I've been like literally lied to where they say they do. They don't. And they want us to be in compliance, and so they would love nothing more than for us to properly have that delegated. But that's currently there's been like this three-way rhetoric that we currently have some regulation within the Department of Ag, which is outdated. I get that,
right.
But that you guys also had someone that drove, like literally drove around and checked on this, which is not true,
right.
And that the EPA had somebody that drove around and checked on this, which is also not true unless there's a complaint.
Exactly. My understanding, and I don't know what they currently do, but they have like 2 people in the EPA Region 7 area designated.
Like in the Midwest, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The four
yeah.
Region 7
And
states.
they take like 18 weeks of vacation a year. Yeah, correct.
So yes, most of the time they just inspect when there's complaints.
When there's a complaint.
So, and then they would do the enforcement and penalize the facility. And so the industry came to us and said, we really want Missouri to regulate Missouri facilities. And so we said, yes, we can do that, but it has to fund itself because we don't have
Correct.
staff
Hence
either.
the $1.25
Exactly.
fee.
Right.
I had a pretty hard time finding the actuarial data as to where the $1.25 came from. That's a conversation for another day. But
Yeah, we can talk more.
Yeah,
there's a
we
long
will.
history of that bill.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few more inquiries here. Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saved this one question rather than ask it over and over again all the way through the book here, just to the end, so that you could comment on it all at one time. Just as an example, in the Geological Survey Division, there's a lot of unexpended, and I'm talking about an operations core in the various places in the book. There's a significant amount of unexpended funds. Is that due to the unavailability of staff to fill positions as a general rule?
As a general rule, yes, particularly when we look at engineers and geologists and some of those types of positions, what we have seen, and you'll see that in, in some of the positions that have been vacant longer, it's not for lack of attempt of filling those positions. We've just had difficulty in being able to find qualified people that are interested in those positions at what we compensate.
Plus natural attrition is piling on, right?
Yes, I think that at least last year, I think DNR was like third in terms of the agencies with the most of our workforce eligible to retire over the course of the coming years. And so, yes, and a lot of the ones that we have filled have been filled with internal hires, which then, it kind of is a vicious circle to some extent.
Yep. Yeah, you're feeding on yourself.
Yeah.
So the 5.5% raise, can you speculate on whether or not that's going to make a difference? And I'm talking about professional staff, which is mostly the folks in the one division for sure, but probably throughout your department. Is that going to help?
I think obviously it will help. Whether it will solve the issue, I think I could only speculate on, but obviously it would certainly help with our ability to be more competitive, particularly in those professional positions that we have had a tremendous amount of difficulty in filling.
So you may be left with the choice of absorbing some of this unexpended funds into raises beyond the 5.5%?
Well, we have looked at, particularly in the positions where we have the highest level of turnover, and particularly in areas where it is having a severe impact on our operations and our service to our customers, looking at those market rate adjustments to be competitive. Certainly, yes.
And you know why I asked this question, right? The same drum I keep beating on.
Yes,
about
sir.
Getting these projects approved and out the door, so folks we don't run into a time limit problem on these, especially these infrastructure questions.
Absolutely. You and I have visited about that a number of times. And
Ad nauseum, right? My apologies, but
and
I'm
I can
worried.
Tell you, it's not only for the projects that are flowing through our agency's budget, but for virtually every ARPA project that involves construction or involves moving dirt, we will likely be involved in permitting, in doing the Section 106 reviews of the National Historic Preservation Act that are required anytime you're expending federal funds. And I can assure you that none of the leadership team at the department is interested in becoming a bottleneck on preventing these projects from moving forward. Obviously, we're all aware of supply chain issues and other challenges contractor capacity, all of those types of things. And so we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that we are staffed appropriately and that we're looking at our processes and efficiencies in those processes to streamline any of the reviews that we would have to do.
Last question. Last year, we approved the funding for the 2 FTE for the dam safety. Were we able to fill those positions?
I know one of them we were. I'll have to get back with you,
Yeah,
Representative.
that'd be fine.
And we can also give you an update on kind of the status of the dam survey inventory work that is accomplishing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Rusty Black, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, and I'll try to go pretty quick. Somebody else has noticed that I've been in another committee meeting all day and just showed up. So I will apologize if these have been answered first. But ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Would you come back up here? Because I'm pretty sure this goes back to the stuff Representative Cupps was talking about. First question, what board? What was the name of the board?
Sure. Again, my name is Kira Moore. I'm the Division Director for Environmental Quality. The Missouri Air Conservation Commission.
Okay, there were openings on this board, you said?
Yes.
Was there somebody recently appointed to that board?
Yes, there
First
was
name
Erica
Kevin?
Eric, what's that? Oh,
Okay,
Kevin Rosenbaum was
so
reappointed.
that is,
Yes, he
that
was
is the
reappointed.
board. So there are farmer producers that serve on this board as well, right? So I can have some safety, at least for those of us that are agricultural people, that somebody like Mr. Rosenbaum's
Yes,
on.
he is the ag
Okay.
representative on the board.
And
Yes.
this board will ultimately be in charge of the rules and regulations that are put out to govern anhydrous ammonia on farm ground and with farm suppliers.
Yes, that's
It's going to
correct.
stay underneath that column.
Right. Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. I think we're ready to talk about the EIERA. So thank you to the department for being with us today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for joining us. Please identify yourself to the folks at home and proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joe Boland, and I serve as the Director of the Environmental Improvement and Energy Resources Authority. The authority was established by the General Assembly in 1972 as an environmental finance and technical assistance entity that is administratively assigned to the Department of Natural Resources. It's governed by a 5-member board, which is appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. The board approves the terms and conditions of programs and financing, authorizes financial assistance awards, establishes an annual budget, enters into contracts to carry out the business of the authority, and employs a staff of consultants to carry out its day-to-day activities. The authority assists in providing financing solutions such as the State Revolving Loan Fund, technical assistance, and research for environmental and energy-related projects. And there are currently 4 ongoing areas of activity that the authority is engaged in. The first is the authority issues tax-exempt bonds. In this area, bonds are issued not only for the State Revolving Fund, which provides low-interest financing for municipal water and sewer projects, but also private activity bonds on behalf of industry and investor-owned utilities. And to date, we've issued approximately $6 billion in infrastructure bonds. The second, we operate the Missouri Market Development Program. This provides financial assistance to manufacturers and entrepreneurs that create products from recycled content materials, saving precious landfill space and creating jobs to support the local community. We operate a Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, which provides loans and grants for environmental cleanups at contaminated properties in order to redevelop them. And finally, we offer paying agent activities in 2 main areas. As authorized by the Division of Energy, we pay community service agencies for low-income weatherization activities on behalf of certain utilities such as Empire Gas and Empire Electric. We also assist with environmental restoration efforts for projects in Webb City, Springfield, and Kansas City. On page 623, you'll find the governor's recommendation for $1.1 million from other funds to pay for the operations of the authority. This reflects a core reduction of $150,000 in E&E from the previous year. The authority pays all operating expenses, including retirement and health care contributions from its own funds. We have zero general revenue in this budget. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. How is that fund funded then?
We generate our revenue by the issuance of bonds and notes and other financings.
Okay.
So,
thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. And next up is Kelly Ogletree, the Director of the Petroleum Storage Tank Insurance Fund.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, please identify yourself to the folks at home and proceed.
I'm Kelly Ogletree. I'm the Executive Director of the Missouri Petroleum Storage Tank Insurance Fund. I'm here today testifying on behalf of our Board of Trustees. We have an 11-member Board of Trustees appointed by the Governor who is charged with administering the fund. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you for joining us. If you would, please, sometimes you have to get right up on that microphone. Yes, thank you very much.
There we go.
Okay, great.
And I'll speak up a little bit. So just as a brief introduction, and I'll keep it brief because I'm also the closer for the department here. So the Missouri legislature created the first underground storage tank insurance fund back in 1989. And then for the next 7 or 8 years, it changed a whole bunch. They took it and moved it into, they created the Petroleum Storage Tank Insurance Fund, moved all the fund over to this new fund and put the board in charge of it. So the PSTF itself, which is what we call it, has been around since about 1996. We've been in operation. PSTF has 2 purposes, and to date in the history of the fund, the claims that have been filed against PSTF have been split about 50-50 between these 2 purposes. The first is to provide a pollution liability coverage. It's a lot like an insurance coverage to Missouri's underground and above ground storage tank owners and operators who wish to voluntarily participate. So participation in the fund in this capacity is voluntary. We have about 1,800 tank owners who participate in the fund currently and cover about 9,400 storage tanks across the state. To date, we've spent about $190 million cleaning up releases from those participating tanks over the years. The other purpose of the fund is one that not everybody realizes we even do, even though, as I said, it's about half of the claims on the fund to date, and that is to provide funds to certain legacy pollution sites. So these are sites that have had a release from a petroleum storage tank prior to the time that what we call the LUST program, the Leaking Underground Storage Tank. So prior to the implementation of the environmental laws that are currently in place. We refer to those as legacy or remedial claims, and the PSTF funds those under certain circumstances. We have to have known that the tanks were there. We being the state had to know the tanks were there, and they can't have been operating since those dates. We're funded by a fee on all the petroleum product that comes into the state. The current fee is $26 per transport load, and that's about 8,000 gallons. So that's our fund. If you want to talk about the budget itself, if anybody has any questions about the fund, I'm happy to answer before we get into the nitty-gritty of the money.
You know, I do have one quick question about your board. How many vacancies do you have?
We currently have 3.
And you said it's a 12-member board.
11.
11, so you have 9 out of 11. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. We can go ahead and get into the book. Thank you.
So our first core decision item, you can find it on page 633. This core decision item, which is $2,359,736. That one is for funding all of the board's staff and operating expenses. It includes functions that are typically thought of as underwriting functions, processing of applications, issuing coverage documents, loss prevention activities. We cover inspections on site on tanks that we ensure. We do that because knowing that the inspections are in compliance with MDNR's rules, then it makes it safer. We can catch leaks before they happen sometimes. Actuarial analysis of the fund, cash flow projections, data management, all those kind of things are in that $2 million, that first core decision item.
Okay, we have a question. Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize, I might have jumped ahead here on you. So if you want to introduce, then if there's no other questions on this one, and you want to introduce the next section, I'll reserve my question for that one.
About the fun part,
So-
the cleanups
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah.
Sure, that's fair. So
Apologize, Mr. Chair.
the next core item is
Okay,
on.
I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. We've got another question that's appeared. Representative Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
So you say your fee was $26 per tank?
Per transport load, which is about 8,000 gallons of fuel.
So $26 for every 8,000, and that's passed on to the consumer, I'm assuming?
What the distributors do with that and how they absorb that, I don't know.
And that works out to be about 32 cents per gallon, 32 and a half cents per gallon?
No, far less than that. 8,000 gallons, $26. I'd have to do the
Okay.
math, but it's.
I'll just look it up. I'll try to figure it out.
Okay.
So, but, and then do you actually pay an underwriter for the other part? Do you use your fund as an insurance agent itself, or do you pay an underwriter as for an extraordinary claim?
We contract for our underwriting services. We contract those out to somebody that have been doing it for years for us.
Great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we are not a reinsurance. In other words, we don't go out and buy insurance to cover this. It's our own.
Just kind of self-insurance.
Sort of. We're not an insurance agency. We're not an insurance company. We're not governed by the insurance statutes. We have a participation agreement, which looks a lot like a pollution liability insurance policy. But we're not insurance. We're not governed by the same statutes that an insurance company would be.
And what's the amount of money in your PISTA fund?
A little over 42 or so million currently.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on
Okay.
to 639.
39 is the second core decision item. This one's the one that covers the cost for the claims themselves. So this one pays for the cleanups of the petroleum releases when they occur, or the legacy pollution, as I said, that might have happened years and years ago. This one authorizes the investigation, adjudication, and payment of the claims for the cleanups.
Representative Mayhew, you are recognized for a question.
Thank you for the question for the right part of the budget. Apologize for earlier. So in prior budget years, I did notice that the unexpended funds was, as we see in 2019, a lot closer to the actual budget authority on it. And so I see a significant difference now, and hopefully that's less claims being filed, or was this a COVID problem?
There are less claims every year. It's been trending down for many years, but that is actually a COVID problem. We have found that not only getting people out there to do the cleanup work themselves, but there's a lot less activity in general in the petroleum industry, and so they're not pulling tanks and putting in new ones and that sort of thing. Right now, I've heard as much as 2 years to get a new underground storage tank from a manufacturer. So anytime you get in there and start doing stuff like pulling old tanks out, they check and see if there's any contamination that they can turn around and file a claim with PISTF and get cleaned up. So there's not a lot of that going on. So we have fewer claims. To be quite frank, releases are down. There are fewer actual new releases occurring because the technology keeps getting better.
So you said what I was hoping you would say is we have a significant downward trend. Do you have a gut on what we are going year to year on less issues where we have to involve the fund?
A while. We're a ways out from that, to be quite honest. We currently have 619, as of the end of January, we have 619 open claims
Okay.
with PISTF. So we've got a ways to go. It looks like, we open probably anywhere from 2 to 5, 6 new claims a month, at least in each category. So, 45, 50 a year that are new.
But I do believe from even 3 years ago, that's a big change.
It's going the right direction. I don't know if I'd qualify it as good. I'd like to see no new releases filed with the claim so that we can get taken care of what's still out there for sure. Cleanups of petroleum products, it takes a long time. So we're playing the long game here. So we're starting to move in the right direction because fewer new ones are taking away resources from the ones that are ongoing, and we're going to level out and get there in the next 8 to 10 years, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I think we're all set unless you have any closing comments.
No.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes our hearing with the Department of Natural Resources. Up next, we have the Department of Agriculture. And as you all make your way up, I want to remind the committee that we have 3 departments left to go today. So please keep that in mind. Good afternoon to you both. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, please identify yourselves to the folks at home and proceed. Thank you.
We're here today to present the governor's 2023 recommended budget. The Missouri Department of Agriculture budget is just under $43 million, and Missouri Agriculture and Forest Industries are estimated to contribute $93.7 billion to Missouri's economy. With me today, I brought all of my division directors to answer any questions that you might have, and my new budget director, Alyssa Wiles. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As Director Chen said, my name is Alyssa Wiles. Before we get started, I would like to note the first 2 items in our book are statewide pay plan requests. Would you like me to review those individually or move forward, Mr. Chairman?
I think unless we have any questions from the committee related to the Department of Agriculture's pay plan, I think we're okay. So let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you.
So we will start on page 45 with the governor's recommended director's office core. The governor recommended a total of $2.6 million. This is no change from the previous fiscal year. Next, there is a new decision item for an operational excellence coordinator within the office of the director. This is on page 61. This request for $73,886 would allow the authority to fund the coordinator position, which will work across all programs and divisions to compile analytical data using Tableau software. We will evaluate where we can repurpose an existing vacant FTE in order to utilize this funding.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same question I've been asking. If this gets approved and moves into the core, would we see an FTE then?
So we will repurpose an existing FTE, so you will not see a new FTE. However, if you look on page 53 of your budget book, decision item detail, the existing position would be reclassified in our system, so you would see the job title of Senior Research Data Analyst on the decision item detail page in the book next year to reflect where we repurpose the FTE. So right now it exists somewhere else in our budget
Right.
as a different position,
Right.
but we will retitle it and move it into this.
And then that FTE would move into here and.
Correct, but
and
it's
out of there.
existing, so
Correct.
it's
Yeah, I
just
got
gonna
that.
offset.
Do you think is there, as these excellence coordinators develop their work, do you see opportunity to be collaborating with other departments on projects that overlap?
Yes, right now we do work very well with other agencies where we can to try and collaborate and make the best resources of best use of state resources. But right now what this position will do is be looking at each of our divisions and help us find efficiencies and make sure that we're working smarter, not harder.
Okay, I don't think I have heard anybody talk about how they've been collaborating with cross departments at all throughout the entire budget from the time I've been on here.
So we work really close with Department of Economic Development on a lot of things where we can, try and focus on economic development for agriculture. So we overlap at times like in that. We also have worked with Department of Natural Resources on several levy issues and things of that nature. And so when there are needs that would arise that we would work together on that, and this position could do that, we would utilize that at that time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so next on page 67, you'll see a new decision item for COVID-19 federal stimulus specialty crop block grant. This request for $180,000 will allow the department to award USDA funds to applicants, which will strengthen the specialty crop food system, specifically those were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, the next item recommended by the governor
Sorry,
is-
Representative Cups, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had when I was looking through this book originally, I just had a question about the definition of specialty crop by the federal government doesn't specify food crop, yet you just said food crop. Is it something that the department has made that designation, or is?
So specialty crop, by definition, is essentially anything that is not a grain or commodity.
Correct. There's fiber crops that definitely fit into that category. I know that there's also.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up our grants manager who deals with this program specifically to answer that question for you, Representative Cups.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Heinrichs. I'm the grants manager for the Department of Ag. USDA actually defines a specialty crop. It includes fruits, vegetables, tree nuts, dried fruits, horticulture, and nursery crops at this time.
Okay. It is, and so that's something that it would have to fall into the purview of that to qualify
The
for
USDA definition, that is correct.
Okay.
And so if you go to their website, they have an exact listing there.
Well, I'm going to throw out an example because I do know that they, by technicality, classify some hemp production operations as specialty crop. And so if we're sitting here looking and saying, and I'm not a hemp guy, nor am I advocating for the hemp industry or the CBD industry, but I know that's a question that could arise.
Correct. And at this time, USDA defines it as an ineligible crop at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it takes us to 73.
Okay, so page 73 is the veterinary student loan transfer. The governor continued the core funding of $120,000 from lottery funds to allow 6 veterinary students to receive loans of $20,000 per year for up to 4 years of vet school. This is no change from the previous fiscal year. The next item is the core veterinary student loan payment appropriation on page 79. This is the appropriation for expenditures from the veterinary student loan fund. The $180,000 appropriation is larger than the transfer amount in the event that the employment conditions of loans are not satisfied. Loans must be repaid and the proceeds would be used to fund additional loans in the amount transferred during that fiscal year. Next is the Ag Business Development Division Core on page 87. The division's focus is on working with Missouri farmers and agribusinesses to increase profitability by increasing international and domestic sales. The governor's $3.4 million recommendation reflects a reduction of a total of $900,000 in one-time general revenue funding. There is also a reallocation of a total of $101,268 in general revenue for the WIC Farmers Market as authorized by House Bill 432 in fiscal year 21. I'm sorry, in year 2021, fiscal year 2022.
Looks like we're going to take you back to the vet loan program. Representative McGaugh, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Hello, welcome, and I apologize. I'm right here. That we go back. Refresh my memory, and I don't see it in any of the written here. These student loans for the vets, do they pay that back, or is there some type of mention that it has to go to a small area, or not small animals, but a rural area?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have designated areas of need in the state, and as long as they return to one of those areas, then that loan is forgiven. However, if they do not return to one of those areas, then they have to pay the loan back.
That's exactly what I thought. And so do you have a list of where those areas are, and do they remain constant, or do they change due to population or something?
We do have a list of that back at the department. We'd be happy to get that to you. I think that as we meet the need in certain areas, that could change. Okay. But right now, it's just been such a challenge to get veterinarians back to our rural areas. Almost every area of the state in a rural area has a need.
Well, this certainly helped, and I had some friends that took advantage of it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Gregory, you're recognized for an inquiry.
I wasn't going to bring us back since Representative McGaugh did. I'll ask the question. Is there 5 students in the program right now? If my easy elementary Santa Fe math is correct.
It's 6.
But actual expenditures was 116.4. So would that mean that we just got 5 students in?
What page are you looking at, Representative?
Well, I think I'm on the page
74?
80.
You're on page 80, okay.
Maybe I'm on the wrong page to know exactly what number of students there was.
Can we get back to you on that? When we'll go back and check with the animal health program to find out if we have 5 or 6 in there right now. I thought we had 6, but I do see where that 116,000 is listed there. If Robin had been here, he would know, but Alyssa's been on the job for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, so.
No, that's great. I'm just
a
asking the
lot
question because I know it's very viable. The main vet in Marshall that does all the sale barn work, I'm 65 years old. I'm going to have to quit one of these days, and that would leave a very large void. So I like the program. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on how many students are actually in it right now. I think it's 6, though. Yeah, it is 6, so. Page 84 has it that it's 6, sorry.
Are you concluded in your inquiry, Representative? Representative McGaugh, clarification. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just needed to know then from the back and forth, is 6 the maximum you can have? All right, I didn't pick up on that. Thank you very much.
So we were on 87, Ag Business Development. I'll entertain anything there. I didn't see anything the first time, though. So if we don't have anything with that, we should be ready to go to Missouri Grown on 109.
Okay, so on page 109, the governor recommended $258,119 for Missouri Grown, which was previously known as the Agri-Missouri program. This promotes products that are produced or processed in Missouri through a variety of marketing channels, including retail, restaurants, and direct-to-consumer marketing. The governor did not recommend any changes in funding.
I'm sad to say this is the Christmas boxes, right? At least in part. I was too late this most recent year, and you were sold out. So better luck next year. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, do these great boxes with Missouri-made products, and they make great Christmas gifts. So hope you continue to do that for my sake, and maybe I'll remember to get in there and get them purchased. So I think that's been a pretty popular program.
We've actually done it. This was our 2nd year, and we sold out last year. It was a pilot program, and we ended up having to double the amount that we did. This year, we doubled what we did last year and sold out again. So we'll make note to have our staff reach out to your office next year, though.
That's fantastic. Yes,
to
I
see
would
if you're
appreciate
interested.
the reminder, because by the time I got on it, it was too little too late. So,
I was too late also, so don't feel bad.
okay, that does make me feel better. 119.
Okay, 119 is the core request for the abattoir or meat laboratory located at the University of Missouri in Columbia. The governor recommended continuing the $1 general revenue appropriation. There has not been spending on this project since fiscal year 14. Okay, the next item is the Wine and Grape Board core request on page 125. This program is responsible for research and promotion of Missouri grapes, juices, and wine. There are 129 wineries in Missouri, and this program is 100% fee funded. Okay. The next item recommended by the governor is the core request for the Missouri Ag and Small Business Development Authority, otherwise known as MASBDA, on page 139. MASBDA helps ensure financing is available to agricultural and small rural businesses. The recommended $1 million core appropriation has not changed from last year. The next core request is on page 215, the Agriculture Development Fund. There are no changes to the $222,000 appropriation from last fiscal year.
Representative Cups, you are recognized for an inquiry.
On the MASBDA, can we explain the rationale of the 25,000 GR?
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Wood. I'm the Executive Director of Missouri Ag and Small Business Development Authority. The $25,000 is just a potential transfer. We have loan guarantees, and if they were to go bad, that money would be utilized for that. But we haven't had that happen in a long time.
So it's authority, but has never been utilized, correct?
Not since I've been here for several years, anyway.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the loan would have to go bad for that to be necessary?
Correct.
Okay.
Our default rate is 0.0034%.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Lewis, you are recognized for an inquiry.
That's me over here. I'm afraid I'm going to sound ignorant, but on MASBDA, we were just in a committee hearing, to extend the meat processing credit of MASBDA, and how is this, I thought we were kind of doing that in that committee to extend the tax credit for MASBDA. How is that interacting with this line item right here? Can someone help me?
Which line
Well,
item?
I'm sorry, 139, page 139.
Okay, so the 25,000 is in regards to our loan guarantee programs, which are separate from the tax credit programs.
Is the rest of it part of the tax credit program, the rest of the money that you see here in the other?
So the tax credit programs aren't going to be showing here in the money. Like, they're programs that we oversee, but they're not programs that actually utilize funds that you see listed, if that makes sense. Just because, a tax credit's a hit on the state, somebody's state liability for taxes, but that's not part of the budget items.
So the rest of the money here for the other loan guarantee and the grant programs that we offer, we have value-added grants and things of that nature. That's what the rest of the money.
I got it. Okay, I got it. So let me check, make sure I have it. But so essentially, the money that's shown here is taking care of your animal waste treatment system loan program, your beginning farmer loan program, your down payment loan program, et cetera. It's not taking care of the meat processing facility investment tax credit program or those other tax credits, because they're not going to show up here, they're tax credits.
Correct.
Okay, I got it now. Thanks.
The next item is the Dairy Industry Revitalization Act on page 233. This $25,000 appropriation has not changed from the previous fiscal year. This will allow funding for up to 5 new dairy scholarships if scholarships awarded in previous fiscal years are repaid instead of forgiven. The next item is the Animal Health Core Request on page 239. The Division of Animal Health includes a disease control program, a companion animal program, and a state meat inspection program. Livestock and poultry account for over $3 billion annually in agricultural cash receipts. There is a $20,539,000 reduction in the Animal Health Core $20 million of this is a reduction in one-time funding for meat processing and development. $289,000 was one-time funding for meat and poultry inspection, and $250,000 was for brucellosis testing.
Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the funding, the GR and federal, is that a match, or are those just used for separate purposes?
Which line are you talking about, ma'am?
I'm talking about the difference between GR, general revenue, and federal funds.
Okay, so some of that is general revenue. Some of it, like our meat and poultry inspection program, is a federal matched program. So we pay 50%, and then USDA pays 50% of that. When it comes to disease protection, though, that is fully general revenue funded.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is our indemnity corps on page 261. There is no change from the previous fiscal year's recommendation of $10,000 general revenue to control animal diseases by the removal and depopulation of disease-infected animals. Although this appropriation is small, indemnity payments are essential to the state's ability to respond in the event of a disease outbreak. Next is the Grain Regulatory Services Corps on page 269. This program's licensing and audit of grain warehouses and dealers helps to ensure a stable grain merchandising industry, which includes 60,000 Missouri grain farmers and over $8 billion of annual economic activity. There is no change from the previous fiscal year's appropriation. Next is the Grain Inspection Services Corps on page 283. There is no change in the $2.9 million appropriation from the previous fiscal year. The Grain Inspection Program provides grain grading and inspection services upon request to facilitate the trade and marketing of grain. The next core request is Commodity Services on page 295. This program provides centralized collection and distribution of assessment fees for 9 commodity checkoff programs and is supported entirely by user fees. The $173,059 recommendation has not changed from the previous fiscal year. Next is the Plant Industries Corps on page 307. The Plant Industries Division consists of 5 programs that administer 12 separate state laws and cooperate in the administration of 4 federal laws. The governor recommended a $782,300 reduction of one-time expenditures for computer lab upgrades, lab equipment, and private pesticide application training. Next is a new decision item for feed laboratory equipment on page 349. The governor recommended $168,000 in authority from other funds to replace essential equipment in the division's feed lab. The 2 high-performance liquid chromatography instruments will enable the lab to increase accuracy in aflatoxin testing on pet food and dequinate testing to ensure livestock and poultry feed label claims are accurate.
Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I'm looking back at the Plant Industries Corps on 307, and on page 308 at the unexpended by funds, it looks like you are. I'm curious about these other funds. It looks like they are funded through fees. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you don't use them all. It looks like you leave a pretty hefty amount actually in the.
So I will bring up Paul Bailey, our division director. I believe the reason for that is the timing of when those pesticide registration fees are renewed. They all come due at one time. And so I believe that's the reason for the fund balance.
Yes, ma'am. Paul Bailey, division director, Plant Industries. Yes, ma'am. Pesticide registration fees all come due at the same time. And from the onset of the pandemic, we've seen an increase in number of pesticide products on the antimicrobial and disinfectant formulations. Thousands new products come in through EPA registration to the state for registration. So it increased our fees, as well as you won't believe it or not, but pet food products also saw a significant increase in
of course
new products. Companies
Foster pets.
companies produce new pet food products because when the pandemic hit, just like with the toilet paper, people were hoarding pet food. And so pet food companies, which Missouri is the
Well, there was a
largest pet
spike
food
in the
manufacturing state.
rescue dogs also. There was a big spike in people getting
That's
COVID
right.
dogs.
So people were buying pet food products. There was a large increase in new pet food products as well as pesticide products. So
And so that would explain why you have the increase in fees. But what happens to the funds when they're not used? They just sit in the fund. I mean, is there an opportunity to perhaps, if you're leaving that much on the table, is there an opportunity to lower fees here?
yes, ma'am. From the bill that created the increased fees in 2019, created a joint resolution committee. This committee, as well as stakeholders, is set by statute to meet every 5 years. We are currently in the process of looking at these fees now and looking at where we can lower the fees before we meet in the 5th year, which would be 24.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Black, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Paul. Don't leave. I'm glad you threw that last part in. I don't have to ask about that. We go back to the Plant Sciences division, Plant Industry division. Some lab equipment, et cetera, was pulled out, one-time reduction. And then we go right to that NDI feed lab equipment. I don't see where those would be interchangeable for me because of the way it was labeled, but did some of that equipment show up in that feed lab equipment? The NDI feed lab has nothing to do with the Plant Industry stuff that was cut. Would that be accurate to say that? On page 309.
Last year's NDI, is that what you're asking?
And on page 309, there was, okay, that's what I need to understand. Those were expenses from last year that were taken out of the core, and I didn't listen close enough. All right, forget that I'm stupid. Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Representative Ed Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Real quick question. Where's the feed lab that the HPLC units are going to?
It's here in Jefferson City on the other side of town, out near the mall.
And what's the location? What's it called? Is it called?
The Department of Ag Feed and Seed Lab.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, feed laboratory equipment, going once. Okay, let's go forward then, 353.
Okay, the next core request is invasive pests on page 353. This appropriate is used to prevent or delay the establishment of invasive pests such as the gypsy moth and thousand cankers. There's no change in the appropriation from the previous fiscal year. The next item is the boll weevil core on page 365. This appropriation supports the boll weevil eradication program. We are currently in a post-eradication program, which includes efforts such as monitoring to prevent reinfestation in cooperation with other states to eliminate the remaining boll weevil populations. There is no change in the fiscal year 22 appropriation.
Representative Gregory, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Can we get like a Japanese beetle eradication program? It's detrimental, along with turkey vultures, or black vultures. Black vultures, yeah. Sorry for the...
Yes, terrible for the tomatoes. Okay, 373.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Burnett, please proceed.
Thank you. On the other side of this coin, has there been any kind of study or impact study on what happens to the rest of the ecosystem if we eliminate the boll weevils?
In relation to the boll weevil eradication program?
Yes.
No, ma'am. To my knowledge, there's never been one done. This eradication program is actually administered by the Southeast Boll Weevil Eradication Foundation, which is located in every cotton-producing state in the Southeast and Southwest. We administer the funds that we collect for the Missouri cotton growers. It's a program that's paid by the cotton growers for their own benefit. We collect it and then send it back to them when members pay their assessment each year. And as far as I know, the Southeast Boll Weevil Eradication Foundation has never conducted any type of a large-scale assessment ecologically or related to the environment.
They have not. Are you familiar with any at all? Okay. All right. Thank you.
The last time an application was made for your benefit was 2008.
Okay. I mean, I know that cotton is a big product of Missouri, and but I just, you know, sometimes we have these really good programs that have unintended consequences, or there are ways that we could be mitigating those consequences if we're paying attention to the, you know, to the impact that has. And then just kind of curious if we're keeping an eye on that. What's that?
I said that's what we're doing now with surveillance and trapping.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Cups, you're recognized.
Correct me if I'm, when did Missouri officially declare eradication? I know that there's seemingly some confusion about environmental impact, but I guess we declared successful eradication, what, 20-some years ago?
Well, 2009.
Okay.
Yeah, we were free of boll weevil.
Okay, and so from 2009 until now, it's just essentially been monitoring,
surveillance, trapping. Yep.
To make sure that it's not like have this current effort of eradication, because for, you know, lack of a better way to describe it, we seemingly have accomplished what the consortium.
Eradication's been achieved.
Yeah, correct.
373.
The next is the core request for the Division of Weights, Measures, and Consumer Protection on page 373. The Weights and Measures Division monitors weighing and measuring practices to prevent unfair or deceptive dealing by weight or measures in any commodity or service advertised, sold, or purchased in the state. This includes commodities such as a gallon of gas or milk. This division is tasked with the monitoring of the scales at grocery stores to ensure that a pound of produce is being charged and sold in accordance with its actual weight. Motor fuels are also tested to ensure that they meet advertised grade specification. The governor's recommendation includes a $308,990,000 one-time reduction for scales equipment purchased in fiscal year 22. A portion of this equipment has not yet been delivered, and therefore you will see this item as an extension on the next section. The governor's recommended weights and measures core totals approximately $4.1 million. Next is a previously mentioned new decision item on page 411 for an extension of one-time funding for scales equipment, specifically the replacement of a large-scale truck and weight buggy. This truck was ordered December of 2021, but is not expected to arrive until December of 2022 at the earliest. The governor recommended $296,000 in authority to purchase this equipment. Next is a new decision.
I'm sorry, I almost missed Representative Cups. Please proceed.
I was just going to give you, have they sent you the email that said that you're not going to get it at all now? I know that a lot of OEMs have canceled like half their orders.
As far as I know, it has not been canceled
Has
yet.
it been completely canceled? Well, when they do that, let me know. So,
415.
Next is a new decision item for vehicle replacements in the Weights and Measures program on page 415. The governor recommended $139,915 of general revenue to replace 5 high-mileage vehicles in the Weights and Measures program. These vehicles currently range between 145,000 and 180,000 miles and have ongoing mechanical issues. Next is the Land Survey Program core on page 421. Land Survey Program's primary responsibility is to maintain the U.S. Public Land Survey System. The corners of the National Land Survey System are the framework that all surveyors and property owners rely on for determination of land boundaries. There is no change from last year's approximately $1.4 million appropriation.
Representative Mayhew, please proceed.
You knew I couldn't resist, right? So a couple of real quick questions on this. The recommendation includes 14.68 FTE. However, the governor's recommendation has no people to run it.
This was my first year doing a budget book, and that was a complete oversight. The governor did recommend those FTE.
So the governor's not cutting the people out of that division.
There
We're not
should
going
be-
to a self-service Land Survey Division.
In the bill, it definitely says that many FTE.
Thank you. One other question as far as that goes is, once again, we have a pretty big imbalance in the unexpended funds category for this division. I know these folks are operating on the edge of staying open. This is extremely important department. It affects, well, my life every day, but everybody that owns property every day. Without these records and these folks working there, our job would be extremely difficult. And so when I see a number like this, nearly half their budget unexpended, I'm kind of wondering why.
We'll bring up Jimmy Williams, who is our division director for this area.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Jimmy Williams. I serve as the division director for weights and measures. Representative to your question, I would say that, we've, like a lot of people, we've really struggled in the last year trying to fill positions, and we're continuing to have that problem. We do have some vacancies currently in land survey, but we are definitely doing everything in our power to try to fill those positions as soon as possible.
So I noticed that there was an increase in EE. Is there some equipment purchases planned?
Yes, we are hoping to update our GPS units that are used out in the field. My understanding is several of these units are 10 to 12 years old. A lot of the technology is outdated, and so we're hoping to invest in some new GPS units.
They can't cover it all. We're looking at 400 from we're at 436,000 on FTE. There's got to be some other equipment purchases in that.
There's also some software updates that we're trying to do. Carlson survey programs. I think we're in the process of trying to update that software, and we're also looking to purchase a new vehicle if we can find one available.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem now. Okay, and so basically what you're telling me is it's a statewide problem of trying to replace these people, certified people and professionally licensed people is what's causing most of this imbalance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
State Fair.
On page 437 is the State Fair Core. The Missouri State Fair showcases Missouri agriculture, agribusiness, domestic and fine arts through competition and educational experiences and offers quality entertainment. There is no change from last year's approximately $5.4 million budget.
Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me why? So on page 446, it says correctional officer, correctional sergeant, correctional lieutenant.
So we use offender labor during the state fair for cleanup, and like between livestock events, we'll have to clean out those barns, and we'll use offender labor to help clean those barns and get them flipped around. They also help with other miscellaneous cleaning throughout the fair in the off season when we don't have people there. So they help us with repairs and maintenance as well.
Do you know how much they get paid?
The correctional officers?
No, the offenders.
Is it $12 a day? I'll bring Mark Wolf up, my division director, to answer that question.
Thank you.
Mark Wolf, Director of Missouri State Fair. I know the rate is set by the corrections, and I think it's $10 a day is what it is currently. And then during the fair, we offer bonus to them if they make all the shifts. I think it's an extra $50 or something during that time span.
Okay, and then why is travel in-state going from 15,000 to 118,000?
What page are you on, sir?
446. The travel looks like it's going way up, and then professional services. I was wondering about those two things.
So on the travel, during COVID and thereafter, because of our budget situation, we did not do a lot of our conferences and conventions that we would normally be going to, and so that number went way down because we were not doing any of the travel. Now that some of those conferences and conventions are going back and happening in person, we are going to start traveling again.
Okay, that makes sense. What about professional services?
Professionals.
It's going from 260 to 923,000.
I think that's due to the lack of not having all of our staff full-time due to not having the fair in 2020. And then we have gone back up now to try and to become full-staffed. Hiring has been an extreme challenge during part-time seasonal help at the state fairgrounds as well. And so that has been another challenge, is that we're trying to attract young people or retired people to want to come out to the fairgrounds to work. But when local businesses are also paying $16, $17 per hour, we're only paying $11.30, I believe, per hour. So that has been a challenge for us.
Okay, so the professional services will be instead of trying to hire more people, or?
No, we're going to try and get full staff. So last year during the state fair, normally we hire approximately 800 to 900 temporary employees. Last year we were not able to do that. We started the state fair with around 500 employees, and by the first weekend of the fair we were down to 450 employees who were sticking with us to do it. And so we're planning to hopefully be full force this fair. The staff that were there and stuck with us are pretty burnt out. As you can imagine, they were working a lot of long hours and they're burnt out. So we're hoping to be more fully staffed for this state fair.
All right. I think that as a committee, we've heard that a time or two from the departments. And then my last question is, y'all are drawing these out of the state fair fees funds, amongst others. How much is in the state fair fees fund? Do y'all know what the fund balance is there?
I'm not sure what the current balance is right now. We basically pay for everything that we do out of the fee funds.
Right. A better question probably would be, how much money do y'all make per year?
Oh, the fee funds probably bring in close to around $5 million a year total.
Okay.
And then we also get some funding through the Ag Protection Funds.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
State fair equipment, 455.
Page 455 is state fair equipment replacement. This $165,962 appropriation provides the authority for replacement of existing equipment in addition of new equipment for the state fairgrounds using state fair fee funds. There are no changes from the previous fiscal year. Next is a new decision item for state fair equipment replacement on page 460. The governor recommended $250,000 of general revenue to provide ongoing support for the replacement of equipment at the Missouri State Fairgrounds. Equipment has not been purchased and maintenance has been deferred due to the lack of state fair fee fund revenue, which the equipment replacement needs exceed.
Remind me, would this go to the core for the equipment replacement, or is this just one time, this 250?
This would roll into the core. This is not one-time funding.
Okay. See no further. I think we can continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Burnett, please proceed.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. You're saying that these funds are needed in order to supplement the state fair fees?
Yes.
But we left a lot of money unexpended in the state fair fees and the previous items.
So a lot of our money gets spent from June to October every year when we have the fair. So there are contracts that we have to make down payments for. Those start anywhere from April to June. Then after the fair is over, then we spend out all that money. So we need all of that money to pay for the fair, to get from one fair to the next. But there is overlap where the money is just sitting there waiting for time to expend those funds.
How does that get reflected in the budget documents then? Does it?
sorry. I'm not sure that there's a good way for us to do that. Maybe somebody that's smarter at this part of it than I am. As Director Chin said, we have this lap over between the fiscal year, that starts July 1st, but we're already expending money or collecting money for entries and things in the previous fiscal year. So it's an odd overlap, and then we roll out of the calendar year, and we're still paying off things from that previous fair, which are still wrapping up from the last fair. So I don't know for sure. It kind of distorts that number, I guess, at the end of the day, but it's, once you go through the full cycle, then all those funds do get expended.
So like our camping fees is one example of that. People will start paying their camping fees in March, May of this year. They've already started. And so so we will get those camping fees right now, but that's not to be spent, actually for the expense until August when the state fair happens. But people are paying for their camping spots now.
So prior to the fair, we have to pay a portion of the contract. So those funds, regardless of when they come in, they are earmarked and they are obligated for that purpose. So we may have them sitting as a fund balance, but they are obligated to be used. We can pull a report to give you dates of spending if that would help, if you want to see when these funds are actually expended throughout the year to see.
I don't need to go. I don't need to drill down that deeply. I just am trying to understand how how we're supposed to make sense out of whether or not that fund needs to be supplemented if what we're seeing is a large amount of unexpended funds. That's all.
I understand. We can get a report pulled to show just the dates of expenditure and provide that to every member of the committee if that would help to better explain why we have the need for this $250,000 general revenue item.
That'll do. Thank you.
Perhaps we could change the dates of the state fair to better coincide with the fiscal year. I kid. Okay. Representative Cups, you're recognized.
To inquire.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a little confused. I was unaware when we talked earlier that this would be rolled into the core. From my understanding, at least a couple of the first things, or there was a loader that was discussed that would be one of the first things that would need to be purchased. I guess the current loader was gifted to us by MoDOT. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. Do we have, if we're going to put this in the core as opposed to a one-time, do we have a 2-year, 5-year, 10-year plan of action as to what will need to be updated? Two-part question. The other reality, have we looked at used equipment? Because I'm going to be really, really blunt right now. About the worst thing you can buy today is new equipment because of the emissions standards and all the sensors that are currently I know farmers that have sheds full of stuff that they currently can't use because they can't get an emission sensor and the computer won't let it run, and so they're having to use literal 30, 40-year-old equipment to actually get the job done. And so if we're getting ready to expend general revenue dollars, I would just assume us have equipment that can actually get the job done during the state fair when we're trying to, as to quote the director, not myself, turn these barns. That is the terminology that's used, correct? Yeah. Trying to turn the barns in a matter of hours, and that's why we need this equipment. Well, you can ask anyone that has any industry knowledge, the most likely thing to not be able to get the job done would be something that was new that then had one of these issues. And so, not to be this guy, but it's does MoDOT have a loader that's maybe newer than the one they gave us last time, but has been maintained properly? That from a mechanical standpoint doesn't have the stuff that would make it where it was, unoperable if and when we need it because of some electronic emissions issue. Has that been talked through? What?
Yeah, Representative, it has. We really are trying to focus on these dump trucks 2009 or older, simply because you avoid that. I think that's the year that the folks were working with on this. So MoDOT trucks are
I
a little,
would go 2007. or
yeah, and
older.
I've heard some different numbers. I think 2009 or older was what I heard last. But there again, I think we have to get some clearance to do that, to purchase used, I think. The loader we got, we actually purchased. It came out of the rock quarries, that 966 cat loader. Great piece of equipment. It is old, 60-something model, but it's a tank, and it's dependable, but it has a lot of hours. And if that thing goes down, we're in trouble. I mean, it's the major piece of equipment that we use all the time.
So the replacement loader, would you be looking at the used market for
Absolutely,
that?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
And the dump trucks can be that way for us. Generally speaking, they operate mostly on the fairgrounds. We do go to the quarry. We haul our own rock. We do some things like that. And right now we have one that we bought from Surplus. It's a deuce and a half military. It's got an 8.3 Cummins in it. Yeah. It's a tank.
Good
but you about 35 mile an hour is about all you can stand to drive the thing. And we have one tandem axle dump truck that is fairly old. It's our best one at this point. And we have another one that the engine is bad in. All of them pretty old.
So going forward, though, if this is put in the core, that will be utilized for updating equipment on a yearly basis?
That's correct. As I said, most of our equipment is fairly old, heavily used. So our plan moving forward is start to replace some of these. As I said, if they go down, we're in the middle of the fair. The operation comes to a halt. So.
Hey, and we can talk more offline, but have we considered renting? Is that something that we've looked into? I know at least with some of these rental agreements like Sunbelt, if you give them plenty of time, they'll make sure, A, you have the equipment there to get the job done. B, if anything happens to it, it's opposed to the taxpayers of the state of Missouri being down, the potential tens of thousands of dollars to repair it. They come get it, take it away, and bring you another one to get the job done. Has that been discussed?
And we do rent a lot of equipment too for that very reason. Things that we don't use as often, we don't purchase, just simply because for that very reason. You can use it, they take it back. It's not your problem at that point. So most of the pieces of equipment that we're talking about, skid steers, we put,
hundreds of hours.
Oh, yeah, 600 hours a year on. We really use them hard.
Okay.
They work in tight quarters, so they get banged around and scratched up, and it's just kind of the nature of what we do. But it's, our mower's about 600 hours a summer.
Yeah.
So we really go through that stuff. We put a lot of hours on.
I appreciate you being on. I kind of was thinking about this. I don't want to be back here in a situation where we're like, hey, we bought some new stuff. None of it works so we need more money to get it repaired and or get something that will actually get the job done. Yeah. But it sounds like you've kind of worked through that. So
we have a pretty robust maintenance program for how we handle that stuff. We have a full-time mechanic. That's all he does is change oil, fix whatever it is. We're putting a new cutter blade on the front of this. That's all they do. So we do everything we can up to a point, but eventually the stuff gets so worn out you can't find parts. It just they're just not any good anymore.
State Milk Board.
State Milk Board core is on page 465. The Milk Board inspects, samples, and tests milk from dairy farms, milk transportation vehicles, and milk processing plants. There is no change in the approximately $1.5 million appropriation from fiscal year 22.
Representative Cups, you recognized for an inquiry.
This has nothing to do with the State Milk Board. I want to go back actually to the specialty crop block grants because of some communications that I've had, and I just want to walk through this. So this appropriation is $180,000 increase in authority, but I do appreciate the description. The funds were made available through USDA to MDA to bolster specialty crop block grants. Is estimated that the state would receive $569,728 total, and that MDA has 4 years to expend those from 9/30 of last year until 9/29 of 25, and that there was a grant competition in January. I got three basically parts of this question. One, has that process been completed?
Good afternoon, Rachel Heinrichs again. That on the COVID funding specifically, we are actually getting ready to release the application and open it up for subawardees.
Okay. So the January 20,
That was for 2022 funding or that we opened up. So we have two different cycles. Especially crop block grants normally run for 3 years. So we get an annual amount from USDA that we do annually. And then now we've also got this second allotment of special COVID funds.
okay, that's what I thought. Stay there for a second. And that the one thing that strengthen the specialty crop food system. And I was sent this email because of the question that I asked earlier and some conversations that I've had. The USDA actually defines specialty crops, and it's here, it's listed. Horticulture is fruits, vegetables, tree nuts, dried fruits, horticulture, and nursery crops, including floriculture. And those nursery crops, depending by definition, can include things like Christmas trees. They can include things, even in the own description, it says development of new seed varieties. The turf industry is classified as specialty crop. The grass seed industry, which Missouri is second in behind the state of Oregon and the entire United States and all of North America, is included in the USDA definition of specialty crop. Yet there are certain people that, and this is probably something we need to have a bigger discussion about, but that in calling the department or asking people with the department, I don't have any names, but they were told that they didn't qualify for that because theirs wasn't classified as a food crop. However, that's not at all in the USDA definition. And so is that just something that the MDA dreamed up? Is that rhetoric that has, I'm confused at where that rhetoric would come from, why people would be told that they...
We will go back to the office and ask about that. So Rachel is our new grants manager. She just took over at the end of November.
Okay.
So let me go back.
Well, I don't by no means want to put you on the spot.
No,
but
it's a good question.
By USDA definition, one, a lot of people don't know this, but Missouri ranks very, very high behind states like California and Arizona in specialty crop production from a USDA designation. We're way up there on the list. Two, we're very diverse in our specialty crop. That's one of the reasons that certain advocates fought so hard for this at the USDA level, because it's not there's a huge percentage of the state that doesn't qualify for traditional base acre payments or ARC payments or PLC payments, but that may have some sort of involvement in specialty crop. And then for those people that advocated so hard for certain things like this because of states like Missouri, and then to have maybe someone just making a arbitrary assumption, that's concerning to me. And
we will definitely look into that. And if we could have a sidebar conversation that I could get more information so we could better address.
That's what I'm telling you. You need to follow up with me on this.
We will.
Because we got people that are involved in that industry. They're like, we were told we weren't classified in this, but there's absolutely no reason they should have been excluded. So
we will look into that.
It's also a little bit concerning that it literally says to strengthen the specialty crop food system, because somewhere somehow that terminology had to, I don't know where it originated, but that actual terminology is not in any of the USDA language. And so I appreciate you working on that.
We will look into that.
Okay, very good. So legal expense transfer, $1 placeholder on 479. Fair description?
Yes, and that concludes our request.
Okay. We thank the Missouri Department of Agriculture for being with us today, and we'll now go to Doler and invite them to come forward. We do remind anyone in the future and everyone to this point in the day that has testified, make sure and provide us with a witness form. We appreciate your cooperation. Madam Director, if you have any open comments, please proceed, or if not, we welcome you to just begin with the book, but leave it to your discretion. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. How kind of you to let me come and present the FY23 budget request for the Missouri Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. I'm Anna Hugh, Department Director, and with me at the table is Rebecca Voss, our agency's Chief Fiscal Officer, who for the last 26 years has been presenting our budget to this committee. In addition, some members of our executive committee, our team, are here and available to help me answer questions if they do come up. This year's budget request is for $259.4 million and 800.12 FTE. The funding sources are 0.9% GR, 44.4% federal, and 54.7% other funds. Starting with the Department Director's Office, which includes administration, the Office of General Counsel, communications, and strategic planning, we have 52.65 FTE and are funded through a combination of sources, including GR, federal, and other funds. These units provide the services that support the entire agency in the areas of accounting, budget, communications, facilities management, human resources, legal services, procurement, staff training, strategic planning, and supplies. DOLR's largest section, the Division of Employment Security, is headed by Acting Division Director Spencer Clark and has 531.21 FTE and is mostly federally funded. DES administers the Unemployment Benefits Program, Disaster Unemployment, Shared Work Program, the War on Terror Unemployment Benefits Program, collection of unemployment insurance taxes, and employment training. After record-breaking unemployment, the DES is focused on improving customer service in 2021 and addressed high workloads resulting from the pandemic and the temporary federal unemployment programs by implementing tools for improving citizen-centric service delivery. Last fall, the team implemented Zendesk Online and the Genesis Call Center solution, allowing for better communication between customers and agency representatives and providing new efficiencies to resolve questions and issues. In 2020 and 2021, DES staff pivoted to comply with new federal unemployment insurance program guidelines, continued to handle surges in appeals, hearings, and waiver applications, and pushed themselves to implement new and innovative ways to better serve citizens across the state. I am very proud of the way DES and our entire department has faced and met the challenges over the past 2 years. The department's second largest division is the Division of Workers' Compensation, headed by Acting Division Director Pam Lewis, with 138.25 FTE, and supported by other funds, primarily the Workers' Compensation Administration Fund. They are responsible for assisting injured workers and their employers, resolving disputes between workers, employers, and insurers, Tort Victims Compensation Program, the Line of Duty Payments Program, second injury claims, and the workers' compensation surcharges. With OA ITSD, the Division of Workers' Compensation is also modernizing, transitioning away from an outdated legacy computer system towards a modern system utilizing current technology platforms and standards. The modernization will use a components approach that is being phased in across the project. Responses to the RFP for solution selection are being reviewed, and we are hopeful that in the next month an award will be made. Our third largest section is the Division of Labor Standards, headed by Division Director Todd Smith, with 36.72 FTE and funded through GR, federal funds, and other funds. It is comprised of the Wage and Hour Division, which covers youth employment, minimum wage overtime, and prevailing wage, as well as 3 workplace safety programs and the Research and Analysis Unit. The DLS is using data-driven tools to help Missouri businesses more quickly access resources that help them develop safer and healthier workplaces while saving money on lost time and workers' compensation insurance costs. The Safe at Work program joins together the division's 3 main safety programs: On-Site Safety and Health Consultation Program, the Missouri Workers' Safety Program, and the Missouri Mine and Cave Safety Program. The single portal access to these resources for improving workplace safety and health includes a searchable file where the public can see by county the types and percentages of workplace injuries that occur in specific industries. The search function is powered by aggregate data from the Division of Workers' Compensation as well as the Research and Analysis Unit, and helps inform the DLS workplace safety programs on where their efforts can make the biggest difference to drive down rates of workplace injuries and fatalities. The next three sections are independent commissions, for which Doler handles all administrative operations. The first one is the Missouri Commission on Human Rights, headed by Executive Director Dr. Elisa Warren, with 25.7 FTE and receives both GR and federal funds. The commission works to eliminate discrimination in housing, public accommodations, and employment. They investigate complaints of discrimination in those three areas and enforce the Missouri Human Rights Act. In addition, they work with the independent MLK Commission. The State Board of Mediation is our smallest section with two FTE and is GR funded. They work with public employers and employees on the designation of the employee groups who wish to be represented by unions, hold the certification elections, and then certify the election results. With the modernized voting and case management system implemented in 2020, the State Board has provided voters with the ability to cast ballots through secure electronic or telephonic election system developed by OA-ITSD. And our appellate body, the Labor and Industrial Relations Commission, has 13.59 FTE and is funded by a combination of GR, federal, and other funds. The LIRC handles appeals from administrative decisions in workers' compensation, unemployment compensation, tort victims' compensation cases, and prevailing wage rate objections. Across the board, the department has met the challenges and planned for the future. As we complete our recovery from the pandemic's impact, it provides us an opportunity to celebrate the achievements of our dedicated public servants while also recognizing our continued commitment to improving service for our citizens. At this time, I invite Rebecca Voss to assist me with continuing the budget presentation, and I can answer specific questions as we go on.
Good afternoon. Before we dive into the budget, I'll just kind of go over quickly. We do have flexibility requests within the budget. We have where we request 10% flexibility in the Labor and Industrial Relations Commission, the Board of Mediation, and the Commission on Human Rights. We're requesting 15% flexibility in the Division of Labor Standards and 25% flexibility in the Division of Employment Security. Also, to summarize, our total core reductions are $54,040,000, and those are all federal funds and 5 FTE. I will just point out that we have the 2 pay plans. They appear on page 6 and on page 22. And if you want me to, I'll go on to the first core item, which is on page 38, which is the director and staff, or our administrative functions. The total request is for 52.65 FTE, $5,446,362. I will point out that this is one of our core reductions of $5,000 from our Mosers premium for our prior retirement system that grandfathered into Mosers. In addition, we have some core changes. We core transferred in 5 FTE from the Division of Workers' Compensation and the Division of Employment Security. Those are broken out in detail on page 40. On page 55, since we have all the department programs participate in paying for the administrative costs, we have a approved federal cost allocation plan. Starting on page 55 is the core request for the administrative fund transfers that move those monies into our department administrative fund. We did some core reallocations. We do that every year based on timesheet data, where services are being provided and which programs are receiving those services. On page 60 is a new decision item. This is related to the new ARPA funding that the Division of Employment Security will be receiving. This is the portion that the ARPA programs will need to contribute toward the cost of the administrative sections, and we're requesting $375,388 for a transfer into our department administrative fund. On page 64 is the core request, also for the department administrative fund, the transfers in. This is related to the services that are provided to us by ITSD and for our office where we are located for the leasing costs. There are some, again, some changes by funding source. We do that every year based on timesheet data. On page 70 is a new decision item. Again, this is the portion of the ARPA funding that's related to ITSD providing services. There'll be an integral part of the grants that we're receiving and what changes we'll be making related to unemployment insurance program. This request is for a transfer in of $397,842.
Representative Lewis, you have an inquiry. Please proceed.
On page 66, we were talking about the core reductions, which I have actually a couple times today, departments have talked about core reductions, which I'd never heard that word spoken in here before. I thought only things were only increased, but that's a really nice term to hear. So the governor did not make those recommendations in the core expenditures that you see there on page 66 that you guys, the department, recommended.
Correct. I think when originally we had completed our calculations, we didn't know what the governor's recommendations were going to be for pay plan. And so related to the pay plan, any cost increase in salaries would need to have a related transfer in. So they didn't recommend any transfer in increases related to any of the pay plans. And I think they reversed this reduction so that we would have ability to transfer in to cover salaries and to cover the fringe benefit costs. So that's my guess why that was not recommended.
I think I got it. So your idea was if we were eliminating 5 FTE, that amount of money could be used to perhaps increase salary or pay for salaries, but then he's going to put the 5.5% in and give you that money, so it wasn't necessary. In his opinion, it wasn't necessary to cut back on some FTE. Am I saying that right?
Sort of. When I did my initial projections of what we were going to need for the transfers in, especially related to the CARES Act programs, a lot of my calculations were based on the last recession in 2008, 2009, which we heavily staffed up. And this year, because of the waiver that U.S. Department of Labor granted, we used a lot more contractors than we did. And a lot of our calculations on our transfer is based on staff. So a lot of this was reducing the extra amount I had asked for CARES Act funding. And so what they basically did was they just reversed that.
Thank you.
If we're okay to proceed past the new decision item, the next core is on page 74, which is the core for the Labor and Industrial Relations Commission. They receive general revenue, federal, and workers' compensation funding because they hear appeals or objections related to all those programs. Let's see. There were some adjustments in the core also related to our cost allocation plan. So those changes appear on page 76. On page 85 is the core request for the Labor Standards, Division of Labor Standards Administration. And administration includes the wage and hour programs, also the research and analysis unit. The research and analysis unit is 50% federal funds, 50% state match, which is provided by the Workers' Compensation Administration Fund. We did have a core reallocation from the mine and cave safety unit of $27,287 and 0.27 FTE. This was a salary for the division director, and it kind of gotten spread out amongst all the sections within the division, and we wanted to bring that back in here and show it as part of the administrative costs. On page 102.
I'm sorry, stop you right there. Representative Unsicker, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that this has the Child Labor Enforcement Fund. Is this the division that investigates child labor? Does that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you tell me how many employees investigate child labor?
So all of the staff, for wage and hour who do any sort of investigative work, they do it on all of the different wage and hour programs. So it would be minimum wage overtime, it would be on youth employment, child labor issues, it would be on prevailing wage as well. So we have, I believe, 5 total investigators across the state that cover those topics.
Okay. Do you have data in here? I'm sorry, I didn't look at the book ahead of time, but do you have data about the child labor investigations?
I believe, let me see what page, 90, right? Worker safety, hold on. Yeah, so if you look on page 95, we do have a breakout in terms of the type of cases under each of those 3 areas that our wage and hour staff do cover. So youth employment is that middle section there, and it does talk about complaints received.
Okay, so there's less than 20 complaints received for youth employment each year?
Currently, and part of that may very well be an impact of COVID in terms of individuals who are actually working during the time frame.
There were 25 in 2019, so that's still not a whole lot of complaints. Do you believe that's an accurate representation of the kids working in Missouri?
Again, it's the work is very much complaints driven, and we do a lot of outreach out to the business community and particularly industries that do hire youth and give them opportunities to work. So, you know, again, we are trying to engage with them and also with the school districts as well to make sure that youth themselves understand their responsibilities as well as their protections too.
So you do work with the school district?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. The next core request for, also in the Division of Labor Standards, is the on-site consultation program. This program is 90% federally funded, 10% state match, provided by the Workers' Compensation Fund. We do have a $25,000 federal fund core reduction for this section. On page 112 is the core request for the Division of Labor Standards mine and cave safety programs. There are basically 2 programs. One is the mine and cave inspection program, which is funded by general revenue and fees that are deposited in the mine inspection fee fund. And then the federal program, which is the mine safety and health training program. That's 80% federal, 20% required state match, which is provided by the Workers' Compensation Fund. There is a 10% core reduction to E&E federal funds, and we also had here the core reallocation out of the $27,287 and .27 FTE related to the division director. On page 128 is a new decision item for the cave inspection program. As I mentioned, there is the mine and cave section has the mine inspection program. That program is funded general revenue partially and also from fees. There is a tonnage fee and there's also an inspection fee per inspection. The current inspection fee that we receive is $35. That has not been adequate in order to complete these inspections. We've seen a shift. We have lost about 3/4 of an FTE that we shifted over to the mine and cave, the training program, because we haven't had adequate dollars in order to pay the costs of these staff. So we have a new decision item requesting general revenue, $50,250, basically to fund 3/4 of an FTE to keep this program fully functional.
Representative Lewis, you recognize for an inquiry.
But you're not adding an FTE, you're using a currently employed person, correct?
Correct. We're taking a person that had been shifted over to a different program and shifting them back to help complete these inspections.
Great.
In your department request, you had it listed as other. What revenue source were you identifying there? And obviously, it's a GR, a rec, and the governor's recommendation.
At the time, we were looking for various sources. We had thought of ARPA. We had thought, for a temporary reprieve. We also were discussing with budget and planning the possibility of using tourism, because a lot of these are show caves that are being inspected, and we wanted to ensure that the safety of the visitors that were touring these caves. So I guess at this time, we were still in discussions with budget and planning what the funding source might be.
Okay, so you didn't have particularly a source identified. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, very good. All right. I think that should take us to 133 then.
Okay, 133 is the core request for the State Board of Mediation. General revenue funds, 2 FTE, 142,261. Page 143 is the core request for the Division of Workers' Compensation.
Representative Unsicker, you have an inquiry. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that this is the division that investigates allegation of workers' compensation fraud. Okay. Does it use the same investigators as investigate child labor?
No, it's a completely separate division, completely separate funding source.
How many people are employed in that in that unit?
I believe at least 5. More than that, I'm sorry. Fraud and noncompliance is here, fraud and noncompliance. I see the number of cases. You know what? Let me check to make sure I have the total number for you correct, but I believe we have at least 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I see the number of cases investigated. The projected number is expected to go down to 300 from 600 in fiscal year 19. Can you tell me why those cases are going down?
So we have had some, because of the pandemic's impact, I think, and the number of individuals employed. Again, it's a very complaints-driven investigation. So if you have less people who are actually in workplaces, then there are less instances where workers' compensation issues may arise in terms of fraud and noncompliance.
The Missouri Times did an article a couple months ago about a workplace where laborers were being paid under the table.
Okay.
And I was wondering if the Workers' Compensation Division, the fraud unit, had looked into that.
Again, we'd have to take a look and see which instance that is. And, once a complaint is filed and investigations begin, those are basically closed until the investigation is completed.
Who usually files those complaints?
They can be filed by the workers themselves. They can be filed by, other businesses. They can be filed by, any individual who has information leading to that particular type of complaint.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 9 investigators and 2 supervisors in that unit. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I'll just point out again that if you look at the summary of the core changes, we did core transfer 4 FTE, $236,400 legal staff over to the director's office to centralize all legal functions. The next decision item, or core decision item, is on page 163, which is the second injury fund. The total request is $105,560,833. That includes a $500,000 refund appropriation and then the claim payments appropriation. On page 175 is the core request for the line of duty. This is the transfer request. If there's not adequate funding in the line of duty, there is allowed by statute to be a general revenue transfer. So the general revenue transfer request is $450,000. The related request for the benefits payments is on page 185. It is also $450,000. And you'll see in the middle there on page 180, which is a new decision item. This is a continuation of a supplemental that we have for 2022 for a $150,000 increase both to the transfer and to the benefit payments. We are seeing an increase in the number of line of duty requests, applications. So we've requested this increase. I'm going to flip the page. We've already seen so far this year 11 claims filed through this point right now, paid, where we've had over the past 3 years 8 claims paid, 6 claims, and 10 claims.
Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, what is that fund? What's the line of duty?
The line of duty fund is established in statute, and it makes payments to first responders, firemen, police officers, anyone involved in responding to emergencies that are killed in the line of duty. It's a $25,000 benefit payment.
And you said there's been an increase in that fund? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On page 190 then is the core request for the tort victims compensation and the basic civil legal services fund transfer. Our core request is 3.7 for the claim payments and 1.3 million for the transfer to the basic civil legal services fund, which is required in statute. Following this, you'll see that there's a new decision item, which is requesting an increase in the claim payments appropriation. The request here shows a $45 million increase. This is based on a large deposit into the fund. So if you look at the bottom of page 190, you'll see that the deposit in 2021, we had $484 million deposited, nearly 485 million. So we've seen an increase in the number of claims, and we're estimating we're going to actually need 90 million. We had submitted it as a $45 million supplemental with a $45 million cost to continue. We've pulled the supplemental request, and we're requesting now actually 90 million, and we'll work with everyone in the House, Senate, Governor's office to get that straightened out on this.
Representative Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
So they deposited $482 million from the lawsuit, from the tort lawsuit of Johnson & Johnson, and you're thinking you're going to have $90 million you have to pay out in the next 2 years, in the next fiscal year?
Yes, we've seen an increase in the number of claims that have been filed. Let me grab my notes. So we usually run between about 19 to maximum of 89 claims filed. Not all of those are determined to be eligible. So in 2021, which they just closed in at the end of December, we received 455 claims.
So yeah, a bunch more.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Right. The next core request is on page 202, which is the Workers' Memorial. Actually, the current request is for $0 because we have core transferred this project over to Office of Administration, Facilities Management, Design, and Construction. They'll be responsible now for working with the Capital Commission in order to complete this project. On page 207 is the core request for the Division of Employment Security. As the director mentioned, this division is primarily federally funded, with Unemployment Automation Fund is the other fund. There was a core reduction here of $48 million related to the funding that was added last year for the waiver of regular UI overpayments. The department determined there was no statutory authority for us to waive those. And then we also had a core reallocation, 1 FTE, $65,306 to the director's office, also consolidating administrative staff. On page 229 is the new decision item. This is a request for ARPA funding authority. There are currently 2 grants. One grant which we have definitely been approved for. One we have applied, and they're in the process of negotiating. Those 2 grants are described on page 230. The fraud detection, prevention, and collection, and the equitable access grants. As a lot of these grants are set up, there'll be an IT component, and there'll be a component of staff in the department doing this work, and then in addition, any staff salaries, there'll be related fringe benefit costs. So the total grants are more than our request because they're being spread out among the three bills.
Representative Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
That one question statement you made on the page 207 about the unemployment, you said that there is no statutory authority to waive regular UI overpayments. What do you mean by that?
Under state law, so Missouri is one of 10 states that does not have state law that permits the overpayment of regular UI trust fund benefits to not be collected if they are overpaid. And so that $48 million was indicated as being put aside for the state overpayments portion. And because we don't have the statutory authority to actually spend those funds in that way, that is why we did not spend the $48 million.
So these are overpayments that people got money that they probably didn't deserve, but were, is that what I'm saying?
So overpayments happen very regularly with the unemployment program because of a timing. So the agency is obligated to get funds out the door based on initial eligibility. There is due process with the employer as well to provide us information in terms of the claim itself, and therefore, oftentimes after payments are made, the agency receives additional information that may impact the eligibility or the amount for which someone may be eligible for, and then overpayments do occur because of that.
Okay.
234.
I just wanted to add quickly on the new decision item on page 229. After submitting this and having this recommended by the governor, we received notification just last week of an additional grant that's being offered to the department. We'll have $5,263,000 that we have available to us. It's related to Tiger Team assessments, where they send us experts in to review your systems and make recommendations on changes. So we'll also be working with everyone on trying to get this request increased. On page 234 is the core request for employment and training payments. We do have a core reduction for this request of $6 million due to the end of the reimbursement of the shared work program. On page 239 is the core request for the Special Employment Security Fund. That's 15 FTE, $7.1 million. On page 245 is the core request for the War on Terror program. We're requesting $40,000. We've never had a claim payment related to this. We've never had a fine imposed. The fund balance is at $0. On page 250 is the core request for the Debt Offset Escrow Fund. This is the provides the ability for the division to intercept tax refunds, state tax refunds, for individuals who have overpayments or any employers that are delinquent on their taxes. On page 255 is the core request for the Commission on Human Rights. They have general revenue and federal funds, 25.7 FTE. On page 265 is the core request for the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Commission. Total request is $60,190, primarily general revenue funds. And then the last core request is legal
I'm going to
expense.
stop you right there. We got a couple of questions on that item. Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Missouri Commission on Human Rights, how many cases did they investigate last year? What's the average caseload for those folks in that division?
If you look at page 262, we do go over the numbers there in terms of cases investigated as
Okay.
well as cases received.
I looked over that. I'll look at it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading the footnotes of why there was so many funds left on the table for 19, 20, and 21. And what happened with the cancellation with the work sharing agreement with HUD? How did that cancellation, was that a decision federally that was done, or was that our decision to cancel that agreement, that work share?
HUD canceled the agreement with us.
Do we know why?
Yes, there was a change in the standard, which the discrimination cases here in the state of Missouri. So the standard was different, and HUD interpreted that as being not compliant with their standard.
What's the standard? What was the difference with that standard?
It's the difference between contributory versus because of, in terms of the reasoning for the discrimination in terms of the complaint.
Was that in statute change?
Yes, it was a statute change.
What is the bill in here that, what, do you remember what bill that was?
Yes, Senate Bill 43, I believe.
Check. Okay, thank you. Now with the MLK celebration, did we have this, these dollars in there for last year?
Yes.
Did we have an MLK celebration last year?
Yes, there were a variety of MLK celebrations across the state. Many of them chose to do them virtually, but people were very creative in terms of how to continue the celebrations.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that we usually did one here in the Capitol, but we didn't get the funding, or something happened where we couldn't have it here. I don't know whether it was the virtual or not, but I just wanted to make sure that the fundings were available for us to have the celebrations here in the actual Capitol that we do every year.
Yeah, the commission definitely works with the communities to make sure the celebrations happen.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Legal expense fund?
Yes, sir, $1. And that's the last decision item.
Representative Roberts, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, when we were talking a few minutes ago about the $48 million for overpayments, and you indicated there was no statutory authority to utilize that fund, is that correct?
Correct, for the state benefit portion.
Okay,
For the
remember
UI Trust Fund.
that discussion that we had early in the COVID incident? Would this, if you had authority, would that have helped that situation any?
Again, we would have looked at every single claim, and there would have been, there would have needed to be some sort of implementation of an actual waiver program in terms of evaluation and criteria for it.
Okay, I'm not sure that it quite answers my question. If you recall, that incident started with a $32,000 overpayment for funds that until after they were paid, he didn't realize he was not entitled to. So if you had the statutory authority to utilize this fund, would it have been helpful in that situation?
Again, sir, I'm sorry, I don't recall all the details of the situation you're mentioning, but certainly we would have had, if we had the statutory authority, we would have had criteria and a program in place to be able to utilize the funds that way.
Thank you.
Okay, we certainly thank the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations for being with us today, and appreciate your testimony, presenting to your budget. And that concludes their presentation. We'll now move to the Department of Public Safety. And Book 1. I presume Book 1. I shouldn't be presumptuous. It'd be odd to start in Book 2, but Director, looks like you have a lot of reinforcements coming in as we speak, so appreciate all of you being with us, and please begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget Committee. I am Sandy Karsten. I'm the Director for the Department of Public Safety. I've served in this role since September the 1st of 2018. It's my honor and pleasure to present to you the Department of Public Safety FY23 budget recommendations. But before we begin, I do want to recognize that the reinforcements in the room are members of the Public Safety. They are from different divisions, and they will be presenting their budget portions here coming up. There's also DPS staff here accompanying us to answer questions that you might have. So we do have a lot of people. Joining me to my right is DPS Budget Director Joe Eddy. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to the work of this committee and your continued support of public safety in the state of Missouri. We look forward to sharing information about the department as well as some of the highlights over the last year. Second, I want to recognize the work of the Department of Public Safety in 2021 as a cohesive DPS team, and along with our partners in state government and the General Assembly, we've responded to many challenges. We've provided PPE, we've relayed life-saving medications and equipment, we've offered COVID testing, we've set up vaccination sites, we've provided staffing assistance to our veterans' homes and other healthcare facilities, and many others impacted by the pandemic. We've also responded to tornadoes, storms, snowstorm events across the state, and we've seen increased cross-department collaboration and cooperation, and we've performed our regular duties across Missouri. Our department aspiration is to work with our public safety partners to provide a safe and secure Missouri for all citizens and visitors. 2021 presented many challenges and opportunities to do just that. To identify the biggest challenge is difficult, but the biggest success has been DPS working together at all levels of state government. The entire department has served Missourians, and all have done so with compassion, with professionalism, with teamwork, with our fellow citizens. We're very proud of the services provided to Missouri by DPS. The budget and the new decision items that will be presented represent the important services we provide and the needed resources to provide those services. Within DPS, you will see that we have many different missions, but we serve Missouri as one team committed to public safety. We are partners in every sense of the word, and we strive to make safety a priority for all. As a reminder, the Department of Public Safety includes the Director's Office, Missouri Capitol Police, the Missouri State Highway Patrol, the Division of Alcohol Tobacco Control, the Division of Fire Safety, the Missouri Veterans Commission, the Missouri Gaming Commission, the Missouri National Guard, and the Missouri State Emergency Management Agency. Our partners are as varied as our state. They include victims, veterans, law enforcement, the fire service, healthcare providers, emergency managers and planners, homeland security specialists, the gaming and alcohol and tobacco industries, and our citizen soldiers in the Missouri National Guard. Within the Director's Office, we continue reviewing all programs and processes for what's working, what is not, what needs adjusting, and what needs to be eliminated. As part of these reviews, changes have been recommended and made. One particular change in the Director's Office is the consolidation of the Homeland Security Grant section with the Criminal Justice Law Enforcement Grant Program under one program manager. We're seeing the benefits of this consolidation through cross-training, better programmatic awareness, and communication to our partners, and improvements in the processes involved. Also, Within the Director's Office, I'm proud to say we reduced the processing time for the crime victim compensation claims from 238 days in FY19 to 47 days in fiscal year 21. We're very proud of the work that our CVC team has done, and we're also proud of the work of the Post Commission. They've worked to improve professionalism and accountability in law enforcement by requiring training in policing minority communities to those attending basic law enforcement training. The Post Commission has also recommended changes to Chapter 590 of the Revised Statutes of Missouri, which covers peace officer discipline and minimum training hours for basic training. We're very proud of our expanding partnership with Lincoln University since approving them to become the nation's first historically black college and university with a basic law enforcement training center housed on campus. This ongoing partnership has also resulted in Missouri Capitol Police hiring part-time and full-time officers associated with Lincoln University. The Office of the Director administers the state's Homeland Security Program and state and federal funds and grants for juvenile justice, victim assistance, law enforcement and narcotics control, and we're especially proud to administer grants for the economic distress zones, crimes against children, victims of violent crime and equipment, and training for law enforcement agencies. Other programs in the Director's Office provide support services and resources to assist local law enforcement agencies and to provide training criteria and licensing for law enforcement officers. And we also assist with the Missouri Statewide Interoperability Network, the MOSWIN system. We recently completed a procurement process for a vendor to provide critical stress management training to law enforcement and first responders. Those sessions will begin soon around the state. All of these programs touch in one way or another on supporting law enforcement and assisting our victims. We appreciate the opportunity to present our budget and discuss the department. The budget Mr. Eddy is about to present contains items we believe are important to accomplishing the department's mission and are directly tied to our strategic goals. These items are also important to the service we provide and to those teams that provide that service for the overall safety of Missourians. We appreciate your continued support and ask that you make public safety a priority. Mr. Chair, I can take any questions now or during Mr. Eddy's presentation.
Okay, thank you
Otherwise,
for that.
we'll begin.
Madam Director, appreciate that. Any questions for the Director as it relates to the overview or department-wide questions? Okay, with that, Mr. Eddy, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Blandman-Love, you are recognized for an inquiry.
And I know we'll get deeper into this, but for you to say that the numbers for the VOCA certifications have gone from 200 to 40-something days?
Let me clarify that for you, Madam. The claims for the crime victims' compensation, the processing days have gone from 238 days to an average of 47 days, and we're very proud of that.
That's still amazing. And I remember when I came in my first year, you and I were working on that really hard, so thank you for following up on that.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed with the budget.
Okay. Again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, again, we are going through book one to start with. Again, I ask you to be gentle with these books. They're pretty full, so they could come apart if you don't watch out. As you've seen, we have the department overview in the book one and department placemat, but I will go to the department-wide requests. We have the same two that all the other departments have. The FY22 cost to continue pay plan, which is on page 9, and the new decision item for the FY23 pay plan, which is on page 47. Okay. If you'll go to page 87, this is the core for the Office of Director. And as Director said, it provides administrative support services and resources to assist local law enforcement agencies, as well as providing training, criteria, and licensing for law enforcement officers.
Representative Bosley, please proceed with an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on page 47, right? So how many of your employees already get the 15-hour base wage adjustment? Like, how many people are at 15 already in your department?
The department covers several different divisions, In the director's office, we have one employee that is not at the $15 an hour. However, there are other employees in Missouri Veterans Commission and the Missouri State Highway Patrol and the Missouri National Guard that are not at the $15 an hour, and I'll have to get those numbers for you, ma'am.
I would appreciate that. And then also, can you let me know, and the committee also, of if they're at that baseline of the 15, or how much within that are they making with those numbers, not just the numbers of how many people are at that below that 15 threshold, but also what they're getting paid to. That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. We'll get that information for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we're on the director's office. If you have anything more, if there's any inquiries, I think we can move on. Thank you.
So our first new decision item is for 2 post investigators on page 125. Again, this is to help with workload issues with the investigators who manage a high caseload of investigative cases.
Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this line. I just have a couple questions about it. So the department requested 2 FTE, and then the governor requested 1. Is that
what would happen during the course of the process for putting the budget together is that there were some reallocations made, and the director's office was reallocated 3 FTE from Highway Patrol.
Okay.
So this covers one of those items, or one of the FTE for that. And then I'll show you where the other 2 are, that we got an FTE reallocated in for a couple of positions.
Okay, I think that was that answers my other question, in that it says that the 2 were
so
reallocated.
there will indeed be 2, but we have 1 FTE that was reallocated over for the other position.
From the Highway Patrol.
Correct.
What was the 2 Highway Patrol positions that were reallocated?
I am not sure I can get that information for you.
Okay.
What the reallocation was.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Representative Burnett, you have an inquiry. Please proceed. Very good. Okay, I think we can continue.
Okay, page 145 is the new decision item for, page 133 is the police use of force mandatory reporting. Again, there was a Police Use of Force Transparency Act passed in 2002 that required us to receive use of force information in the department and prepare reports. And we're asking for 1 FTE and also some computer equipment to allow us to get the information and process it and make the reports. Okay, page 139 is the Director's Office GRPS transparency request. This is funding to correct core reductions in previous years and improve transparency of the DPS-DO's salaries.
Representative Meredith, you have an inquiry. Please proceed.
I do. Thank you. Sorry, back to the use of force reporting. Has there been a public report yet from this?
There has not. Reporting does not start until March the 1st.
Well, it hasn't even begun?
No, sir.
Okay. So will it be a full year then from there before we get a public report?
It will.
Okay. And then I am just going back. Did you say this is more than the fiscal note suggested? Because I'm seeing on here the program has an initial cost of $60,000, annual maintenance of $12,000.
No, I don't believe it's more than the fiscal note, because it's asking for a data system. It costs $60,000 to procure and has $12,000
That's just for the
ongoing
system, the software.
Correct.
And then there's another $50,000 roughly for the employee.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, was there any question or comment on the Director's Office GR Transparency PS 139? Okay, looks like we can continue then.
All right, page 145, school safety staff increase. Again, this was not recommended by the governor. All right.
Representative Burnett, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was this funding supposed to take care of? What was it supposed to fund?
The Director's Office had received an appropriation from the General Assembly for FY22 to cover school safety programs. It was for a competitively bid program, and we've gone through the procurement process. We're still within that. That was the cost to continue that.
And school safety, how, I mean, there's a lot of pieces to school safety. Can you talk
Yes,
specifically?
there are a lot of pieces to school safety, and it's certainly a priority. This was not recommended by the governor.
Okay. It was started?
We started the procurement process. There has
Okay.
not been an award made.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Representative Meredith, please proceed.
Thank you. So just to be clear, no dollars have actually been spent on this yet. So the cost to continue is just the same appropriation from last year to do what you're in the process of procuring.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Do you know why the governor chose not to recommend this?
I do not.
Okay, because this is a product of a task force that he started in 2019. The task force under Lieutenant Governor Kehoe, and then that made recommendations, and this is part of implementing the recommendations?
That's my understanding, yes, sir. And according to the new decision item, that was the information that was included. However, I think there might be some other thoughts on how best to approach school safety rather than having this appropriation continue.
Rather than following the recommendation of the task force, that's job was to come up with recommendations of how to proceed?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay.
But
You know,
I'm not
we all get
privy
very
to what
tired
those
of task forces that make recommendations, then we don't do anything, or we just ignore them. Do you know if there's anywhere else in your budget where something's being implemented in relation to that task force recommendation?
No, sir.
It would just be here. Okay, thanks.
Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a plan for what this looks like?
Again, the appropriation was for competitively bid school safety program, and we have yet to conclude that procurement process. And so there's been no award at this point.
Right, so you don't even, do you know what the program is that you're being, like, within
Well,
that program? Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you following me a little bit?
I think so. There are many different facets to school safety, and each school in the state of Missouri has to have a school safety plan. Part of this program would have assisted with that. However, again, there's no award been made for that.
Okay, I'll just talk to you offline. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
151.
Page 151 is the Public Safety Fund. Again, this funding to provide services to peace officers and first responders to assist in coping with stress and potential psychological trauma resulting from a response to a critical or emotionally difficult event. This was one time last year, and again, we cut it out of the budget, but we're requesting to keep this funding going as ongoing funding. So requesting $500,000 to continue.
Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Is this also within this fund, you said for mental health, like is there requirements? So if they have a shooting or such, this would require them to go through a mental health evaluation?
That's a very good question, Madam. And this funding is for critical incident stress debriefings. However, agencies are the ones that require officers to go through a counseling session if they're involved in a critical incident. This would provide training before officers are involved in such to tell them exactly what they might expect their reaction to be. And then it was also provide peer support training as well.
So it helps with like the implicit bias training, you know, how to de-escalate, et cetera?
I believe that's part of the curriculum for this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, page 159, this is the fund transfer to transfer money into that fund. It also provides the funding for personal services. And this is where we're using one of those other FTE that was reallocated from the Highway Patrol to cover the FTE for this individual, provide admin services. Okay, Officer Safety Equipment and Technology Grant, OSET grant, page 165. This was a new decision item last year. Again, this was not recommended by the governor.
I do want to stop right there and have just a bit of a larger conversation that you probably, no doubt, heard a little bit about, and it started with the discussion around House Bill 20, and there's the ARPA, the 30, I think it's $30 million grant program, which would not, as I understand it, as it's proposed by the governor, wouldn't just include political subdivisions, law enforcement agencies, which is what this obviously is, but it would expand it further, and obviously it's a lot more money, in total, I think 3 years, so like $10 million a year, so substantially more. And with this, which this was obviously, this would have took it to what, about $1 million, I guess, in program distribution.
Correct.
And was the department request. But you had, I guess you were, going to absorb it or find it. But you had PS for basically one FTE included in this, and I know there's some discussion about the ability to administer these grants and having the staff in which to do that. And I, asked the budget director, and I don't think he was very familiar, and so I don't know if any conversations have since ensued. Or can you just tell me, as it relates, and I know we're talking about OSET right here, but as we consider additional grant programs for the Department of Public Safety, do you have sufficient staffing in which to do that, or how are you thinking or looking at that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for asking that question. We are in continual conversations as recent as 2 hours ago with the Office of Budget and Planning to talk about the need for personal services to be added to our budget to administer the ARPA funds as those were proposed.
Okay, so conversations ongoing, and I think we can leave it at that as far as I'm concerned. So good to know. Thank you for the clarification. I think we can continue.
All right. Page 171 is a new decision item for a post-job task analysis. We talked to an organization that's doing this for Virginia, and it came up with $50,000 for this project. Page 179 is a new decision item for scanning of post files. Again, Post program wants to implement an electronic content management system for their post files. So we're asking for individuals part-time to do the scanning. And again, that's a new decision item for the department. Page 187 is the new decision item for the Economic Distress Zone Fund. Again, like the 988 fund, this fund was one time last year. So we're asking to continue that funding into FY23. Page 193 is the new decision item. It's to transfer money into the fund itself. And this also provides provides the PS funding. And this is where the third FTE goes that supports this. Page 199 is the NDI for the OPEX coordinator. Again, to have a full-time operation excellence coordinator in the department. Okay, page 205 is a new decision item at scholarships for law enforcement academies. Again, this is to improve recruitment of law enforcement officer candidates by providing them scholarships so they can attend the academies and get more law enforcement officers. Page 211 is a new decision item for body-worn cameras. This is for 2 FTE to help manage the program. The personal services funding is reallocated in the director's office, but we didn't have the FTE.
Representative Shields, please proceed with an inquiry.
I apologize. I want to go back one. I was looking at these scholarships for your law enforcement academies. Would these be for students that would commit that they would work in a rural law enforcement setting, and is there a time frame in which they would have to work in those settings before they could move on?
Yes, it would be for students entering a basic law enforcement training center, and they would have to commit to 3 years serving as an officer upon graduation.
Any particular size of force? Rural force?
No,
no. So
not at this time.
Okay. All righty. Thank.
I just want to point out that Capitol Police has been utilizing a similar program in the last year, and they've had very good fortune of hiring minority officers and bringing them on the force and paying for their tuition. So
I think it's great. I just know that we have issues in my county that we don't pay as well as they do in Kansas City. So they come in, they spend a year in our area, and then are snatched up by the larger forces, and so we constantly have a revolving door. So it would be nice if this is its intended purpose is to help fill some of our rural posts that we ask people to stay for a certain amount of time in that area before they accept a job somewhere else, was kind of my thought. So anyway, and it could work very much for an urban area too. I just know that we feel as if we have a revolving door and we're constantly the training site from just like every other job.
Yes, madam, and I hear that from chiefs and sheriffs alike. They will say they have the salary money to hire somebody, but they don't have the training money, and this would assist in those situations.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
Representative Bosley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm off of the scholarship and back to the body-worn cameras. I'm excited to see this, and this is just for the storage of those body cameras, correct? For those FTEs?
There's 2 FTEs, and then you'll see another NDI for the actual body cameras. So,
And this is for because this is something that I've advocated for since I've been here for body cameras. I think that it's a good thing. It keeps both officer and constituents safe. And I think it also gives everybody an opportunity to see things in full spectrum. Now, with the 2 FTEs, even though that they're here, where are they moving from? Because do you all have a problem with retention in the Department of keeping employees?
you know, we're very similar to other departments that you've heard from, and we do have some challenges of recruiting and retaining employees. Specific to these 2, these would be 2 new FTEs.
So it just created them?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wyndham, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I kind of let my inquiries pile up because I don't think I'll be saying much more in this book. But with the body-worn cameras, did that's not in statute. Did the department make the statute on like when it'll be released to the public and all those things?
That is going to be subject to the Sunshine Law as well as policies of the Missouri State Highway Patrol as well as Missouri Capitol Police on the retention of the footage that's obtained.
Okay, so I would like for you to send me, but I guess the whole committee, the policy that the Highway Patrol and Capitol Police has on retention and all those things with the body-worn cameras. And then also I don't know if y'all have rules yet for the scholarship. And then also, I hope that y'all will keep track of demographics with the scholarships. And then going back to page 179 with the scanning of post files, y'all requested 118,000, and then the governor recommended 72,000. I was just wondering what the discrepancy will look like practically. Will y'all still be able to get the work done there, or?
Yeah, we believe so. We had requested an individual that would kind of oversee those people who were doing the scanning, and that was not recommended.
Gotcha. So the governor, so you see it as the governor recommended the 2 office workers, but not the program specialists.
Yes.
Okay. And you think that the program will still work out? Y'all still be able to digitize those files with just the office workers and not the program specialists?
That is correct, sir. We support the governor's recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Aldridge, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it quick. So these 2 FTEs, you say will manage body-worn cameras and storage. So they will just, like, what exactly? Could you just kind of break down what they will be? I mean, what they'll be doing, or they be like? I'm just a little confused of their job. It's just vague, like what they'll be doing.
When officers download their footage to the server. They will be in charge, these two FTEs will be in charge of managing that footage, whether it's to be distributed to a sunshine request or distributed to a prosecutor for prosecution of a case, or whether it's to be discarded altogether, depending on what has been captured.
Gotcha. How long does footage, or how long does the department usually keep footage from when an officer comes in and downloads? Is it
It varies by department, but if there's no evidentiary value, it can be discarded. Other times, if there's evidentiary value, waiting until the case is concluded. It just varies on what the footage is that has been captured.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, 219, I believe.
Yes, page 219 is the core for the school safety planning. Again, this was core reduced in the governor's recommendations.
Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. So this was appropriated last year, but it was not spent.
It has not been spent because of the procurement process and working through that. That is correct, Madam.
And you don't anticipate that you're going to be able to have that procurement this year either?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Page 225 is the core for juvenile justice delinquency prevention grant. Again, this is grant to public nonprofits, and again, it supports statewide juvenile justice initiatives. Page 237 is the core for the Narcotics Controlled Justice Assistance Grant. This provides funding for the local law enforcement block grant, LLEBG, and also funds 18 drug task forces and 3 non-task force projects. Page 249 is the core for the Deputy Sheriff's Salary Supplementation Fund. Again, this money collected from charges for services received by county sheriffs and deposited into the DSSF. Page 255 is the core for the State Cybercrime Grant. This funds multi-jurisdictional cybercrime task forces, and there are 12 task forces in operation. Okay, page 269 is core funding for the fallen. This provides financial assistance to spouse and children of local law enforcement officers, paramedics, EMTs, corrections officers, or firefighters who've lost their lives performing their duties. It provides $2,500 per death. Page 277.
Representative, stop you right there. Representative Meredith, you have an inquiry. Please proceed. Representative Blandman Love. We'll let you try. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I we're following funds, wrong page. There we go. Okay. So I've been hearing rumblings of different like spousal benefits, and then for some reason the partner or someone cannot access them after. Have you guys had any reports like that or anything going on to where people aren't able to access these funds, the spouse? Or the
Right, that's a very good question. I just want to say that this program is different from the workers' comp program that's administered by the Department of Labor. And so with ours, we have not received any complaints regarding eligibility status.
Page 270.
Well, we almost made it. Representative Wyndham, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thought you said you were done in this book.
I thought I was.
You know, please proceed.
We just always have such good conversation that it sparks a new question. So just thinking with all these different falling, all these different funds for public service, frontline folks that lost their lives, like do grieving widows get like a mailer that says you need to apply to this, and this? Or like how do they find out about all these different funds that they need to apply to go to like?
From my experience, the human resources departments within each agency assist the families through the application process and seeking all the benefits of which they're eligible. And so we often mention to chiefs and sheriffs of this availability of this fund.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Meredith, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I stepped out during the body camera conversation. There are a lot of things I'd love to talk about there, but this is just a budget question. I'm trying to understand where all the requests for this are in the book. It seems like there are multiple requests. And this one that we're looking at has the 2 FTE but no dollars behind it.
Correct.
Is it funded in one of the other requests?
Yes, there's a House bill section that covers that, the request for the body.
Why are we separating out the request for the FTE from the funding?
Normally, when we put new FTE into the director's office, they go up into section 8005, which is director's office, and then a lot of the program funding gets a specific House bill section to itself. So,
even though that funding needs to also go into the director's office budget, right?
well, it is in the director's office budget, but again, it's based on what, the House bill sections and how the programs are laid out. So
There's a different tab coming up for the expense and equipment for the body cameras. 369, and so we'll get there
But
shortly.
not for the cost of the FTE.
Correct.
Where are the salaries for the two positions?
yes, the cost for the FTE, that was core reallocated into the director's office budget. Okay.
From
Highway Patrol.
Okay, so this is part of the reallocation from Highway Patrol that we talked about earlier?
Correct.
How many total positions were brought in from Highway Patrol?
We only got 3 positions. This was just for the funding, and that's why we had to ask for 2 new FTE for this.
Okay, I may not be following all of that, but I'm not sure I need to. I think that it sounds like you understand it. Yes? It all makes sense. These positions are going to be there, and they're going to be funded, and it's going to be in the core?
Correct.
Cool.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
277.
All right. Page 277 is the core for the state services to victims. These funds are awarded to state and local units of government and private nonprofit agencies provide direct services to victims of crime.
Representative John Black, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to do sorry I missed that thing too. And ask you to look at 237. Can you tell me what this program is?
Sure. This is the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, and it covers many different areas from multi-jurisdictional drug task forces to child abuse investigations. It can cover DARE and school resource officers, drug courts, corrections, treatment. For the purposes of this funding out of the director's office, it covers the drug task forces and also the local law enforcement block grant program.
It says here less than $2,000 awards. So these are grants to local jurisdictions, I presume. And do you try to keep them? I'm in the second paragraph of the description. You try to keep these awards at less than $10,000, or what's the meaning of that terminology?
That is coming to us from the federal guidance, and it's less than $10,000, and we do awards for $9,999.99 to local law enforcement agencies for officer safety equipment.
So this is federal money?
Yes.
And so this is not it says all these things you're supposed to do, including drug treatment enforcement. This is not our primary drug interdiction fund, is it?
This is the primary fund for many of our drug task forces across the state, and there are, I believe there's 18.
Well, $4.5 million appears to be woefully, I don't know how many woefully's I can add, inadequate for that task. And again, I realize you got your big core highway patrol budget following, but my question really is, and I know Highway Patrol does everything the Highway Patrol does, but with regard to an identified mission of the department, including the patrol, to engage in law enforcement regarding our drug problem, I mean, I certainly hope this isn't the bulk of the money provided. Can you help me with that?
This is the federal money that we're in charge of administering for our drug task forces. And, sir, what you're seeing there is accurate. This is what we have to administer the drug task forces in the state of Missouri.
Yeah, but in addition to this federal money, we could put whatever state money is authorized into the same effort to law enforcement regarding our drug problem. And so my question is, somewhere in this book, is there a lot of other GR or other fund money that is matched or exceeds this amount to actually deal with our drug problem?
There's no local match required on this, but many local communities who are participants of the drug task forces do provide local funding at their level for this.
I'm not communicating well. I'm not talking about grant money. I'm talking about money to deal with our drug problem and law enforcement problem. So my question is, where in this book can we identify funds that are used to address law enforcement with regard to enforcing our drug laws?
Well, this is one section, and then when the patrol presents, they will have some general revenue funding that is dedicated to drug enforcement.
Do you have any idea how much that is?
Well, I would have to ask the patrol. It's in book 2, so we'll be getting
Okay.
to that.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's in book 1, but it will be in the patrol section, and I don't have that number committed to memory, nor the tab.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Well, I say we move in that direction. So let's continue.
All right, page 283 is the Core for Violence Against Women grant.
Representative Burnett,
I'm sorry.
you're recognized.
Thank you. I had a question for the page we were on, and we kept going backward. This item, the state services to victims, is funded by the Victims Fund.
Yes.
How is that funded?
It is funded from court fees.
Can you give me like a kind of a brief overview of what those court fees are?
It's a $7.50 court assessment in any court in the state, including juvenile court, for the violation of a criminal law of the state, including an infraction in violation of a municipal or county ordinance.
So who is charged that fee?
The defendants in the court costs that they are paying.
All right.
And that's, the authority for that is covered under 595.045.
Yes, I see that. And then it's mainly to be used by domestic violence shelters, rape crisis center, child abuse treatment facilities, law enforcement, and prosecutors. We're getting better at it. It looks like your appropriation has remained pretty steady over the years, and we're getting better at getting that money out, but there's still quite a bit of money left on the table. And yet our domestic violence shelters in particular are expressing a need.
Yeah, and it depends on what the revenues, how much revenues that we get in a given year, and they have been down a little bit during COVID. So again, there has to be enough revenue in there to spend more money.
Okay, all right. So the problem is not that it isn't being used; it's that there isn't enough to distribute.
Yes.
And that's we're not collecting the $2 million.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think back to 283. If you have anything
283.
further on that,
Right.
or please
Yep.
continue.
All right, Core Violence Against Women grant. This funding goes to local courts and units of local government, law enforcement, service providers. It does have a 25% match. Okay, page 299 is the Core for Crime Victims Compensation and SAFE. SAFE is sexual assault forensic examinations, and also this covers child physical abuse forensic examination costs. So again, this is financial assistance directly to victims who have suffered physical harm as a result of violent crime. And it's designed to assist through a period of financial hardship. The department is the payer of last resort. Okay, so we have new decision items. The first one is for the federal authority for this grant program. And what we've seen is that we have changed some of the circumstances for payouts, and the payouts have gone out to victims. So we need additional federal authority to spend. Next decision item on page 321 is General Revenue Authority, and it is for the SAFE and the CPAFE grants. And again, we've seen the need for the funding go up, and that we have had backlogs on paying some of these, and we would like to have additional funding so we can pay these for these services. Okay. Page 329 is the core for pretrial protection program transfer. Okay, this is the transfer authority to transfer general revenue into the pretrial witness protection program. The core for the pretrial witness protection program is page 335. And again, the funds available to Missouri law enforcement agencies provide for the health, safety, and welfare of victims, witnesses of violent crime, and family members. So. Okay, page 341 is the core for the National Forensic Improvement Grant. This is funding for, it's known as the Paul Coverdell National Improvement Act program. It's federal funding, provides funding for education, training, and certification of criminal laboratory personnel and laboratory equipment. Page 347 is a core for state forensic labs. This is funding for the Missouri Crime Lab Update Program, which is called McClup. Provides financial assistance to defray expenses of crime labs and serve the courts of the state of Missouri.
Representative Meredith, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, going back to the pretrial protection program. Is this, there are two items for this, the 329 and 335, yes?
Yes, there's a transfer appropriation to move money into the
They're
fund.
for the same thing ultimately,
Yes.
Okay. So, is this the thing that we started in an emergency supplemental in a summer a couple of years ago that was pretrial witness protection?
It is, sir.
Okay. Have we spent any money from this?
We have. We spent about $3,300 out of the total appropriation. We continue to increase the awareness of law enforcement across the state of that. And also what we're seeing is that prosecutors are increasingly becoming aware of it, and we anticipate the utilization will pick up.
Okay. I mean, I kind of recall this being one of the most substantive things that came out of that emergency special session to address crime, and it looks like it didn't actually do anything. If nobody's actually using this money in 21, in 22, you're saying we're at 30, because in 21, the entirety of the year, we spent $117 out of $2 million. That's accurate. That's not a typo.
Yes,
and then in 22, it's 3,300 roughly.
Yes, sir.
And that's two specific witnesses. That's not a number two. That's
was 3 different departments.
so it goes to the departments, not to the. But do they have to give it directly to the witnesses?
Correct. And I'm not sure how many witnesses, but that would have been 3 different departments.
Which departments?
Kansas City Police Department, St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, and the Springfield, Missouri Police Department.
Okay. And did they each take roughly 1,000 each?
You know, I don't know. I don't have the specifics of that, sir.
Okay. Are we getting any feedback from them as to whether this is actually a useful thing for them?
You know, we have 10 agencies that have registered to utilize it, and I know that in Greene County specifically, the prosecutor down there is working with law enforcement more intently than they have been in the past to leverage this money for their witnesses.
Okay. And it would be primarily the prosecutor's office that identifies the people, or would it be law enforcement?
Well, this is pre-trial, so it could be law enforcement or the prosecutor, but the actual reimbursement goes to the law enforcement agencies.
Okay. And this is from the services fund, but it's funded by GR completely, correct?
Yes.
There's only a $1 million transfer into it. There's already $1 million in from last year, and so
That's correct, yes. So-
Why, is there a reason we can't just leave the 1 million in from last year? And
And I think, like I said, we'd like to have that opportunity if we need to transfer, but if it was not needed, we would not transfer the money.
okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Lewis, you're recognized for an inquiry.
I'd like to look at, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to look at page 299 and back to your, with the Safe Care program. Of that line item there, you have really three things that are being paid out of this, isn't it? It looks like, how much of it's going for the forensic audits, the forensic examinations of this? Do you know? I mean, I tried to look through here and, so I didn't ask you, but I see, on page 305, you've got a little graph there, which doesn't give me the amount of number, gives me the number of applications.
I'm going to ask Program Manager Connie Bearhorse to come up, and if she can answer it, that would be great, Connie. And if not, Mr. Representative, we will get you the information.
Hi, I'm Connie Bearhorse, the Program Manager for our OVC program at the Director's Office. To answer your question, or I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You want to know what those fees actually pay for in the breakdown between the facility fee, the provider fee, and the forensic exam fee?
Well, yeah, I think that the CVC up here at the top, Crime Victims Compensation Fund, that's completely separate. I mean, all that comes through the same line item, it looks like. But most of it's coming with CVC and SAFE applications. Most of them SAFE applications, it looks like about 4,000 a year. The applications for you to do a SAFE audit.
It's not a SAFE audit. It's a program that reimburses providers for performing services for forensic exams.
Okay, so I understand they're doing you're paying them to do the audit. So there's 4,000 or so of those being done.
Let me look here.
It looks like that's what it is. I mean,
yes.
But it wasn't enough. That's why the new decision item is needed for $700,000 more.
Yeah, we have far more requests than what we can pay.
And so the other $700,000 is going to cover the additional number of SAFE forensic audits that are going to be covered that you're going to be reimbursing.
Yes.
And you reimburse them all. None of it's coming out of DSS budget.
No.
You always do the SAFE. The SAFE money always comes out of yours,
yes.
your funds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, page 353 is the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Program. Again, this is money that comes from the federal government, and it is going to two agencies in the states, the Department of Corrections and the St. Louis County Justice Services. Okay, and there is a match requirement. Okay, page 363 is the core for the post-training funding. It's funding from court cost. In the post-commission disperses funds to law enforcement agencies for the pay for the costs of continuing law enforcement education training for law enforcement officers and technical and professional training for non-commissioned personnel. Okay, on page 369, this is the new decision item for body-worn cameras, and this is where the funding, the E&E funding for that is located.
Representative Burnett, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other funds. It looks like.
Sorry. Yeah, those other funds are highway funds.
Highway? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, that concludes the Director's Office budget presentation. So next up will be Capitol Police Chief Zim Swartz.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. If you would, please identify yourself to the folks at home and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Zim Swartz. I'm the Chief of the Missouri Capitol Police. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee today. Joining me is Lieutenant Eric Clemens, the Support Services Division Lieutenant. The Missouri Capitol Police is a primary full-service law enforcement agency responsible for the protection of those who come to the Capitol complex and the state buildings located in Cole County. Our mission is the safety of all people and security of the buildings. And our community is very unique as compared to other law enforcement agencies because it includes legislators, elected officials, state employees, and staff. We interact daily in a true community policing fashion and philosophy. This past year once again brought many challenges. We continue to experience increased levels of protest, rallies, and demonstrations. The potential for violence during any of these events is always present. We are handling more threats than in previous years to our community, our legislators, elected officials, and staff. We are so very appreciative for our local law enforcement partners, including the Missouri State Highway Patrol, other Department of Public Safety agencies, and numerous supporting agencies who have helped us again this past year when requested. They assisted with planning and visibility with the ever-evolving situations that we, the Capitol Police, faced. However, we know that these agencies have limited resources as well. This past year has shown the need for our main new decision item this budget year. We are focusing on additional full-time sworn staff to assist with visibility and customer service to the community we serve. We appreciate the opportunity to present the Missouri Capitol Police budget. The item Lieutenant Clemens is going to present stresses the importance of what is needed to accomplish our mission at this time. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions now or after Lieutenant Clemens has completed his presentation.
Okay, seeing no questions, please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Clemens with Capitol Police, and I'll be presenting the budget for today. On page 377 is the Capitol Police Corps. We asked for just over $1.8 million in funding and 40 FTE. The governor has recommended the same. On page 387 is the Capitol Police new decision item for additional Capitol Police officers. The governor has recommended just over $114,000 in funding for 2 Capitol Police officers. The additional officers will provide more visibility at the Capitol, at other state office buildings, and reduce staffing shortages, overtime accrual, and the reliance on other state agencies.
Lieutenant, we have a couple questions here on this one. So you asked for 11, governor recommended 2. That's a difference of 9. What more can you do with the 11? I mean, obviously, more officers means more coverage, means, you know, just better, more safe environment for everybody on the Capitol complex. Is there anything you would add to that in advocating for 11 versus 2?
Well, just to clarify, the original request was 7 sworn and 4 civilians, and that made the 11.
Okay.
We do support the governor's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Burnett? Okay. And Representative Nuremberg, you're looking back here like you may have a question. Proceed, lady.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you all do. I know it's been nice to see you all in the hall, and I've probably passed you some late evenings too, and it's nice to know that there's still folks here, especially when there's committees meeting late. And as a obviously, as a young woman, it's concerning things that I've received in messages and unfortunately death threats, anonymous ones, and that's concerning. And obviously, working here, I appreciate having just your presence in the building, and thank you for continuing to work to honestly improve our protocols and what we're doing here. But with that being said, it's a concerning environment. I think one of the things that we all respect is everybody's freedom of speech and freedom to assemble. But with that being said, it is concerning with Missouri being so lax in our capital with being able to carry different firearms as things are changing and evolving, whether it's a 3D printer, whether it's silencers, whether it's ghost guns. Oftentimes things are advancing at a rate even faster than others can respond. And it's just nice to know that there's folks in the Capitol that can respond if needed. But with that being said, I am concerned to see that we are well, I guess I should say it's difficult to know if we are truly meeting the need, because obviously you all can't share exactly what the security concerns are, and we don't want to share everything as broadly in a public forum. But I don't know if there's some conversations that we could have offline, because I certainly don't want to raise questions or more concerns or opportunities for folks with bad intent to go in. So with that being said, I don't know if there's some of these conversations that we could just have offline too, about any specific threats or anything we can do. But while certainly civilians are needed for certain capacities of all law enforcement agencies, I also would like to see still more officers in the building. So how many will this bring us total between the new decision item and our current FTEs? How many officers will we have?
Right now, we have 40 FTEs that are assigned to Missouri Capitol Police, with 37 of those designated as sworn. So we have 3 civilians.
Okay, so 37 sworn, and then with this, we would have 2 additional.
Yes, and of that 37, there's some of those are designated as part-time. So we do have some part-time employees as well as full-time sworn staff.
Okay. And then I'm sure you all, and I don't want to jump ahead too much, but obviously there's been enhanced, I would say last year since the insurrection in D.C., starting at that time, there was definitely an enhanced presence with our State Highway Patrol for quite some time, and enhanced presence of troopers. Do you all continue just to call on them as needed for that enhanced presence?
We do. We're very fortunate to have Missouri State Highway Patrol and other agencies within our state help us whenever we request. And last year, after at the start of the session, we requested several agencies. The park rangers were able to provide us nearly 500 hours of visibility within the Capitol for approximately 6 weeks until they were drawn away to their duties. The Missouri State Highway Patrol in about 4 months provided us over 1,500 hours in addition, so that we did have visibility in the Capitol, especially during session.
Okay. And then with one of the things that I continue to have concerns about is in the chamber, while there are signs that those who are in the upper galleries can't carry, that's correct, right? Are there still signs posted that you can't carry within the upper chamber?
I believe there are signs, yes.
Okay, but there's still nothing that would prohibit somebody from going in and us simply not knowing, right?
The rules that we follow right now is whether the open carry, concealed carry within the Capitol and on the grounds itself. The chambers are a little bit different. That is
and
up
committee
to
hearing rooms is the same as well, right? Is my understanding that you can't carry within a hearing room or the chamber, right?
Yes, you can carry inside a hearing room.
Okay, but still knowing that there's still folks that are, that's the part. So I didn't know if there's anything that we're doing or looking at to enhance those protocols.
We work very closely with the House Sergeant at Arms as well as the Senate Security Specialist in the building. So they are obviously in charge of those areas for security purposes.
Okay. Well, that's just one of those things that I'll certainly continue to be pushing for, is still more sworn officers, because I think especially with what we are seeing and unfortunately kind of continuing to see is that hostility. I think it's just going to be so important that you folks are here and have that actual presence and uniform presence, as well as any undercover as well. So again, thank you for your work, and sure appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, one last point of clarification, then we do have another question. The 2 that the governor did recommend, those are for officers, correct?
Yes.
And so you had some communications folks that you requested, and then additionally some officers, but the recommendation from the governor is just for 2 officers?
Yes, 2 sworn.
Okay, thank you. Representative West, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is what my question was going to be about. So you requested initially 4 communication specialists or dispatchers. So you only have 3 currently, is that correct?
We have 2 dispatchers currently.
So when those 2 are either off duty or on vacation, you have to fill in with a sworn officer, correct?
Yes, an officer has to handle the calls coming in and our CAD, our dispatch.
Sure. So 2 or 3 more dispatchers would allow the sworn officers to be where they need to be out in visibility and patrol, and your actual communications specialist will be able to pick up that slack, correct?
We requested additional so that we could try to cover more 24/7 type coverage.
Sure. All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Thank you.
That concludes the Capitol Police budget.
All right, fair enough. Short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's next? Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Eric Olson. I'm the Superintendent of the Missouri State Highway Patrol. And with me today is our Budget Director, Captain Mike Watson. I've had numerous assignments in my 31-year career, and I'm certainly pleased to be here today representing the 2,300 employees of the Missouri State Highway Patrol. The patrol is an accredited law enforcement agency by the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, and that's a credential we've held since 1992. The patrol's strategic plan is based on three basic principles: to protect, to serve, and to sustain. And while each is important, together they guide our 9 troops and our 20 divisions in fulfilling our important mission of providing professional law enforcement support to the citizens of Missouri. The budget that we present has several requests that supports the patrol in its mission and supporting our commitment to public safety as well. The safety of our workforce and those we serve is always the top priority, and our FY23 budget proposal reflects this. I thank you very much for your time, and I know there are many difficult decisions to make on a budget committee, but I do appreciate your continued support of public safety in Missouri. I'd be glad to take any questions before I hand it off to Captain Watson.
Representative Unsicker, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, does your department or does the Highway Patrol do training on commercial sexual exploitation of children?
Do we provide
Do you do
training on that
to your
specifically? We provide specifically training, a program that we has brought to us by Texas several years ago called the Interdiction for the Protection of Children, and some of that training would cross into that. We've trained over 800 of our troopers in that course already, and I believe in excess of 350 to 400 law enforcement officers from around the state as well. It's a 2-day course.
And then my other question, are you the division that issues the blue alerts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there was an alert that went out recently that was, after it went out, it was said it was a test alert. Can you tell me what happened there?
Sure. So we routinely test the alert system monthly in a number of capacities, multiple times a month. And we had selected a test template, and we're just moving down through it. And the employee that we had that was working on that, it was a matter of just selecting the wrong button. They weren't aware that they were on the public side of it, instead of the test side. And the alert went out. We certainly regret that. Believe that we'll be able to do better moving forward. It'll be more clearly apparent as to what side of the house that you're on there.
Well, I hope all those tests will have the word test in there, or let people know
Right.
that it's a test message before it.
Yeah, I agree that the Gotham City scene scenario probably isn't favorable. I agree with you. And had we put test in the message, it would have been real clear, even though that would have been an error too.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nuremberg, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Just very quickly to follow up, and again, thank you for being here. With that, the test, one of the things that I thought was helpful is afterwards, folks did figure out how to go back and revisit your notifications, because obviously whether it be an amber alert, a blue alert, those ping on everybody's phone, if we're in session or committee, or, typically you start hearing them, right, pinging. But one of the things that I really appreciate that you all do very well are different kind of PSA type things, whether it's on our highways with our, different MoDOT boards and, working in collaboration with a lot of folks. But I also think All of that's helpful. And so any additional PSA, because I think it's key, right? And we know in matter of minutes, whether it's an Amber Alert, whether it's a Blue Alert, every minute counts. And so continuing to share that information with the public on how to see past notifications, even those who are pretty technologically savvy sometimes, struggle once that notification's gone. So I really appreciate your guys' work and making sure that those systems are operable when needed. So thank
Yes,
you for
ma'am.
that.
Thank you for that.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine is really more of has more of a local focus, and would it be possible for us to catch up after you're done?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, my name is Mike Watson, and we're on Book 1, and we'll start on page 395. And this is the core for administration budget, and this has to do with the support personnel within the patrol, most of whom work at our main headquarters here in Jefferson City. Page 405 is a new decision item. It's a mandated mental health check-in, and this falls in line with Senate Bill 53 from last session. And this is for, again, mental health check-in for our enforcement personnel, are sworn, and this will allow funding for the testing or the mental health check-in for a third of our troopers each year, and this funding is to go, ongoing funding is for the support of that. Page 411 is our fringe benefits core. Page 417 is fringe benefits, new decision item for new employees. Page 423 is fringe benefit, new decision item for the FY23 pay plan. Page 429 is the patrol's enforcement corps, and these are personnel that you see every day out on the highway, also our criminal investigators or commercial vehicle enforcement personnel.
Representative John Black, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure you heard my earlier conversations with regard to the $4.5 million of drug enforcement money.
Yes, sir.
And my question, I presume this is the right place to ask the question with regard to the patrol's efforts with regard to enforcing the drug laws. Is this the right place?
Yes, sir. Our Division of Drug and Crime Control falls within the Enforcement Corps budget.
Division of what?
Drug and Crime Control.
Drug and Crime. Is that broken down in the book somewhere that I have not noticed?
I'm sorry to interrupt. It is not specifically broken down in there. They are funded primarily out of general revenue, a little bit out of the federal funds. So if you look at the GR budget within the Enforcement Corps, the bulk of that is our Division of Drug and Crime Control personnel.
I didn't follow all that. Can you give me a number of this 122.8? Do you have any idea how much that division is allocated?
Right. If on page 429, the PS budget, the payroll budget for general revenue is $12,600,000, and that falls within that. There are some other divisions that are paid from general revenue, but the bulk of that goes to the Division of Drug and Crime Control.
Okay, drug and crime, if it's the GR line, this appears to be, well, this can't be right, matched by 5 million fed, 78 other. What's the other?
The other is primarily going to be highway funds.
Highway funds?
Yes, sir.
So when you say, and so would that be directed to controlling the laws with regard to operation of the highways?
Yes, that's going to be our main traffic enforcement. So the troopers you see out there are commercial vehicle enforcement personnel. So the folks that you're referencing would fall into the general revenue side of things.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my head around this. So can we understand that with regard to trying to enforce the drug laws in the state of Missouri. And my sheriff tells me that drug problems are 90% of his problems. And I think most sheriffs and prosecutors around the state would provide some similar number, might not be 90, but I mean, a gigantic portion of the efforts that the local governments have with regard to the crime that they deal with, 90% of it's related to drug problems. So do I understand that the 4.5 million we had before and the 12 million here is the bulk of the patrol's efforts with regard to those problems?
I think it's a collaborative effort. You talk about, and I think you'd mentioned the narcotics officers, but also too is when you talk about the highway side, the enforcement of the traffic laws, that also figures into the enforcement of drug laws as they make the traffic stops and come about on different criminal violations.
Sure it does. I get that. And so, I mean, to me, that total $16 million or whatever it is, if that's, I'm not trying to be critical right now, I'm trying to understand. Might be critical later, I'm not trying to be critical. Would be what I understand to be the state's effort toward this problem, and then do I understand that the state then basically leaves the enforcement of those drug problems to the local jurisdictions, county and city and the feds? Do I understand this picture?
We work very closely with all those entities. Earlier you heard DPS mention drug task forces in the state, and we we sit on 5 of those full-time and work with those. Those are multi-jurisdictional drug task forces. So you have representatives from police department, sheriff's departments. We also work closely with federal task forces on narcotics investigations. All those things become force multipliers. So certainly within the budget, you see a number of general revenue, and most of that does go to fund our Division of Drug and Crime Control, which right now has 112 troopers in it. But their primary obligations, well, actually there are many. One of them is narcotics enforcement. They're all cross-trained. They don't all do narcotics enforcement every day, but they're cross-trained to assist on those investigations.
Okay.
So, and I tell you also, I'd be glad to come by and we can talk even more in depth about what they do, what their budget specifically looks like, and maybe answer a few more of those questions.
Oh, I'm sure they do fine work. You don't have to talk to me about that. The question that I'm raising is, it seems to me that the state, I'm not saying you guys, I mean, the budget that you are allocated to deal with that problem doesn't seem adequate to me to address the problem. I'll say it that way. And, you know, I'm a little bit, with regard to this core, I mean, your description here, enforcing the traffic laws, I'm reading your description, accident investigation, promoting safety, appears to be the 3 core efforts. Increasing law enforcement duties in such other areas as commercial vehicle enforcement, criminal investigations, and gaming enforcement. So if we were going to say enforcing the illegal drug laws in this state, the only place I can see that it might be included in any significant way maybe is this criminal investigation. I understand, as the captain said, that we stop people on the highways, and that's part of it. But it doesn't seem to me to be a high priority based on this information by the state to deal with that particular problem, which my sheriff says is 90% of his problems. So I guess we could probably have an offline conversation, but my big question is, why aren't we putting more money into this problem that affects virtually every citizen of the state of Missouri, at least indirectly, every day? So I'd like to have that discussion.
Yes, sir, we can do that, and I'm sure that the sheriff you talk to and all the other law enforcement agencies in the state are going to agree that the more resources that come our way to combat the narcotics problem certainly would be used. And this is not an issue that's unique to Missouri or to the Midwest, certainly.
Thanks.
Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Within here, are there any bureaus or anything? Do y'all have any joint task forces or anything like that with local folks for missing people, missing person searches?
Representative, we don't have a specific task force assigned to missing person cases. We do have the missing person unit within the Division of Drug and Crime Control, which we were discussing with Representative Black, which is a clearinghouse for missing person cases in the state. We bring in cases, we follow up on others and clear them out, but mainly the investigative piece. Some of that's done by us, but most of it's done by local law enforcement. So we do work very closely on missing person cases with various law enforcement agencies in the state.
Can you send me more information on that unit?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we're ready for 483.
Page 483 is a decision item, and this is a request for one-time spending authority out of the aircraft, vehicle, and watercraft revolving fund for aircraft maintenance for two aircraft that the patrol has in its inventory. One is for a twin engine twin engine fixed wing aircraft, and one is for a helicopter. And we do have maintenance within the patrol's budget, but these are some pretty major milestones that we have to meet for the FAA and the manufacturer for both these aircraft, which are a little bit above and beyond what is currently budgeted. So again, this is a one-time out of the revolving fund. Page 491, this is a new decision item for the purchase of a used Bell 407 helicopter. Currently, the patrol has two helicopters in its inventory, and this we just finished the sale of another helicopter. So this will be a replacement of an enhanced version of or essentially what we have currently right now as far as the Bell 407. So this would be a partner to that one, headquarters here out of Jefferson City. Typically, when you look at the maintenance, and that maintenance on the helicopters is considerable at times, whether it's scheduled or unscheduled. And so when that platform and all of the items that go with it and the personnel that go with it, when that's down for maintenance, when we do get requests from local law enforcement agencies, and that's where the bulk of our requests come for assistance, is we have to turn down those requests. So this would just be not an addition to the patrol's inventory, but a replacement for one that was just sold.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where do you buy a helicopter?
That's a great question. The last time the patrol purchased a helicopter was back in 2011, and it's the current Bell 407, which is a 2006 model, and that we worked with the Office Administration and worked out a contract and went through a broker, an aircraft broker.
And so this is also, since it replaces, is it the same year, make, and model? Is that?
A lot of it just depends on what we can find, what we can find on the market as far as the year. Again, we're asking to purchase a used one. That's what the patrol did last time. It was a 5-year-old aircraft, so it just depends on what is out there market-wise.
You're certain this is the amount that you need for that?
That is correct, and so that price is for the aircraft, the infrared camera system, and then a mapping system to go along with it.
Okay, please proceed.
Page 497 is the Water Patrol Enforcement Corps, and this is for the funding for the patrol's mission for service and protection on Missouri's waterways. Page 507 is a patrol boat replacement. If you remember last year, the request was for one of these metal patrol boats, and this is the direction the patrol is seeking to go as far as the replacement of the of our current fiberglass fleet. We project a longer lifespan, fewer repair costs, and this is the request to purchase 3 boats, the motors and the trailers, and this would come out of a one-time request coming out of the Water Patrol Fund.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Metal hull boats, like a whaler type center console boats?
Yes, sir. Center console with a rubber collar all around the outside, and then metal frame.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Page 513 is a new decision item for a dive truck replacement, and this did not get governor's recommendations. Page 519.
Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just briefly on the dive truck, is this a truck that dives into water, or is this a truck that holds all the gear for the dive team?
Great question. It's the latter. It's one of 2 trucks that does respond to the dive call-outs and does hold all the gear, and they're able to mix gases within that truck.
All right. It would have been a lot more cool if it was a submarine truck. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Page 519 is the gasoline purchase core. Page 525 is a vehicle replacement core. Page 531 is the crime laboratory core budget. Page 545 is a new decision item. This is called toxicology method validation, and with the newer instruments the patrol has and along with technology comes new methods and new procedures, and this is a request to validate those newer procedures and methods. This is something the patrol could do internally with its own personnel. The problem with that is then that pulls criminalists off of existing cases. And so what this is a one-time request to have an outside agency come in and validate these new methods and procedures for 3 of the patrol's labs in the system. Page 551 is the Patrol's Academy core budget. Page 563 is a new decision item, and this is a mobile driving simulator. Each of our troopers that you see out on the road is at least once in their career, and usually it's at the beginning of their career while they're in training, goes through a driving course, and it's usually between a week and 2 weeks long. And after that, very few of those troopers get to come back and have some additional training. This would be a mobile platform that would be able to be moved around the state, where those troopers, instead of as being a decentralized area around the state, these troopers would be able to have some simulated training as far as decision-making processes, risk management, things like that, where we could take these around to each of the troop headquarters around the state. And so this request would be for a one-time purchase for a trailer, 2 simulators within that trailer, and then a truck to pull that. Page 569 is the vehicle and driver safety core. This includes the driver examiners and motor vehicle inspection personnel. Page 591 is the refund for unused stickers core, and this is any time that an inspection station discontinues operation, we're able to do the refunds for those stickers that the station has. Page 597 is the Patrol Technical Service Corps, and within this houses the Patrol's IT services and also the Communications Division. Page 619 is a new decision item for body-worn cameras, and this was a decision item that was moved to the director's office, and then the director's office spoke about that earlier. So within the patrol's budget, it does not get governor's recommendations. Page 627 is a request for a upgraded computer-aided dispatch system, a new telephone system for the communication centers, and a component to enhance or work with other 911 centers across the state that are involved with the next-gen 911 system. And page 633 is the personal equipment core budget.
Okay. Any questions for the patrol? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us today. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. When you're ready, please identify yourselves to the folks at home and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good, I guess it's afternoon, maybe evening at this point. Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Dottie Taylor. I'm the state supervisor for the Division of Alcohol and Tobacco Control. And this is Kristen Cole. She is our Administrative Services Manager. Our division was created in 1934 after the repeal of prohibition to regulate the sale and manufacture of alcohol beverages in this state. Our duties involve liquor licensing, registration of brand labels, collecting taxes and fees, and enforcing Missouri's alcohol and tobacco laws and regulations. While doing that, we place a large emphasis on education, partnerships, and compliance, all while ensuring a safe environment for the citizens of Missouri and also ensuring a fair and productive business environment. In 2021, our agency collected over $53 million for the state. We have a dedicated funding source that is derived from our licensing fees, our portion of our licensing fees, thanks to the generosity of the legislature a few years ago. Our focus has been and continues to be to find efficiencies both internally and externally, and by establishing partnerships with other state and local agencies as well as our industry partners. We have and continue to work on ways to both attract and retain qualified employees. We also constantly strive to address concerns from the industry and to ensure a safe and profitable marketplace. We appreciate your time, and Kristen will present the budget unless you have further questions for me.
Okay, seeing no questions, please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Kristen Cole, and I'll go ahead and present the budget. On page 641 is the ATC core budget, which covers all of our programs. Page 661 is an NDI for 4 additional FTE. That was not recommended by the governor. Page 669 is our core refunds, which allows us to refund any unused licenses.
We do have a question, and Representative Burnett, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was, you had a request for additional FTE, 4 additional?
Yes.
What was the need that prompted that request?
It was a result of the passing of Senate Bill 126, which included to-go alcohol, and we were requesting 4 FTE to assist with that enforcement.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It was for what now? The Senate Bill 126 was?
It included the to-go alcohol.
To-go alcohol. Okay, and so you had some FTE, or you asked for some FTE to deal with that new law, right? And the governor didn't recommend it, but that's still, you still have those responsibilities that come along with that new law. Is that correct?
Yes.
To say? Okay, all right, thank you.
And I'll just repeat in case we didn't hear. Page 669 is the core refunds, which allows us to refund any unused licenses. And that concludes the budget for alcohol and tobacco control.
Any questions for alcohol and tobacco control? Representative Wyndham, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, going off the previous line of questioning, has the tobacco or I was gonna call y'all ATF I guess it kind of is ATF on the state level. Have y'all saw any problems since 126 since to go alcohol? Is there a need for more?
First, let me say that you're not the first person. We get called ATF all the time, so we're used to it. Okay. We have had several during the when we had the emergency waivers and things like that. We did a lot of education and warning and telling folks of what the expectations were. And since the passing of the bill, we've continued to do that. We have several that that have garnered our attention. Those are normally complaint-based, so we will go to those when we are. And so generally we have had some, and so when we do, now we're recognizing, we ask them to come in. We have a conversation in reference, making sure they understand that it is, what they're not doing correctly, and try to correct that behavior.
Are the current, what I'm trying to get at is, are those current folks, are they overwhelmed with work, or are they still able to get it done, or do you think that you may need 2 instead of the 4 now after it's been almost a year now, or it's been about 5-6 months since we implemented the law? Or
I will say that our agents have a huge workload. Not only are they responsible for enforcement, but they are also they are a big piece of our licensing process as well, which is fairly unique to our state. Okay. And so they're all in Chapter 311, which is our alcohol our alcohol laws. They're responsible to make sure that we have proper regulation, and so they have a lot of work to do, but they are managing. They're doing the best they can with what they have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for being with us today. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for your service on this committee. And I have a brief statement here about the Division of Fire Safety. The Division of Fire Safety's mission is to provide proactive statutory enforcement and regulatory oversight and education to protect all lives and property from the devastation of fires, explosion, and life safety perils. 12 statutory mandated programs are administered by the Division of Fire Safety, which include fire safety inspections, fire and explosion investigations, amusement ride safety, statewide fire mutual aid, blasting safety and explosive enforcement, elevator safety, fireworks licensing and permitting, boiler and pressure vessel safety, fire safe cigarettes, firefighter training and certification, contracted firefighter training, and workers' compensation grants for volunteer fire protection associations. These statutory mandated functions are performed by a staff of 67 full-time employees, operating on an approximately a $4.8 million budget comprised of general revenue, as well as 5 dedicated funds. The division receives program guidance and oversight from 5 governor-appointed boards and commissions. 6 programs collect fees for various licenses and permits, collectively totaling more than $1.5 million annually. The Division of Fire Safety proudly supports state, local, and federal agencies and our public-private sector partners as a value member of the Missouri Department of Public Safety. In addition to serving Missouri's 847 registered fire departments and nearly 25,000 firefighters, Our constituents include the 6 million residents and visitors of our great state. It is safe to say at some time, every resident or visitor is directly impacted by the safety programs provided by the division, rather through simple use of an elevator, visiting an amusement ride park or carnival, the safe production of boiler-generated electricity, safeguards against the crime of arson, safety provided to our children in daycares, and our loved ones who reside in assisted living facilities, or the rapid response of a well-trained firefighter in time of an emergency need. And I failed to introduce myself, so I am Tim Bean, the State Fire Marshal, and I will turn this over to Sherry Hosher, who will present our budget.
Thank you very much. We do have a question. Representative McGaul, you're recognized for inquiry.
Hello, welcome. What do you or can you do to help the small local fire districts recruit new members? Anything?
Well, that is a constant issue across our state and nation. It's not just Missouri Pacific. And we assist and we create, there's training opportunities and things and classes to put on to help advocate for this. So we're always working in that arena with them. But it is a struggle. And I don't have a genuine answer to that question, to be quite honest, because everyone is having that problem.
It's true. It's all over. In the small communities,
Yes.
They have reported to me that no one wants to join anything anymore, any kind of government, anything, because, I don't know why. But it's reached a real critical point in one of my fire districts that's close to a highway that has a lot of wrecks on it. They have a lot of fatalities there. So they wanted me to introduce a bill to incentivize. So I'm going to just talk to you offline about some of the ideas that they had.
Yeah. We've actually seen a trend of consolidating departments that, because of the personnel issue, departments looking at consolidating, and we've had that happening in our state because of this. So it is a problem.
My district is 1,800 square miles. Okay. So, of the 5 districts, I doubt that wouldn't be feasible.
Right.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I think we're ready to get into the book. Thank you.
Okay. Our core budget starts on page 675 for a little over $3.7 million and 67 FTE. Like the Fire Marshal mentioned, our budget's mostly general revenue, but we do have a few dedicated funds, the Elevator Fund, the Boiler Fund, and the Missouri Explosive Safety Act Fund. Our first new decision item is on page 717. This is for $47,886 to be used for digital camera equipment and portable decontamination equipment for our fire investigators to use on their fire scenes. The next decision item is on page 725 for a field boiler safety inspector. This was not recommended by the governor. The following new decision item is on page 733 for workers' compensation grants for volunteer fire protection associations. That was not recommended by the governor. Then the following new decision item is on page 739 for vehicle replacement, which was recommended by the governor.
Representative Mayhew, you are recognized for inquiry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Do you have so what was this for again? Do you have a brief explanation of it?
I'm sorry, for
The 575.
that is workers' compensation grants for volunteer fire protection associations.
So you guys recommended it. Well, I won't ask you why the governor didn't, but this has been a topic in my area for our volunteer firemen for quite a little while now, and we were hoping that this year we would actually get it done. So
we did obtain one-time funding for this budget year. I think the intent was perhaps maybe for it to be ongoing, but in the budget it was put in as one time. So we requested the new decision item for continued funding, but yes, it was not recommended by the governor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think you were on 739. Okay, are you back on the grants? Okay, Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Just so I understand, it was appropriated once. Do you know, was that in 20, fiscal year 20?
So the funding's been a little inconsistent. I believe the legislation
trying to follow
actually
the
passed in 2016. And initially there was some core cuts and then some withholding. So it's had a little bit of back and forth. But in FY22, this budget year, it was appropriated for one time.
So did you spend then?
We are still spending it. We're still
Okay.
in process.
Do you expect to spend all of it?
I can't say for certain that we'll spend 100% of it. During a time where the funding was a little uncertain, the Department of Conservation actually helped us pick up part of this need by using part of their funding actually to work with the fire departments that have cooperative agreements to cover Department of Conservation land. So there's still some agreement for some of those departments to be paid from Department of Conservation. So this is a little bit of a transition year, if you will, where Department of Conservation is still paying some grants, and then we're starting to pay those that don't cover Department of Conservation land.
Okay, so where in their budget do they have it? Is it an itemed out thing, or is this something they're doing out of their core?
They were doing it out of their core. They did not have a decision item for it. They never did. They were just trying to fill in need. It's a 3-year program right now with Department of Conservation, and this is the last year for them. But I don't believe they had it as a new decision item.
Okay, so for the last 3 years up until last year, or up until the current fiscal year, Department of Conservation has basically been footing the bill for this out of their own funding.
For the departments that cover conservation land. So not all.
Know what percentage of that would be?
Do you know?
Not a percentage.
Out of the, 280?
Answer that question, we'll have to get that.
Okay. But you were still getting requests for support from districts that are not covered there.
Correct. We can get you a list of departments that fall under their definition for Department of Conservation.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see who actually got grants, which districts over the last few years, whether that came from conservation or this year, who's getting them.
Sure.
And then if there are others asking for it that you don't think are going to get.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Sander, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking back on the section with the fireworks. I do fireworks myself, but there's retailing, seasonal, year-round, and manufacturing and wholesaling. Do you know the breakdown between? It says how many seasonal retailers there are, but is there anybody manufacturing fireworks like consumer-wise, or is it just all for pyrotechnic displays?
Yeah, we have wholesalers, manufacturers, jobbers, and distributors in addition to the seasonal retailers. I don't have the exact number with me on each of those and for each of that breakdown, but we can certainly provide that for you.
Yeah, I'd like that if you can follow up with me on that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I think we're ready for 739.
All right, 739 is our new decision item request for vehicle replacement. This was recommended by the governor. This provides funding for 5 replacement vehicles that are high mileage that are used primarily by our field staff to perform either fire investigations, fire inspection work across the state. Okay. Then that takes us to our next core, which is on page 747. This is our Fire Safe Cigarette Core. This program is designed to reduce smoking-related fires by regulating cigarettes that are sold within the state of Missouri. The following core is on page 755. This is our contracted training core. This core provides no-cost firefighter training that the fire marshal was speaking of a few minutes ago to our fire departments across the state, so they can obtain that training at no cost to them. And that then concludes our budget.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you all very much for being with us today. Looks like up next we have the Veterans Commission. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. If you would please identify yourselves with the folks at home and proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Paul Kirchhoff, and I have the honor of being the Executive Director of the Missouri Veterans Commission. With me is Teresa Sherlock, our Fiscal Director. The commission was established by Missouri statute to aid all veterans, their dependents, and legal representatives by providing information regarding the rights of veterans and their dependents, and to assist veterans accessing their available benefits through state and federal government. The Missouri Veterans Commission manages 7 long-term skilled nursing homes, 5 state veteran cemeteries, and provides benefit assistance through our service officers. Last fiscal year, the Veteran Service Program brought in $353 million in federal compensation and pension awards to Missouri's veterans. This is a return on investment ratio of $130 for every dollar we spend. The Commission's 5 cemeteries provide burial services at no charge. Our staff manages the grounds to the standards of the VA cemeteries and have maintained a satisfaction survey results of 99% at all 5 cemeteries. These are hallowed grounds, and certainly we maintain them to that level that befits Missouri's heroes. Our 7 long-term care facilities operate a total of 1,238 beds in Cameron, Cape Girardeau, Mexico, Mount Vernon, St. James, St. Louis, and Warrensburg. However, due to staffing shortages, we currently have a veteran population of just over 670. With that census, our beds are filled to 54% of capacity. Our homes are not able to accept new veterans as we simply wouldn't have the staff available to maintain the proper staff to veteran ratio. Staffing has become a crisis on par with that of COVID for us. As a perspective, at the beginning of COVID, we had 20 nursing vacancies. We now have 355 nursing vacancies. COVID has impacted every level of our staffing crisis, specifically the crucial nursing staff. Despite all these challenges of the virus, our long-term care facilities recently earned a distinction from a nationally recognized customer satisfaction firm specializing in long-term and post-acute care for having resident satisfaction rate of 100%. That means 100% of the veterans and family members polled stated that they would recommend the State Veterans Home. The national average is 76.1. In that same survey, 6 of our 7 homes received recognition as best in class. We have staff that are family to our veterans. They honor their sacrifices and deeply care for the well-being of those veterans. Our commission currently receives funding from 3 primary sources: the VA reimbursement, which decreased by $15 million from fiscal year 20 to 21. Veteran out-of-pocket revenue decreased by more than $5 million from FY 20 to 21. Staffing, and just as a reference, staffing drives census, census drives revenue for us. Gaming commission decreased from $1.5 million in FY 19 to 21. Additionally, we have been programmed to receive revenue from Veterans Health and Care Funding, otherwise known as medical marijuana. MVC would not have an operation today without the availability of coronavirus relief funding, epidemiology and laboratory control funding, coronavirus emergency supplemental funding, and we are hopeful to utilize American Rescue Plan Act funding as well. The continued emergency funding support is necessary and very much appreciated, but revenue losses will also require other funding sources for everyday operations in MVC going forward. I thank you for your service to the state and look forward to working with you to ensure Missouri's veterans continue to receive the benefits they have earned with their sacrifices to our state and nation. Ms. Sherlock will present our budget specifics, but I stand ready to answer any questions at this time.
Representative Burnett, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned about the shortage of beds in the nursing homes, and the consequence of that. One of the consequences of that is the increase in veterans who are unhoused. Do you have anything in this budget that helps with supporting those housing initiatives or developing any from the commission or in Missouri?
Are you specifically talking about those that are in long-term care or otherwise?
It doesn't matter really. I mean, they go looking for if there's no place to go, you don't have any place to go. So it seems to me that what we see frequently in the homeless population are people who are there because they don't have access to resources, and they're not very resourceful people. They're sick, or they're compromised in some way. And so they end up on the street because there isn't something to a safety net for them, and many are. It appears. I mean, I don't have the numbers, but certainly we hear a lot about veterans who are homeless, and I'm just wondering, is that of a concern to this commission? And if so, what are we doing about that?
Sure. So we spent 1.5 million. We spent 1.4, are in the process of spending 1.5 million to address veterans' homelessness. So that is a topic of concern for us, and something that we want to address. But going forward, that's something we'll have to continue to pursue to address is veterans' homelessness. Now, veterans who aren't housed because of our in the homes, that they have no place to go, that's purely a staffing issue, in that we don't have the staff to take care of any more veterans than what we currently have. So without more staffing, I don't have an answer. And we can actively recruit. We work very hard in order to try to be competitive and recruit new staff members into our homes so that we can take care of more veterans. But it's a very difficult battle for us.
Any thoughts about why it's so difficult to recruit?
Pay. We just do not. We're not competitive in pay. As an example, we had a online campaign or a radio campaign, and we had the most clicks. I think they used the word astounding how many clicks that we had. But once they reached the salary portion of it, we lost them. It was very salary driven. We just can't compete with private industry who, as an example, for nurses, there's one of our nursing homes competes with for nurses that provide a sign-on bonus of $15,000. We cannot provide sign-on bonuses. And then you talk about the average pay. We are, for a entry-level position, we're at least $3 under the competitive salary for what can be seen in private industry. It goes up when you talk about RNs or the LPNs and so forth. We just aren't competitive.
So it's clear we need to have some ability to raise pay for our workers who are providing that care.
That would certainly make us more competitive than what we are now. We just aren't competitive.
And the 1.5 million you talked about, you referenced in terms of spending 1.5 million. Are we going to see that reflected in here?
Teresa Sherlock, Budget and Finance Director for the Commission. So there is in the current fiscal year 22 budget a line item for $1.8 million, which is to address veterans housing assistance. You won't see a request in the fiscal year 23 budget, but we do have one currently in fiscal year 22.
And how do veterans then apply for that?
There was a request for proposal that went out for companies to bid on, and that was awarded.
Can you tell us to whom?
Veterans Assistance Project.
Oh, okay. So the VCP and
yes.
The tiny homes?
Yes, ma'am.
Group. Okay. All right. Well, I sure would like to know of any updates that you do. It gets kind of personal for me because it involves my family.
Yes,
and many of my constituents. I, I, I think this is a national humanitarian crisis that we see happening right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McGaugh, you're recognized for the inquiry.
Hello. Some of my questions were also my colleague there, but first of all, I wanted to commend you on the cemetery program. It's top notch. They're wonderful. Everything about it. Thank you very much. I may not have been listening when you were talking about the nursing shortage. We all know that every single program has all the shortages, and most of them, maybe all of them, are due to pay. But I was wondering about, you didn't say there was a waiting list. So as one of the veterans leaves, is it first come, first serve? There's a list, or are there certain criteria that they have to meet for need that they get to be admitted?
So just to answer the waiting list currently, or at least within a week or so, was 295 total. And there is a criteria. You have to have a need for, to be put onto the waiting list, you have to have a need for long-term care. At one time, we were accepting anyone could be put on the waiting list. When we call, they decline. We had people that, I'm old, but I'm not old enough to be on a waiting list for a long-term care facility. But people my age or in my condition would go ahead and put themselves on the waiting list, much like they do for the cemeteries. I could apply for myself and my spouse to be into the cemetery, but for the waiting list for the veterans' homes, it was just untenable, and it made our waiting list it seem longer than what it actually is. So there are criteria, and and depending on there's levels of care in that a veteran, just like in any long-term care facility, they may have levels of care. So we have to take into account the level of care of that veteran and weigh that against what our staff are capable of. So someone who has a high level of care requires more staff. If we don't have that staff capable of meeting that level of care and that over the entire range of who's in the home, then so that does take account. Now, we do try to go from whoever's been on the list longest to go first. And we'll try to, maybe you can't go into Mexico, but you go to Warrensburg. So we'll try to slide within the homes and then transfer later if need be. Yes, ma'am.
Representative Shields, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to risk showing my ignorance, but so for many of our veterans, if they went into a private nursing home, they would probably qualify for Medicaid. So why can they not have Medicaid when they're staying in a veterans hospital? And I say Medicaid for staying in a nursing home, not I'm not talking the health side. I'm talking about Medicaid for nursing homes. So why is it that you can't have that?
So one of the benefits, one of the major benefits for the Veterans Commission homes is that you don't have that spin down. So that saves the family from having to worry about spending down their assets. They can still come into the home without that being necessary.
But what if they don't have very many assets? What if they already qualify? Why can't you collect Medicaid for their stay?
We're just not set up for that. Now that is something that we have to look as we look for a long-term fiscal viability. That's something that we have to look at, but we just haven't been set up to doing that in the past.
So there is no law that's prohibiting you from doing that? Because I've been asked several times, how can we move more money to the Veterans Commission? How can we fund it? And I asked if they accept Medicaid, and they told me no, and I never could have a good answer. So thank you for answering that.
If I could expand on that a little bit.
Absolutely.
The part of the reason why that hasn't been done in the past is there's a lot of overhead that goes into it. There's a lot of tracking of supplies and equipment used. So there would be a large initial cost, and there would be ongoing cost over and above what we have now. So we'd have two different systems set up for two different groups. But the initial and the long-term costs or ongoing costs, we have to take that into account as well.
many of our nursing homes make it work. So and you know, I'm just, as we're looking for funding and looking for funding for the veterans homes, it might be something that we want to consider.
Absolutely.
And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate that you being willing to care for our veterans without that spin down. I really appreciate that. But I'm sure there's many that already are, don't have those assets. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Lewis, you're recognized for the inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. So the 5.4% governor's recommendation for pay, your employees aren't going to necessarily get that, correct?
I believe they are.
Oh, so they are considered state. All
Yes,
your
they are
all
state
your, okay.
employees,
So
yes.
they are going to get that. Is that? I didn't see it yet. I was kind of looking through. Is that reflected in this budget?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not in this budget currently. That was presented through Office of Administration.
Okay, but they are going to get that. But really, I mean, since we're basically raising the entire workforce 5.4%, now all of your nurses, if the nurses over here is getting 5.4% there, they're getting it everywhere else, and so I mean, it's just like everything with it. When you have a minimum salary of $15 an hour, whatever, they're all going to be raised. It's not going to help you attract more workers.
It will certainly help us retain those that we have. So we have, and that is in and of itself is a boost to those staff. They have been working very hard in very difficult situation over the past 2 years, and that's a thank you that they've earned, they deserve, in my opinion. And so while will we be competitive? I don't know, but I do know we have to do something to retain the staff that we have.
Absolutely. I just, wish we could target somehow target money to it.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to do that, but I'm thankful that at least I was wondering if maybe since you were, that you weren't part of the 5.4% that we're going to get that.
There's that, a lot of people think we're VA, federal, we are a state entity.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nervmer, do you have a question? You're recognized for the inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, or good evening, and thank you all for what you do on behalf of the commission and for our veterans. I really appreciated that some of my colleagues' questions. An ongoing concern for I think a lot of us is how many veterans are waiting for care in one of our homes, and to hear that the crisis continues, that 295 are still waiting, I think that raises some serious concerns. And my question with this was, and I'm not quite sure I followed all parts of with Representative Shields, but if somebody is waiting for essentially a bed in one of our or one of your homes, can they go into a private nursing home and then be reimbursed by the commission?
No, we that is not something that we do, and to be quite frank, fiscally, we couldn't afford that anyway.
So because of your appropriation authority, you couldn't, is there something that has to be changed in statute, or is that because of federal VA, or help me out there? Why can't we? Because we outsource things all the time. And so my question is, why aren't we doing more if these are it's a state entity, as you say, why aren't we doing more to care for these folks?
The Missouri Veterans Commission does not utilize any general revenue dollars, so we operate on all of the revenue that comes in from the Veterans Administration, from Gaming Commission proceeds. There are other sources of funding, but our primary sources of funding are through the Veterans Administration and through the Gaming Commission, and with that, we don't receive enough funds into the accounts.
Okay, so obviously there's ongoing concerns with all the medical marijuana licenses, and we spent so much money in litigation, and that was a huge concern for so many people, is that less was going in for the actual care of veterans. But with that being said, why can't you all use GR? Is that something in statute?
It's not in statute. At one time, the commission did receive general revenue, but prior to my time, for whatever reason, we were taken off of general revenue. But it's not statute. It's just,
Okay, so we could,
Yes.
this committee could decide that we want to use our 2.9 billion sitting in the treasury right now in general revenue for care of our veterans. Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no further, Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm going to ask one question, and then you can either, when you come to them, you can mention the answer at that time, or you can give me just a general answer to the question, and it's one that I've asked prior to this numerous times. That's why I'm trying to save the committee's time by getting it all out of the way on this one shot. We'd had a discussion about you had beds available, but you just didn't have staff in order to be able to service those beds, right? So it's not so much that we have a shortage of beds, we have a shortage of people. Is that my understanding?
yes, sir, that's exactly correct.
Okay, so then when I'm flipping through here, and I skipped ahead several pages and several different categories, and I'm noticing the same thing anytime we're dealing with part of the budget that includes FTE, is that there's a significant unbalance in the unexpended funds. So I know you haven't reached this first one yet, but here we have in the administrative core, we've got basically 6.3 million, and 4 million of it is unexpended. So that seems to be even more than a shortage of personnel. So can you give me an idea on that? And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but this is doing the first page, but I hope this advances us. But
Yes. So actually, these past couple of years have been a little bit out of the ordinary in that we've been able to achieve reimbursement through some of our programs with coronavirus relief funds because of our COVID response. So it creates the appearance in all of our programs that we've spent less than we actually have.
I got you. Okay. And will that be consistent throughout in these other areas?
It
All
will.
right. The last question for you, that we mentioned the pay plan. I know you're, we had talked about that in other areas, but is that do we feel comfortable that that's going to help our staffing issue immediately if we go to this? So we're at $15 an hour for primary care, if I'm correct, if my memory serves me correctly. Is that going to help turn that around? Or do you think it will turn that around quickly?
It will certainly help. Doing nothing, I believe, will eventually cause us. We just wouldn't be able to continue. I don't. Eventually, it will catch up to us if we do nothing. So, it will help. Yes. Now, how much and how quickly? I can't answer that, but I do believe it is something that is necessary for us to continue.
When will we know that we're either going down the right path or we need to try a different strategy?
We track our staffing on a daily, weekly basis. So we have the statistics so we can see what we've done over the last 2 years. 2 years, and then we can see if the trend lines change and how quickly they change.
But we don't want to wait 2 years
No,
on trying to
sir.
figure out how we're going to fill those beds that we have available and are ready to go. We just don't have the staff.
Yes, sir.
That's my point, is that the sooner we figure out whether our strategy is working or not, the better we're all going to be. So you have a plan B, I hope.
We have a plan to track it and be able to notify that, yes, this is working, or no, it is not. We've gone through all our plans for consolidating and conserving and so forth within the home. So we're at a point where this is pretty much what we need at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we've had a broad-ranging conversation already and very important questions and conversation to be had for sure. My hope is that we can move expeditiously through the budget book now and kind of get back on track. And if we have any more questions towards the end of the presentation, then we can maybe kind of tie this all together. So we'll go ahead and jump into the book, please, and proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first core item is found on page 763. This is the Admin and Service to Veterans, which funds the Veterans Service Program, Headquarters, and Cemeteries Program. It's funded through the Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund and Veterans Trust Fund. Our next line item is on page 781. This is a reduction, one-time core reduction. There were $1.8 million of coronavirus relief funds set aside to support veterans housing assistance. Coronavirus relief funds couldn't be utilized for those purposes laid out. So this is being reduced, and we were able to incorporate housing assistance in another avenue. Our next line item is on page 787. This is our World War I Memorial Trust Fund. This is for the restoration, renovation, and maintenance. It's a one-time payment annually to Liberty Memorial. Our next core item is on page 793. This is our Veterans Initiatives core, which is actually funded through the medical marijuana funds. So there is a small core reduction and reallocation into the Homes Fund with the governor's recommendation. Our next line item is on page 799. This is the Veterans Portal, which we are reducing and rolling up into the Veterans Homes Fund. The Veterans One Stop Portal was actually launched in May of 2021. Our next core item is on page 805. This is the Veterans Service Officer Grant Program, which is funded through Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund. We have 6 grant partners, and in that partnership, we are able to reimburse or match funds at 75%. Our next line item is on page 811. This is the largest of all of the programs for the Commission. This is the Veterans Homes Program. This supports the operation of our 7 veterans homes across the state. You'll notice one core reduction, and that is with the governor's recommendation, a decrease of 50 FTE. And this is actually due to the reduction in bed count in the St. Louis home back in 2019. They were a 300-bed home and are now a 188-bed home. The next line is a new decision item on page 831. This is the CARES Recovery and Response Request, which is a one-time Veterans Administration deposit into a DPS federal stimulus fund. Its purpose is to prepare for, respond to, and mitigate against COVID in the veterans' homes. The funds are currently in the account. We do not have the appropriation authority to expend. Our next line item is very similar. This is a distribution from the Veterans Administration through the American Rescue Plan Act funds. This is roughly $10.8 million, which would be used for the long-term COVID response that we need in the veterans' homes. Again, these dollars exist in a DPS federal stimulus fund, and we're looking for the authority to expend.
Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really quick, I don't know if I saw this in here, but the tiny home projects that are happening in Kansas City and in St. Louis City, are those also a part of this budget, and are you all helping in funding some of those projects?
That line actually exists in our current fiscal year 22 budget. We've been able to award that project and are anticipating a payout this fiscal year. We don't have any new budget items to address veterans homelessness in this existing budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Backing up to the reduction in size of number of beds at the St. Louis home, can you just tell us why that happened?
So that happened some time ago. In that, that size of a home it's very difficult to run. It's just too much, and so there's that, and there's also. We would like to get to a point where we can do single bed occupancy, and that gets us closer to being able to do a single occupancy rooms for our veterans as a benefit. Right now they're double.
Gotcha.
Double occupancy.
So did this reduce the overall number of veterans that have beds by cutting those in half? I mean, were those filled? I guess is a better way of asking.
The reduction was over time. So at one point in time, I'd have to look back in history to give you 100%, but I believe at one point in time they were filled. That reduction started occurring, I think, around the 2017 period until about 2019. So that's when we were able to determine that we could, staff a 188-bed home. But that reduction was over time. Now, the waiting list, I think for St. Louis.
For St. Louis, it's 44.
Okay, so not even the full difference in that reduction of beds, but would they have been able to be housed if that reduction hadn't happened? I understand that it's always a balance between making sure we have beds, but we're also providing quality beds.
Are you talking about at that time? So right now, St. Louis is one of the homes that we are not accepting new veterans. We just don't have the staff.
Right.
So
Or the beds, I guess.
We consolidated the halls. So there's an empty hall in St. Louis with beds, with the equipment, but it's not being used just because we don't have the staff.
So the number of beds you told us, did that include the empty hall that's not being used?
Yes, it does.
So of the beds, what was the total number of beds reduced to again?
1,000. What? For St. Louis, it's 188.
Yes. 188 from 200 something.
300.
300 something to 188. How many of those 188 beds are occupied and staffed?
It just over 100.
Okay, so you actually have room for the full wait list in those beds, and the only thing stopping you is the staff?
That's true, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe our next item is on page 847. This is our Veterans Homes overtime. This comes from the Veterans Homes Fund. In a normal fiscal year, we fully expend those funds about December timeframe, or after those are exhausted, we then rely on the Veterans Homes payroll appropriation to pay out overtime. Our next budget line is on page 855. This is a line item for the homes and cemeteries utility payments. So to pay the utility bills for 5 cemeteries and 7 veterans homes. That's funded through the Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund. And our last core item is the Veterans Homes Fund transfer. This is a $30 million fund or transfer authority that we have to move funding from the Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund into the Homes Fund for solvency. Our next item is on page 867. This is a new decision item request from the Veterans Commission. Our request was $39.6 million in GR. This was not recommended by the governor. Our next item is on page 873.
Representative Burnett, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. The page 867, what was that request supposed to, what need was that request going to fill?
The request was essentially to pay for our projected revenue shortfalls. We've lost an astounding amount of revenue from our our inability, to bring new veterans into the homes. So we're operating at a little over 50% census. We would typically in a normal year have 100% census and bring in far more revenue. But we have a number of fixed costs, which, we can't reduce our spend as much as we are reducing our revenue right now. So we projected we would need $33 million to operate through fiscal year 23. And then also included in that is a $6.4 million request. We were able to gain approval for a Veterans Administration COVID construction grant. And that is a $26 million grant, 100% reimbursable. But because of our funding shortfalls, we are unable to front the funds for that grant.
So that was a reimbursable amount?
Correct.
Okay, so the funds that you would be bringing in if you were operating at full capacity, those are federal funds, or where do those funds come from?
A majority of the funds are federal. Our largest revenue source is the Veterans Administration. And as Director Kirchhoff mentioned, our census drives our revenue and staffing drives our census. So I think a good example, I've tried to show what our revenue looks like compared to previous fiscal years. In fiscal year 18 in VA per diem, we received $76.4 million. In fiscal year 21, we received $58.5 million. So a very significant revenue loss in a very short amount of time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you. I just want to understand that a little better. So what you're calling revenue is just federal dollars coming in to pay for the veterans that you're caring for. And they pay per veteran getting care.
It's reimbursed based on our prior month's expenditures.
Okay.
So we have to spend a certain amount in order to gain 100% reimbursement of that spend. We always spend more than what the VA will reimburse us. But yes, that is essentially the Veterans Administration federal funding reimbursing our spend.
Okay. Now, that funding that I feel weird calling it revenue, sorry. But the revenue coming in then, does that go through our budget? Is that in one of the line items here where we're spending that?
That is.
Where is that?
That is our Veterans Homes Program. Find it back.
Because I'm wanting to see where I can see that reduction reflected in where we haven't been spending.
Sure. 811 is our Veterans Homes Program. Now, there is a little bit, there's another line that also affects the Homes Fund, and that's our Veterans Overtime, which
okay,
is...
so sorry. Going back to that one, I guess, are we looking at the previous fiscal years that we've been appropriating authority for $84 million, but you're essentially saying the actual expenditures dropped to $44 million in fiscal year 21 because that's what you actually brought in based on the number of people in your homes?
No, actually, the reason that our spend is so low in fiscal year 21 is 100% because of reimbursements from coronavirus relief funds. Our spend was actually closer to $53 million more than that, but you won't see that presented or represented on this form because it was federal funds reimbursing our funds.
So where do I see the money that wasn't coming in?
I think a good representation, if you look at the new decision item on page 839, we'll start there. I added a couple of graphs. I'm sorry, page 844. This is a good representation. The 6D graph is just in fiscal year 19, we brought in total revenue of $94 million. We had an average daily census of 1,177. And then in fiscal year 21, we brought in a total of $74 million with an average daily census of 833. That is essentially the dollars coming in supporting our homes program.
And then that gets spent out of the Homes Fund. That's where the money goes into.
Correct.
So where is the spending on the Homes Fund in the budget that's going down? That's what I'm trying to find.
That is on the Homes program, but I would be more than happy to give you, I've got a one-pager showing what came out of the Homes Fund and what came out of the coronavirus relief funds that we can provide you.
Okay. Is there one of these budget items that the reduction that we have spent less in because of the reduction in revenue that's then being asked to be made up for with $30 million in GR?
In this budget book, no, but I'm more than happy to provide you that information.
Why isn't it reflected in this budget book? Is it somehow off book?
What's represented on these pages are what actually occurred in the Homes Fund.
But what actually occurred in the Homes Fund was a reduction in what it brought in. and also a reduction in what you were able to spend as a result. So that's what we should see in these numbers, right?
I will be more than happy to put together a report, but no, they are not on these budget pages.
Okay. I'd like to see a report because that's not making sense to me at all. And it seems like if we're bringing in less money and we're spending less money, that we're then asking to add 30 million on a different page. Where was that 30 million shortfall reflected in here?
I think I understand a little bit better what you're saying. So really the authority is not the issue. It's the cash balance in our funds. We would be short $33 million in our Veterans Homes Fund if we did not have a cash plus up into the Homes Fund based on the spending authority that is in this book today.
Okay, but that spending authority hasn't changed much in the last few years, and you're saying that revenue has.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about this later because I think it's going to take longer than for me to understand. I apologize. And then back to the Veterans Homes in St. Louis, that was 44 or 40-something wait list. What was the overall wait list statewide?
Statewide, it's 295.
295. You have capacity in beds for that everywhere, not just St. Louis?
That's correct, yes.
So every location has the capacity.
I think the closest one might be Warrensburg. They have a larger wait list than the others, but for the most part, yes, we could house all of them.
If you had the staff.
Yes, correct.
So do you have a request in here somewhere for what you think would be, what it would actually take to be able to fully staff up? Or do you know what it would take? Do you have any idea what it would take? Is it a certain level of raise that you would have to get to believe that you're not just stemming the bleeding of employees, but able to actually fill the vacancies?
So that changes on it's incredible how quickly that those numbers change in the market rate. We did a market study a few months ago, and our differences for just as an example, an LPN, the base salary or base rewards of $39,500. The actual going rate was 43. So that has changed even since we did this in July of 21. It changes so rapidly. So I get emails or texts from staff members who will look in the papers and see, they get their nurses. They get asked to transfer or to move or to change jobs, and it's not just the salaries that we're competing against. It's those sign-on bonuses. A CNA, which is the base entry-level job for us, but the backbone of what we do, they even have sign-on bonuses that we just can't compete against. So it's tough to say what's the exact number, because it moves, and of course it can be different by area too.
Okay, so that makes sense. I get that it's hard to figure out, but I guess then what's the plan? I mean, we don't want to be operating at 50% capacity because of staff or whatever percent we're at. We want to be making sure that we have the staff to care for all the veterans in need of care, right? That's the goal. So who's figuring out what the ask is or what the plan is to get us there?
So I think we have done those plans before. Like I said, in July we tried, but those numbers change. So we can do another survey to find out what the average salary throughout the state is as of today, and we can work from that and provide that.
Okay.
But again, it takes a little bit of time to do that research and evaluation.
It would be helpful, even if you based it on the July ones, which we know are still not quite enough, to see what is the cost of actually getting us to a place where we can hire. Because otherwise we're just sitting on our hands trying to keep it from getting worse. If we could instead look at catching up.
We can certainly provide our July evaluations, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Deaton, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask this on 873, but it goes along with topically everything we've been talking about and with Representative Meredith's earlier inquiry. The questions he was asking, or I think some of the same questions I'm having, what he was saying, or I think the answers he was trying to get at is a lot of the questions I have, and whether or not they were illuminating to him, they weren't really to me, and maybe that's my fault, and so I don't know if I'll do any better, but I'm going to try. And so talking about revenue and the shortfalls and just trying to understand this, because I'm frankly not. So your revenue is less than what it has previously been, due mostly or entirely to decreased census count. Is that, I think that's what I've heard. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to, we have increased expenses that go along with COVID, fighting the COVID battle as well. But primarily it is census driven and the staffing, yes.
Okay, so has the VA reimbursement changed in any way, other than less people, but I mean the methodology or anything of that regard?
The VA on an annual basis adjusts the payout, a per diem payout, every October. And so gradually that increases. We also get an increase or a COLA increase to the veterans room and care payments that begin in January of each year. So the revenue sources are actually increasing, but we have fewer or lesser census to generate revenue.
Do you have, you've got to have it, assumably, I don't know if you have it with you, you say increased costs due to COVID. To this point, assumably, those were all covered by CRF. And CRF likely covered in addition to that, I assume. But what was that or what is that even now? What was it? I guess what was it, or what has it been to date? And what is it ongoing on a monthly basis? Are you still experiencing that? What are the increased costs due to COVID? I guess is my question.
I think a good example of increased costs are supply and demand. For example, we have to order food for the veterans for the homes. So we will try to order an item, and because there's such a backlog on order, we are left to pay for the more expensive item. And, we need those in the homes. So that's just one example. I can provide multiple examples, but I think one of the biggest struggles that we face is that our infrastructure is still the same. We are still operating the same square footage. We're still operating, with a lot of fixed costs. We are having to pull up to 100% outside air into our facilities, which was not the situation before, significantly increasing our utility costs. We have a number of costs that are covered through coronavirus relief funds and epidemiology laboratory control funds. So we are dependent on those at this point. But we do continue to have impacts to our spend due to COVID that are not covered through those emergency funds.
So your vacancy rate on the census is around, you're at 50%. Is that more or less? So your vacancy rate's around 50%.
Correct, yes.
What is your staff vacancy rate? And I assume it's something around the same order because you're limiting your census due to your limited staff, if I understand you correctly.
So our staffing for direct care is at roughly 57.8%, and for non-nursing positions, 21.78%.
So, I just heard you say you've got a lot of fixed costs. I'm hearing overhead. Most organizations, I say most, a lot of organizations, the primary or much of their costs are associated with their, salaries for, staff and employees. And so is that not true for your organization? And again, it's, kind of to Representative Meredith's point, it's like, where would we see the decrease? You know, I would assume due to decreased staffing, not by choice, but I mean, are you lapsing a lot of PS, or is it being ate up by overtime, or what's going on there?
We are lapsing a lot of PS right now because we have significant vacancies. So yes, 100% accurate. And we're looking at the right page on the Veterans Homes Program. That true spend that comes out of the Veterans Homes Fund, that is 100% true to the Homes Fund. But I'd have to provide you some additional information outside of this budget book on how coronavirus relief funds impacted that decreased spend.
Okay, I'm getting there. I've still not totally have total clarity on this, but I think I'll try to maybe get some written questions to you and follow up after the fact. So I won't take up any more of the committee's time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, clearly we're not kind of drilling down on some of the understanding that we need to proceed as a committee, and we'll have to have some subsequent follow-up conversations. You know, I think it's clear that we care about this. We want to try to help you resolve these issues, but we need to know how. We need to know kind of what's causing the problem. So that's our intention, and we'll kind of continue to work on that throughout the next several weeks. So with that in mind, let's get back to the book.
We have one final item. That's a new decision item on page 873. This is Veterans Homes Fund solvency. This was actually a governor's recommendation for a $10 million transfer from budget stabilization funds into the Veterans Homes Fund to keep that fund solvent. And with that, that concludes the Missouri Veterans Commission's budget.
Okay, any final questions for the commission before we move on that haven't been covered yet? Okay, well, thank you very much, and you all have a good evening. Thank you for being with us. Okay, it looks like we have the Gaming Commission next. I think we're getting close, sir. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Please identify yourselves with folks at home and proceed when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tim McGraw. I'm the Deputy Director of the Missouri Gaming Commission, and I have with me today is Amy Blankenship, our Assistant Director of Administration, who will go over our budget. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present our budget. The Missouri Gaming Commission regulates riverboat gaming, charitable gaming, or bingo, and fantasy sports contests and operators. MGC is a small agency with currently 80 dedicated team members that specialize in the regulatory auditing, electronic gaming devices, table games, casino regulation, financial investigation, and agency administrative support. Our success is through the work of our team members. Missouri has 13 riverboat casinos in operation. MGC also regulates the gaming suppliers, independent testing labs that support the industry, as well as also license approximately 200 charitable organizations. These are the bingo halls and that operate it, and then 8 fantasy sports contest operators. We also are assisted in carrying out our regulatory mission by the Missouri State Highway Patrol through a memorandum of understanding that includes paying salaries and gaming-related expenses of the Missouri State Highway Patrol Gaming Division personnel assigned to state casinos and background investigations. When you think about riverboat gaming, there are 2 pots of money. One pot is the 21% tax on adjusted gross receipts, which the casino pays on gross receipts from their winnings minus the winnings and the jackpots paid to patrons. 90% of that pot goes to the state proceeds for education, and the other 10% goes to the home dock city or county where the casino is located. The second pot of money is the admission fees. The admission fees is the $2 per 2-hour fee that casinos pay on behalf of the patrons when they go onto the casino floor. That pot is split half going to the home dock cities and counties where the casino is located, and the other half to MGC to help fund to pay salaries and expenses. The remainder of that gaming fund portion is distributed to the list of statutory recipients set forth in 313-835. And again, as we talked earlier, you heard from the Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund, the National Guard Trust Fund, the Missouri College Guarantee Access Missouri Financial Assistance Fund, and the Compulsive Gamblers Fund. For the current fiscal year, or the previous fiscal year, AGR amounted to roughly $326 million to the proceeds for education. $27.5 million went to the Missouri Gaming Fund, and this again came from the admissions. The whole home doc shared as far as the taxes and the admission fee roughly of $63.7 million. Bingo licenses paid over $1 million in taxes, and there was over $370,000 that was collected for the fantasy sports contest, annual operation fees, and all the proceeds of that goes to the education fund. Unless you have any questions, I'll have at this time Assistant Director Amy Blankenship present the details of our FY23 budget.
Thank you for those comments. I think we're ready to jump into the book.
The Missouri Gaming Commission budget begins on page 879. This is the core appropriation for the Gaming Commission's salaries and expense and equipment. On page 901, this appropriation is for the funding for the Higher Patrol Fringe benefits for those officers assigned to the Gaming Division, and there are no changes to the core. On page 907, there is a new decision item to fund the fringe benefits associated with the fiscal year 23 Governor's Recommended Pay Plan for the Higher Patrol Gaming Division employees. Next, we'll go through our 3 refund appropriations. We'll start on page 913. Refunds for the Gaming Commission Fund, and there are no changes to the core. On page 919, this is also a refund appropriation, which is dedicated to bingo collections, and there are no changes to the core. On page 925, we have our final refund appropriation dedicated to fantasy sports, and there are no changes to the core. On page 931, this is the appropriation for the Missouri Breeders' Fund, which is used to reimburse a racing entity for a Missouri-bred horse racing winning purse, and there are no changes to the core. Next, we're going to move on to our transfer appropriations on page 937. This is the appropriation for the transfer to the Veterans Capital Improvement Trust Fund, and there are no changes to the core. On page 943, this is the appropriation for the transfer to the Missouri National Guard Trust Fund, and there are no changes to the core. On page 949, this is the appropriation for the transfer to the Access Missouri Financial Assistance Fund, and there are no changes to the core. And lastly, on page 955, this is our final transfer appropriation, and it is to the transfer to the Compulsive Gamblers Fund, and there are no changes to the core. And that concludes our budget.
Okay, any questions for the Gaming Commission? Seeing one. Representative Bland Manlove, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Compulsive Gamblers Fund. So I had a conversation with a constituent, and so they pointed out that this fund doesn't get all the money that it's entitled to. So, like, I don't know if winnings are $1 million, it only gets like 100,000 of it, but they're supposed to get the $1 million. So, can you know what I'm talking about? Can you dive into that a little bit?
State statute.
So, in the statute that has in 313-835, it defines for the worthy causes, and compulsive gamblers is one of that. And I believe it's 1 cent of $1. Looking at that, that could be at 500,000, but in previous years, it's always been around the $250,000 to $150,000. This fund goes to the Department of Mental Health to cover that type of benefit for those individuals that feel that they have a gambling problem or a issue with that. And I think they've just looked at in past years the amount of money that's spent by the Department of Mental Health.
Okay. But if they're only getting, you know, a little bit, then they're only going to spend that little bit. But if they could have got more, then they probably would have spent more, right?
That's totally up to them, yes.
Right. Okay. My concern is that, you know, there's a lot of new gambling ventures that are happening. So I want to make sure that, especially as we're talking about mental health, from all the trauma from the past 2-3 years, and I know a lot of people. I know a couple of teachers who supplement their income, you know, at the boats. So I want to make sure that if somebody does have a problem, you know, they have the resources to address that, especially if it goes to Department of Mental Health. So maybe we could look into that offline or something to figure out how we could give them. So if there is money out there on the table, where does that excess money go? So you said that there's it should be it could be up to the 500, but they only normally get 100. So where's that 400 sitting?
So that's again in the gaming fund, our fund, and then whatever is left over at the end of the year, the veterans gets that remaining amount. So the veterans gets the biggest chunk, or if you want to say the amount of money out of the Missouri Gaming Fund to help cover their costs.
Okay. Well, as a veteran, I'm always ready to help them too. So let's maybe we talk offline and figure that out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being, Representative Bosley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
I'm so sorry. Earlier in your earlier statements, you talked about how much went to schools. Can you rattle off that number for me one more time?
Sure. 346 million this past year. So based on again, by the statute, 21% of the adjusted gross revenue that all the 13 casinos make, that amount comes to the state. Again, 90% goes to the education. The other 10% goes to the home dock city or county where the casinos are located.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We're now ready for the Office of the Adjunct General. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Please identify yourselves when you have the chance and proceed when you're ready.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Adjutant General Levon Compton, and this handsome gentleman here beside me is Mr. Nick Humphrey, and we're honored to be here with you this evening. Again, we're honored to represent your Missouri National Guard, consisting roughly of 12,000 soldiers, airmen, and citizen employees who work and live in every county and community across our great state. And in 61 armories and training sites as well across Missouri. We're exceptionally proud of our Guard and the work performed to execute both our federal warfight mission and our state mission, providing assistance to civilian authorities across our communities and throughout the state. And obviously, this budget helps ensure our soldiers and airmen are ready to accomplish our dual mission. Over the last 2 decades, we've maintained a consistent presence of units deployed overseas. This year is no different. As we speak today, we have roughly 535 soldiers and airmen deployed around the world. Notably, over 300 Missourians mobilized to the Middle East with our 35th Infantry Division, who will play a vital role in providing command and control over all forces of 9 countries throughout that region. Again, that's your 35th Infantry Division that we share with the state of Kansas. Additionally, over the next year, we'll be working diligently to train and prepare approximately another 800 soldiers who will deploy to the Middle East. Your support of our budget ensures our ability to make these soldiers and airmen ready for vital missions that provide safety and security for American citizens, as well as our national interest. In addition to our federal warfighting mission, our Guard is no stranger, as you all know, to emergency duty. I'm exceptionally proud of these efforts supporting our governor and state and local authorities. The Missouri National Guard mobilized over 2,100 individuals to support the state of Missouri response to COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we deployed 332 soldiers to support the Louisiana National Guard following Hurricane Ida this last September. Most recently, 600 Guardsmen supported the Missouri State Highway Patrol, the Missouri Department of Transportation with assisting stranded motorists across Missouri during last week's winter storm. I think it was last week. The weeks run together. As you can see, we've been engaged. We work hard to be good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. We thank you for your support and effort to our citizens as well, and we appreciate your support of our budget. And short of any questions, I'll hand it off to Mr. Humphrey to take us through the budget book.
Representative Meredith, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all you do and the department does. Honestly, there are a lot of folks probably in Department of Public Safety that need thanks right now as so many people are stretched thin. But I know you've all been called up for a whole lot of things in the last couple of years that are maybe a little abnormal. I wanted to ask about, did we just pass a bill last year that would create a new department for you all?
We did. The governor did sign that bill.
Okay. Is that happening? Has there been a new department created?
Not yet.
Okay.
My understanding to the process is it'll take a joint resolution, an agreement between the Senate and the House this year to take it to a vote of the people.
Okay, so the statute change didn't actually do anything unless an HJR passes and it's passed by the people.
That is true, but getting the bill passed was key, obviously, to take it to the joint resolution for a vote of the people. Yes, sir.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure I follow that process, but okay. If that happens, well, first of all, I guess one of the reasons we've heard to do it, and I guess we'll be debating it this year if it's going to be an HJR as well, was that there have been barriers between, I guess, the governor being able to work with you all through this department. So in the last year or two, as you've seen these extraordinary challenges, can you give us some examples of some of the barriers or problems you might have had that would be alleviated?
I don't look at it the same way. I don't view them as barriers per se. I think Director Karsten and the Office of the Adjutant General, or Director Karsten and I, have a very strong relationship. And we work very hard across the department to support the governor in winning this fight against any emergency that might arise. I think what is helpful, though, is the Guard, like no other entity, has a dual mission, as you all are very well aware. It has a federal warfight mission that I spoke to, and it also is obligated to support the governor when he calls the Guard to duty for any emergency, whether it's COVID, snowstorm, flooding, or what have you. And I do believe it's important to exercise, well, even our current statute says the tag, regardless of who's sitting in the seat, is a direct report to the governor. The current law also says the tag is responsible for working and coordinating very effectively and collaboratively with the director of DPS to ensure we fight and win. But as you can imagine, there could be even worse like emergencies that come across the state and our nation. And I believe it's very important for the tag to have a direct line to the governor for providing that military advice on how best to deal with the situation. And I think, therefore, that would help just in the day-to-day muscle movement, muscle memory, and practice of strengthening response, whether it be state or federal.
So have you felt under the current structure you don't have a direct line to the governor?
I think because we have such a strong collaboration with the governor's office and the DPS, no, I do.
Okay. And the statute already has you having that direct line.
There is some confusion in the statute. When you look at the statute, it assigns the Guard to the DPS. But as over the years, as I've understood it, there has been some confusion in that direct line.
Okay. Well, without getting into too much questions about a bill that's not in front of us right now, from a budget standpoint, if that does go forward, do you anticipate there being costs associated with that move?
If there are, it's minimal, and every dollar matters, right? But I suspect it's less than 200,000. The Office of the Adjutant General is currently manned and staffed to do most, if not all, activities. So, making it its own department, there would be minimal additional dollars to do so.
Interesting. Okay. And then would there be any issues with the space at Ike Skelton being used, like with SEMA being there?
No, I don't think that would change much.
Okay.
Again, I think it's important that from both missions, right, that the Guard performs, that coordination and collaboration that's available through that coexistence is valuable to support the state mission. One thing I failed to mention on the federal side is, 97% of the money that comes to the Guard is from the federal side of the budget. And there's activities that the Adjutant General is responsible for coordinating and collaborating with multiple federal entities that never passes through the Director of Public Safety, really to not to keep it unencumbered. There's no it doesn't fall into that level of responsibility. It's a federal warfight requirement.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking on those questions. I'm curious to learn more about what would actually change under that bill. But thank you.
Thanks for the question, sir.
Okay, did I see another inquiry? I guess not. I don't think so. I think we're ready to get into the book. Thank you.
My name's Nick Humphrey, and I'll be taking you through the budget, which starts on page 961, which is the Adjutant General Admin Corps. Next is page 981, which is NDI for state active duty for $50,000 that was recommended by the governor. Page 987 is a NDI for an FTE and some E&E for supplies for our museum that was not recommended by the governor. Page 993 is our National Guard Trust Corps. The trust funds the tuition assistance program and the military honors program. Page 1013 is the USS Missouri Corps for maintenance and repair to USS Missouri. Page 1019 is the Veterans Recognition Corps. Page 1029 is the Field Services Corps. Page 1043 is an NDI for fire extinguisher replacement that was recommended by the governor. Page 1049 is a supply truck replacement that was not recommended by the governor. However, we no longer need that item. We used that box truck pretty extensively during the COVID response, and Office of Administration was able to find funds in CARES dollars right before they expired in December to replace that vehicle, so we no longer need that item. Page 1055 is two FTE for custodians to replace custodians. We actually lost those. They were empty FTEs during the economic downturn of COVID, and we lost those. We asked for them back. That was not governor's recommended. 1061 is our Armory Corps. 1071 is the Military Family Relief Corps.
Representative Bland Manlove, you recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Ozark Armory is rented? What does that mean? Armory rentals. What does that mean?
So we do have a program where we can rent the armories out to organizations. So we have not done that very much in the last couple of years because of COVID, and because we've been activated for the COVID fight. We've been using those armories, so we haven't really done that much. And then we also have, besides the regular rental, we can also utilize armories for civic items. Like some of the armories are used for voting. So that's, but if we get to a point where we can rent them again, that fund is used to basically put the money in and then put that money back into the armories.
Okay, so it's rental fees for
Correct.
using the facility
Right.
for something. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
Page 1081 is our training core. Page 1089 is for ISTS, Ike Skelton Training Site equipment replacement. That was recommended by the governor for $36,000 for maintenance and repair to the cafeteria at Ike Skelton. Page 1095 is our contract services core. Page 119 is a NDI for 14 FTE at our aviation repair facility in Springfield, Missouri. This is for spending authority only. That's federal dollars. That was recommended by the governor. Page 1125 is for 2 security guard FTEs at the air base at Rosecrans Airport in St. Joseph. Again, that was spending authority and recommended by the governor. Page 1131 is for a custodian FTE at the same location. That's a 25-75 split, and that was recommended by the governor. Page 1137 is a Civil Air Patrol Corps. And page 1149 is a Civil Air Patrol NDI. $10,000 is for ongoing core for increased in hangar fee rentals. And then the rest is for equipment upgrades. They're trying to upgrade their radios to most wind compatible radios, and that'll be a one-time cost. And that was recommended by the governor, and that concludes our budget.
Representative McGaugh, please proceed with your inquiry.
Hello. This is way back, and I apologize, but you were going really good, and so I wanted you to keep up your. So it's just something caught my eye. I've been on budget several years now, and I've never seen this on 1013, the USS Missouri Maintenance and Repair at Pearl Harbor. And so I noticed in 2020 we spent $242,500, and in 21, $48,500. So I was wondering what the expenses were that we paid for that we don't need it this year.
So for the USS Missouri, I think the initial 2 years ago, the initial ask, and this request came through the governor's office, and the initial cost was $250,000, and then $50,000 in the following 2 years. So in this budget, another $50,000. Last year, the $50,000 they spent on resurfacing the deck of the ship, the teakwood. That was what that project was. The project before that, the $50,000, I think also part of the $250,000 was the hull had to be completely, I guess, sanded and repainted. I guess old ships rust.
Imagine that.
Yeah. So that kind of tells you what projects they were working on.
That's fascinating. So we don't actually send people out from Missouri to take care of it. They bill us for what it costs.
Correct. There's an association and other groups put into that too. We're just a piece of that, and it's a not-for-profit 501c3. We just provide a small portion, and then they send us receipts for work done and proof of payment, and then we send them the reimbursement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Meredith, please proceed.
Thank you. So I feel like we don't often see in these budgets specific new decision item requests for specific custodial positions, which suggests to me that this is a real need right now for you.
And I'm looking at the one in St. Joseph that you did get the governor's recommendation, but then 1 and 2 half positions in Bridgeton and Cape Girardeau that you're not getting. And I'm just curious if you know why you'd be getting the governor's support for one and not the others, or if there was rhyme to this.
I can only guess. So depending on the location and the program that they're attached to, that depends on what the percentage cut is. So on some positions, like the 2 that we did not get the governor's recs on, those
It's
are
all
GR. And the St. Joe at an air base is in a program where it's 25% state, 75% federal.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm just
You
don't
got
wanna
to my
try
next question there of why the difference in federal dollars. I guess with the first one, the one that the governor did not recommend, it sounds like you've been sort of filling these with FTE that you've shifted around. Do you know if are you able to get this need done with the FTEs you have? Are the FTEs more important? Are the dollars more important to be able to pay for them?
Are you talking about the custodian?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have shifted custodians around a little bit. So like if we had, for example, for the locations where these FTEs were vacant when we lost them, if we lost a position maybe somewhere else, we may have shifted that there, but that just, created a need somewhere else.
Sure.
But so we really have 2 options to fill that need. If we have a state employee custodian, they make about $11-ish an hour. So the 2 options to fill that, if we can't hire the custodian, is either we have to contract it out, which is about anywhere from, depending on where you're located in the state, $20 to $25 an hour, or we have to have the service members of the center do their own cleaning, which basically takes them away from what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay. So now you're getting to, I think, what I really was curious about. So do you have a lot of vacant FTEs in this type of job because of the low pay, that $11 an hour?
We have about, I think, somewhere between 15 to 20 vacant FTEs total right now.
That's out of how many, do you know?
It's about 360-ish.
Oh, that's not terrible.
It's not terrible. I just don't recall exactly how many of those vacancies are janitorial at this moment.
Okay.
But
Do you know if those vacancies are mostly in the bottom end of the pay scale?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know of situations where you are contracting this out because you don't have the people that can do the job?
I'd have to check on that and get back with you.
I'd be curious to know that and where you're getting the money for that in the budget, given that costs $20 to $30 an hour instead. So I'm curious how you're paying for that. I mean, we've heard other departments say that the vacancies end up costing them more because they have to contract things out or they have to pay overtime, things like that. I'm just curious where you're actually getting the money to do that.
So
Is it from the vacant FTEs?
So no, so that we've got in the field services, that's what a lot of that budget is for what maintenance and repair at the facilities themselves. So then we would just have to pull, for money that we would maybe upgrade the light, change a light bulb, we would have to pull that money. So I think you understand where I'm going there.
So it's coming from other maintenance needs then?
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Roberts, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. It is evening. I've been sitting here thinking about the separation, basically, of the Guard from DPS and that potential. And I wasn't going to say anything, but frankly, I at least want to sound a note of caution. Right now, all of the various responding agencies, SEMA, Capitol Police, State Patrol, and the Guard, all fall under the direction of one individual, which makes for a level of cohesiveness when you have those large-scale disasters, civil unrest, a variety of things. And I do understand the rationale behind separating the Guard. You are, in many ways, nobody in this building has any control of what you do because it's federal in its nature. Nonetheless, I just want to express some concern that by separating the Guard from DPS, that now you have two different branches. The governor's going to have to direct two different entities as opposed to speaking through one entity. And I'm not sure where this goes or what my comments really have to do with anything except expressing my concern. But I do think that is worth considering, that we are, to some extent, fragmenting the ability to respond cohesively to an event.
Yeah, hey, sure. I appreciate the comments. And as I tried to communicate earlier, I think the TAG, the Office of the Adjutant General, I have the responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen. I'm committed to the Director of Public Safety for collaboration and coordination of response in our state and across our nation. The TAG also has a full commitment and responsibility in the federal effort for the federal warfight. And I agree with you, Representative Roberts, in that the TAG is a unique position. That's federally recognized, appointed by the governor, and I'm so honored to do that for Governor Parson, and I'm so very honored to work with Director Karsten and fighting and winning every day. And at the end of the day, we're going to be the best damn teammate, however this shakes out. But I appreciate your caution, but I also think, as I was alluding to earlier, there are scenarios where federal authorities will come to play in how we respond to our worst day. And I'm not being an alarmist, but when we want that muscle movement, that muscle memory, working very effectively, should that ever happen. What we do today is National Guard civil support. We did some DISCA support with COVID-19, but there's also Homeland Defense authorities and Homeland Security authorities that will be brought to play, where the TAG is responsible for providing that best military advice to the governor in collaboration with the DPS. And to her credit, we work very well with the Office of the Governor, and it's almost seamless. And I think we're doing that today.
I appreciate you considering my remarks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we thank the Missouri National Guard for joining us this evening. Appreciate your presenting the budget tonight. And
thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the committee.
I think that takes us to SEMA. Invite them to join us. Can you please make sure that microphone's on?
Got it, sir.
Thank you so much.
I have the green light now.
Please begin when you're ready.
Good evening, sir, and members of the committee. My name is Jim Remillard, and I'm the Director of the State Emergency Management Agency. And our responsibilities are to help every Missourian prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. With me this evening is Nicole Enyart, our fiscal manager, and she's going to present our budget to you. If there's no other questions, we will proceed.
Yes, please proceed into the book.
My name is Nicole Enyart, and I will be presenting the State Emergency Management FY23 budget. The activities of SEMA are funded by a combination of federal, state, chemical emergency preparedness, and public utility dollars, in which 89% of this funding comes from the federal government and other funds, and 11% from general revenue. SEMA's budget begins on page 1155. SEMA's operating budget covers funding of 94 FTEs. The operating budget includes funding for the Emergency Management Performance and Disaster Grants, along with the Floodplain Management, Community Response Team, and Nuclear Power Plant programs. SEMA has multiple NDI requests under the operating budget beginning on page 1183. Here you will find the DMAT Operational and Training Support NDI. This was recommended by the governor except for the portion to support a permanent DMAT commander. On page 1191 is the NDI for the floodplain engineer and mapping position. This is requested appropriation authority only, as the funding is federal dollars. This is recommended by the governor. However, the requested FTE was not. Page 1197 is the NDI for the MERC compliance investigator. This was not recommended by the governor. Page 1205 is the NDI for the MERC Tier 2 system. This requested increase in appropriation authority will be supported by the collected Tier 2 funds and is recommended by the governor. Page 1211.
I'm going to stop you right there. We've got an inquiry. Representative Burnett, please proceed.
Yeah, just real quick, what is MERC? What are we talking about here?
It is the Missouri Emergency Response Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Page 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've got one more. Representative Meredith, please proceed.
Apologize for interrupting you. So with that, looking at the inspector, or the compliance investigator you asked for, I am not really understanding what this is about. This is investigating facilities for hazardous materials?
That hold hazardous materials.
Okay. And what I'm trying to see, what the number of facilities that have filed their reports is dropping dramatically over the last few years. Am I understanding that right?
They were, and so they were wanting to hire a position to investigate facilities that were perhaps holding these materials.
So you're saying it looks like there may be facilities holding these materials that aren't filing their reports that they're required to file, but you don't have a way of knowing it because you don't have an investigator?
They were wanting additional staffing.
Do you have anyone right now doing these investigations?
They do.
Do you know how many?
I believe the section has 4 FTEs.
4. And so the department's requesting a 5th, ultimately, to try and catch up on this backlog of what they think is growing numbers of facilities that aren't filing anymore?
I don't believe backlog is the correct word of it, because if they...
Gap?
Hiding.
Is gap?
Basically.
Is gap in the number of facilities that aren't reporting that used to? Okay. Do you have plans to be able to fill this within your budget if it's not approved? Or did you discuss with the governor and decide you didn't need this?
I am not for sure why the governor did not recommend it.
You all would still like to see this budget item fulfilled? Okay, thank you.
Representative McGaugh, please proceed.
Thank you. I want to thank you for all the hard work you do, especially the number of floods and everything that you help with. As most of you know, I served in county government for over 30 years, and back when I did the paperwork as county clerk, it did seem like I had a few key names I could call. It was usually the same person, and they would walk you through where you needed to be, especially if it was a FEMA. We had to get the FEMA paperwork. So the counties I represent now, well, the southern border on all 3 of the counties is the Missouri River, so you can imagine a lot of flooding and such as that. And the main concern that the people now are that they either don't get someone to answer the phone, get a different person that's over their file, the file got on the bottom of the pile, and that they just don't have this personal connection anymore. And I know that COVID and, not being laid off, but working from home and all that had a lot to do with what we went through with COVID. But I just want to make sure that staffing levels and such as that remains high for you to be able to serve the counties in the way that, you know, they are used to, because it is very frustrating to them to not get the same person, and then they have to state so many of, you know, over and over again, and that's when they call me. It's like, I've talked to the fifth person, and I had to go from day one to now. So I hope I soften that with, thank you for everything you do, but there might be a problem. Hopefully you guys are working on it.
Yes, we appreciate the feedback, and it's important for us to hear if there is frustration out there, because we do not want the communities that are affected to be frustrated because they can't get an answer from us. I would appreciate if we could get together with you if there's a specific county or a municipal government that needs extra help, because it is a learning experience too, especially if they're new to the county government or they're new to the disaster response. So I know we work hard every day, our public assistance folks. We paid particular attention during the pandemic to ensure that the disasters that Missouri suffered before the pandemic occurred, that we continued to assist those communities so that we would keep funding in the community so they could rebuild from the 2019 flood specifically. So thank you for your input.
I'm glad you brought up 219 flood, because that's where some of the frustration was, and new commissioners came on about that time, and, you know, a lot of them just thought, you know, like instant gratification, send the bill and here comes the check, and I had to explain to them, nope, that's not how it works.
Yeah, there's educational opportunities for us
right.
every new election or when people retire and
Exactly.
move on to different
And on your
careers.
end too.
Yes,
You've got new
yes,
ones
ma'am.
out in the counties, you've got new
Yes.
ones in your office, so
Yep. Thank you.
I'm willing to help if I can.
Okay, I think we're certainly ready to move on at this point.
Page 1211 is the NDI for DMAT Georgia training. SEMA is requesting that DMAT attend a large-scale training exercise in conjunction with Missouri Task Force 1, which is presented in the next new decision item. This current NDI is recommended by the governor. Missouri Task Force 1 on page 1219 is our core item. Missouri Task Force 1 is a FEMA Type 1 urban search and rescue team, which involves the locating, rescue, and initial medical stabilization of individuals. Urban search and rescue is considered a multi-hazard discipline as they are used in emergency situations and disasters such as tornadoes, flooding events, and earthquakes. Missouri Task Force 1's core budget has no changes. Page 1227 is the NDI for Missouri Task Force 1's large-scale exercise, as previously mentioned, and this was recommended by the governor. Page 1235 is the Emergency Response Commission's core. The MERC provides training and planning guidance concerning hazardous materials. This budget is based on the core from FY22. Page 1245 is the NDI for MERC distribution increase. This appropriation increase authority was recommended by the governor. Page 1251 is the SEMA grant core. The SEMA grant includes general revenue for disaster response and state share payments and federal funds that covers all federal pass-through for disaster declarations, payments to locals through EMPG, and response planning for Callaway and Cooper nuclear plants. Page 1267 is the NDI for a local emergency planning grant. This has been recommended by the governor. Lastly, on page 1273, reflects CRF funding. That spending authority was under SEMA. However, Budget and Planning and the Office of Administration has handled the management of those funds, and it's the reduction of it to zero.
Representative Mayhew, you're recognized for an inquiry.
I just couldn't get us out of here. Okay, so one really quick question on this item right here. So it's 172 million, almost 173 million, which I assume was CARES money, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what happened to the money then if you're not going to use it here?
So this was for all of the state. Are you talking about the CARES?
Well, I
fund?
mean, your request, I assume that was your request. The governor did not approve it, so there's $172,800,000 in CARES money out there. No?
So this was not CMA's request. The CARES funding was for, it gets put under CMA and it was a reduction. So this may have been my mistake of having this on the left-hand side of the book, but it gets reduced out, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
there is no request because it should be zeroed out in the FY23 year.
Yes, yeah, that money was core reduced this year.
Yeah.
So it was,
Okay.
it had been in last year's and then there wasn't any funding for this
I
year.
have enough confusion with these books as it is.
Yes.
Can you
Okay.
answer that question, Joe?
Yeah, it should have been a zero on the
Yeah.
left-hand side.
Okay, all right. So then that brings me to the other question. Are we still doing the, not sure what we called it, with the assistance to nursing homes and hospitals with these medical personnel that we hired?
Are you talking about our DMAT team, sir?
DMAT teams, thank you very much. We're still doing that?
We are reducing that just because of the coronavirus is tapering down. Our last assistance to Missouri Veterans Homes is either going to end shortly or it will have already ended. But we still stand ready. If there's a need, then we will plus up and help.
I'm a little frustrated with that system because there's not one nursing home in my district knew anything about that program. But that brings me to the last question I have for you is that how come we're not utilizing those people in those empty holes in veterans' homes?
We are assisting the veterans wherever they require us to, or wherever they ask for the assistance. So as they don't need our assistance anymore, then we reduce our presence at their facilities.
Well, I guess my point is, are all of those people committed on a daily basis everywhere?
Are you talking about the entire DMAT team?
I'm talking about the entire DMAT team.
No, sir, they would not be. They are what we would consider a part-time employee. So if we have a need, they produce an alert system to their group, mainly through email, to see if there is available people. When the pandemic initially first started, there was a lot of the medical folks that did not have employment because of various reasons with the hospitals and other facilities that required their skill set. But as the workforce has went back to serving at their local communities, either hospitals, doctors' offices,
right.
So they are serving us on a part-time basis. So on their vacation days off, or they have nursing students or people who are going through paramedic classes that may be able to assist in a CNA type setting at a veterans home.
So they're working more like a medical version of the Guard.
They're
They get called up to run and do this thing for a short period of time.
Yeah, and if we take them away from their regular
No,
jobs.
I got it. I got it. No, we had a whole bunch of them that were sitting around waiting for something to do, and no, I didn't say that's what we're doing now. But I mean, the folks were there because they didn't have a job somewhere else at the time.
And we had a great need for them too.
Okay, that was my concern, that we were continuing to pay folks
No,
to,
sir.
and then they could be back at their real job.
Yes,
All right, hey, you got me on that. Thank you. Appreciate the
Thank you, sir.
information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think that's everything for you. We've got the legal expense transfer on 1301, which we're all familiar with, seen many times over again. So I see no further. Thank you so much for being with us. That'll conclude the Department of Public Safety budget presentation for FY23. We appreciate your joining us today. Do want to remind the committee we'll be back bright and early at 8:15 a.m. in the morning. And we will begin with the governor's office. We'll also be hearing from the office of Attorney General Eric Schmidt. We will continue with the Department of Social Services. Committee members, very important. You've already received those books. You need to return with books 3 and 5. Katie will send an email, but you need books 3 and 5. They will not be here. There are no additional copies. You need to bring them back with you if you'd like to have the books. Books 3 and 5, that's Family Support Division Part 2 and Division of Youth Services. We will be going through those as well. No further business coming before the committee. We are adjourned.